Our next major lore compilation is for the Dwarfs, and we'll be leaning in or starting in with the army list breakdown, where I'll go through all the units, all the characters and everything before jumping into stuff like the Great Catastrophe and other big portions of the Dwarf lore. If you've already watched the combined 9 hours of High Elf lore, you might hear some repeats here. Great Catastrophe is in the High Elf lore compilation, but it was a big portion of the Dwarf lore, so I wanted to keep them kind of contiguous with the theme of whatever you were clicking. And you might see some things that repeat within this video. Like the beginning of the video, I go through all of the dwarf units, the lords and everything as a kind of debriefer of the entire Warhammer 8th edition dwarf army list. And then we close the video out going through Ungrim, Grimm Burloksson, Grombrindal, and Josef as individual videos, talking about them as possible legendary lords, which I think they're all now in the game except for Josef Bugman. So enjoy this jump into the Warhammer Fantasy lore of the Dwarfs. Remember, too, that this is just pretty much a breakdown of the early Warhammer Fantasy Battles lore, not so much Warhammer the Old World, despite it being in the thumbnail. There is not much difference between the 8th edition lore and Warhammer the Old World. It's mainly small date changes or maybe series of event changes, but by and large, everything is exactly the same. So enjoy this Dwarf lore compilation. Right. I want to do another army video. Based off that recent poll that I posted about a month or so back, you guys were saying that you want to see more hour-plus videos, more army videos. So I figure, what's a better one to start in on than the Karaz Angkor, the Dawi, the dreaded 8th edition dwarf army list. I do have some other army lists we're going to go through as well, but I think this is a good one because we haven't done a list for an army that's out yet. We've done ones that are heavily speculative. We've done ones about things that, okay, this is what we think might come to Total War Warhammer 2, 3, 4, whatever the hell. But I think today it'd be fun to do just a very nice, very standard, very good, solid, even great starter army, the Dwarfs. Now, the Dwarfs of the 8th edition were very strong. They were very competitive. I mean, nothing really beats the Chaos Demons in the Warhammer Fantasy 8th edition, but I don't want to go there. But the Dwarves had a lot of really awesome answers for things, and they were a really great intro army to think for a lot of people, because even though they had to field a lot of models, their models were small. Their models were relatively easy to paint because they didn't have a whole ton of skin on them, only arms, which are pretty easy to paint. And on top of that, they're almost all covered in armor. So it's a very base, easy color scheme, very easy to get into. They're very strong, stalwart people. So you know this to be a very great army for starters because it allows for a lot of margins for error. You know, you can make mistakes and still be covered by the armor saves of the models and stuff like that. So we are going to go through each and every portion of the army list here today. I'm going to start off with the lords/heroes, with the runesmiths, the rune lords, the thanes, dwarf lords, and we're going to kind of work our way down the rest of the list. But our very first stop is going to be with the army special rules. Now, this, of course, we know to be existent in every single 8th edition, well, in previous edition, army book, in which case it talks about some special rules that are very specific to that race as a whole. We see martial prowess, or we see murderous prowess when it comes to the high elves or the dark elves, or we see the high elves' ability to always strike first, those kind of characteristics that are specific to that army. Well, we have those here for the dwarfs. So their very first one is called Ancestral Grudge. Now, we know this because the dwarfs have a long-lasting hate for orcs, goblins, and skaven, and this hatred for them spawns a special rule in tabletop. And hatred meant that you could actually, I believe it's re-roll your to hit rolls, if I can remember properly. But basically, it just meant that if you were fighting against orcs and goblins or skaven, any units from those books, then you had the hatred rule against them, and you could roll specific bonuses against them. Now, we see this represented in Total War Warhammer 2 by Thorgrim Grudgebearer or any Dwarf Lords and Ancestral Grudge ability on campaigns. Gives them a percentage weapon strength increase against orcs and goblins. Clearly, this hasn't been upgraded or updated to take into consideration that Skaven are now in the game, so hopefully with a further or a down the line patch 2 dwarfs, or kind of the dwarf revamp that every first game race is getting, we'll get that added into the Ancestral Grudge. Now, the Ancestral Grudge, though, is way different in tabletop than it is in Total War Warhammer. It's not just simply a bonus to weapon strength. In tabletop, you rolled at the very beginning of basically the game, when right after you deployed, but before the Vanguard would move, you basically determine how deep this ancestral grudge went. You roll a die, and a 1 or 2 is a personal vendetta, meaning the dwarf general has hatred against the opposing army's general. Really cool ability, especially if you want to get them into any kind of close combat and utilize the challenge mechanic from tabletop. Really great. Now, 3 to 4 gets you rancorous resolve, meaning all friendly character models have hatred against all opposing character models. So a really cool way to do a lot of cool challenges, get your Thanes up close and personal, lop off a head or 2, who knows. Now, lastly, 5 to 6, seething score to settle. All your models have hatred against all the enemy's models. So, I mean, obviously when you rolled, you wanted that because then you were rolling to hit on everything you're up against, even if it wasn't an orc, a goblin, or a skaven. So that's pretty cool. Now, some other little mechanics here. We have dwarf crafted, which basically meant that it typically applied to siege engines, that they were dwarf crafted, so you could or weaponry, so like thunderers, guns, and quarrelers and whatnot. So it basically just meant that your normal -1 to hit penalty when performing a stand and shoot charge reaction, because in tabletop you could react to a charge, stand and shoot, brace yourself, depending on which kind of unit you were, and if you stand and shoot, you suffered a -1 to hit penalty. With dwarf crafted, you did not suffer such a thing. So very easy. That didn't even make it into Total War Warhammer 2 that I can see. It might be a special little ability in the red line of abilities that I didn't see. So if you guys see that, holla at me. Now, these next 3 are going to be pretty Ancestral Grudge, Resolute, Relentless, and Shield Wall. We're going to see throughout the majority of this armory book. You're going to be sick of hearing me talk about it. Resolute just means that not as a charge reaction, but when a unit is charged, when dwarves are charged, they get a +1 to their strength. You can look at that as an equivocal match to melee attack. Relentless just means that anytime that you've got this on a model, they don't need to pass a leadership test to march. Now, we don't see that represented in Total War Warhammer because we don't have marching mechanics. We just see that marching drains vigor more. I'd love to see Relentless added into the game as a way to reduce that vigor drain. And that might be a blue line ability in the campaign that I again, haven't seen. And if you have, please let me know in the comment section below. But I'd love to see that represented on the dwarfs as a whole, rather than being an activatable ability, because that's the key of the dwarfs, right? These guys can't move fast. They have a movement of 3 in tabletop, so you have to have this army that is it has to get charged as a result of its slow movement. So you've got Resolute to kind of counter that, Shield Wall to kind of counter that. And we'll talk about that in a second. Relentless is it forces you to. Well, the dwarves as a whole force you to kind of march every so often, and Relentless kind of makes it so that you don't have to suffer such a penalty from marching because you have such a terrible movability. So Games Workshop knew the kind of pitfalls of having a dwarf army, and the special rules they created for them tried to kind of shore up those pitfalls by making them a little bit more accessible, but also at the same time made their weaknesses palpable. You know, like Resolute does make it the fact that you have to get charged a bunch, like a palpable portion of the army. Now, lastly is Shield Wall, and we see Shield Wall represented in Total War Warhammer in specific ways, but let's talk about this. So in a turn in which their unit is charged, all models with this special rule receive a +1 bonus to any parry save that they are eligible to take. Parry save is basically, it was almost like an aside to a vulnerable save. It's kind of weird. But the way that they've actually represented this in Total War Warhammer is charge defense. We see that on our Dwarf Warriors. We see that on our Dwarf Lords. Ironically enough, we don't see it on all the units that should have it. The Quarrelers should have it. The Thunderers should have it. They, of course, do not. And I could understand why they would do that. It doesn't make a lot of sense in a game like this to have charge defense for a unit that is using ranged weapons. So I get that they're trying to balance it out, because they don't want these ranged units to just be complete hardasses, like impossible to supplant. I mean, they already are decent combatants, so now we're going to give them charge defense. That's going to be a little much. So I understand that. But the Hammerers, they don't have charge defense, which they do in the tabletop. And The Ironbreakers have charge defense against all to kind of compensate for their shield wall of Grombrindal, which we'll talk about when we talk about them. So it's interesting to see how they took the shield wall mechanic and gave it to certain units and didn't to others. Like, I think that giving it to the Hammerers, that would have been fine. The Hammerers don't have their stubborn ability, so why not give them that? They don't have their Kingsguard ability, so why not give them that? Again, these are abilities we will talk about more, so we'll go into those, of course. One interesting thing is the Dwarf Lord has charge defense against all, yet the Thane doesn't, and the Thane has shield wall as well in his special rules. So we'll go into each one of these character profiles or unit profiles and talk about those discrepancies and how they should be possibly shored up in the hopeful revamp of the Dwarfs. But now that we've gone into the special rules, guys, let's jump deep into this dwarf army. If this is your first time watching an army video with me, the way I do this is that I'll read the large lore blurb from the actual book of the 8th edition. It's usually anywhere from a 4 to 6 paragraph chunk of lore. Then we'll go into kind of what the special rules are like and how they've translated into Total War Warhammer 2. I will show the picture from the book, the 8th edition book, during the lore blurb, and then I will show you the actual model from the game. I'm not going to show you Total War Warhammer 2 models because you boot the game up if you want to see them. We all have seen them, but not a lot of people have actually seen the tabletop models. They're a little harder to come by, so I want to be able to focus on those. The last thing I'm going to talk about the army special rules before we jump into the Thane and Lord is natural resistance. Again, we already see this applied to the entire dwarf army as a 25% magic resistance, but basically the way this was in tabletop was when a dwarf army attempts to dispel, they have a +2 bonus to all dispel attempts. This kind of stems from the deep lore root of them, where the old ones made, of course, the lizardmen, right? And the lizardmen were very subservient and they were very magically prone. Then they made the high elves, and the high elves were too magically prone, too open to the corruption of chaos, basically. And then they made dwarfs, and the dwarfs were too magically immune. They said, okay, well, maybe the winds of magic is what's fucking up our races here. Let's not touch on that. We'll just make these little tiny stunties that they don't harness the winds of magic, but they're somewhat immune to it. So that's why you get that natural resistance. And then I guess the porridge that was just right was humans, where they can resist the winds of magic, but they also can be corrupted by it at the same time. So that's kind of a little lore aside. But guys, again, let's dive on in to the dwarf lords and thanes. Starting with the lore blurb, of course. The leaders of a dwarf throng are its lords and thanes. These are the most powerful fighters in the army, fell-handed warriors equipped with the finest arms and armor of the clan's weapon horde. As a rule, dwarf lords and thanes are a grim sort, for they are the leaders of a dour people. Upon their broad shoulders is carried the weight of untold debt, the inherited grudges of a long-suffering and unforgiving race. It is their lot to avenge all wrongdoing to their clan, hold, or race, not just in the present, but also for all time. Failure to redress an injury from antiquity is particularly galling, an act of disrespect to the much-revered ancestors. Lords and thanes are well tutored in the ways of their ancient foes and must absorb a wealth of wisdom. Luckily, they are privy to the councils of clan elders, as well as venerable runesmiths and engineers. This sagacity is vital, for by the time their beards have grown long enough to lead, dwarf lords and thanes must master tactics and maneuver, learning to wield the armored might of their throng, as well as they wield an axe and shield. For a thane to progress to become a lord, he must bear royal blood. If a king dies, a lord may rise in succession, or a new kingship may be claimed if the clan retakes an old hold or establishes a new one. All leaders swear oaths of loyalty to a major dwarf stronghold, which, in turn, is sworn to the High King of Karak. The High King nominally commands all kings, but in practice, this is more of a matter of cooperation than of strict obedience, as dwarfs are proud individuals who rile at the idea of blind obedience. All dwarfs take great pride in their possessions, but none more so than the ruling class. Depending upon wealth or clan, a dwarf lord or thane might be equipped with runic weapons and armor. It is an honor for a dwarf to bear such relics of war, for each item is passed down from their forefathers, an ancient legacy in its own right. Covered in runes and bristling with arcane might, each of the hold's relics has a long history of great deeds and feats of battle. While dwarfs are notably an infantry force, there are a few exceptions among their leaders. Some lords are carried into battle by shield bearers, stout warriors who heft a shield to serve their liege as a fighting platform. This was common amongst dwarves of the southern holds and has been continued elsewhere, notably by King Alaric Ranulfson of Carrickfern. In other clans, especially northern ones, lords and thanes prefer to fight atop oath stones, rocks upon which runes are struck, listing out the clan's honor or perhaps the lord's lineage or deeds. The stone is a symbol of their homeland, a piece of their stronghold made manifest. Pretty badass, right? I mean, you got these pretty awesome characters, and every time you see a dwarf, they're relatively dour. They're always kind of grumpy about something, very disgruntled folk. And the special rule for dwarfs, or the dwarf lords and thanes, there aren't a lot. Ancestral Grudge, Relentless, Resolute, and Shield Wall. That's really it. After that, it just kind of comes down to how you're going to equip them, what kind of runes you're going to give them, and how they're going to apply. And we see this kind of translated into Total War Warhammer pretty well. I mean, we see that the Dwarf Lord itself has charge defense against all. I'll say that that's their Shield Wall capability. And I guess at the same time, Resolute. And we see that he also gets expert charge defense. So, I guess I'll just kind of stack those things together. Now, Foe Seeker and Charger and Stand Your Ground are not really consequential to tabletop, but, you get Star Metal Plate, which is actually an item from the Dwarf Codex or Army list that you can choose. You have Iron Warden's Hammer, which is, again, another item directly from the book. So you've got these things that kind of nod to it. What I would like to see, though, are master runes or not even master runes added into the items list as a way to buff your lord. The lord, for the most part, is very tanky, almost in the same way that we see Empire lords are very tanky. Like, generic lords are not to be looked down the nose upon. Although we all typically go for special characters, the generic lords, especially of the dwarfs, are very stalwart, very strong. I mean, a base dwarf lord has got 420 weapon strength. That's very substantial. And 120 armor as well. I mean, that's awesome for just being a 1,000 point dwarf lord. I mean, 1,000 point if you strip him down, by the way. I mean, it's 1,200 if he's got all of his abilities, well, and all of his items at 1611. But still, my point remains is that they are still a very capable, very strong little fighting force, and we see that in actual tabletop. In tabletop, they were extremely strong. Weapon skill of 7, a toughness of 5, which is above most things of that. All elves have a toughness of 3. So 5, you can kind of have that huge disparity there, right? Where humans typically have a toughness of 3 or 4, depending on what their rank in human society is. So a toughness of 5, a nice whopping 3 wounds and 4 attacks. They're pretty cheap units in of themselves, and they have great leadership. So the dwarfs, especially how you can outfit these guys in tabletop, I'd love to see that represented a little bit better in Total War Warhammer. You do kind of see it through the RPGS system of the campaign development, but I'd love to see it more on the actual custom battle portion of it, being able to really outfit these lords and thanes to fit a little bit more, and especially kind of give the thane a little bit more oomph. After he lost the Tormentor's Sword, he kind of became a lot less scary. But that sums up our lords and thanes. Let's jump on over to another lord class, or another hero here, the Engineer. Now in tabletop, the Engineer could not be a lord, it could strictly be a hero, but this is just done in the order of the book. I'm going to go Lord, Dwarf Lord Thane, Engineers, then Runesmiths and Rune Lords. Even though you can't have these guys as lords in Total War Warhammer. But let's read their little blurb here. Given the number of war machines with which the dwarfs can equip themselves, it is not surprising to find members of the Engineers Guild accompanying a throng to battle. To most master engineers, this field work is tiresome, as it takes them away from their forges and workshops and shows them firsthand how their beloved engines of destruction are dragged into position, dented by enemy shot, and invariably aimed in a manner of not as fully optimized as would be ideal. As all dwarfs revere fine craftsmanship, their war machines are the most polished and best cared for in the world, treated by their crew with all the respect due a venerable clan member. Nonetheless, even this level of care falls well short of the wishes of the notoriously cantankerous engineers. After a battle, master engineers oversee repairs, but during the fight, they're exceptional, if gruff, at directing crews on how to best aim and fire a war machine. Theirs is a skill born of intimate familiarity with the workings of each device. With a glance, a master engineer can tell when a bolt thrower is set with too much torsion, or when conditions warrant extra black powder for an organ gun. They are consummate craftsmen, being able to gauge the intricacies of laying the deadliest of cannon shots, or giving advice on how to best carve boulders into the most accurate ammunition for a grudge thrower. A master engineer can also direct the rapid construction of effective entrenchments, such as the stacked stone walls or dugout gun pits that offer protection from enemy missile fire to both war machine and crew. Master engineers are doughty warriors, and while they might be more interested in drafting plans for fortifications or designing new mines, they are more than capable of fighting in the front lines. To protect their precious war machines, they fight with all determination and grit. So, pretty cool, right? We see these guys as exactly how we kind of see them in Total War Warhammer, right? We see them as these artillery masters that kind of help out with all artillery pieces, giving out entrenchment abilities and giving out ballistics calibration and extra powder, so on and so forth. Now, what is that like in tabletop, though? Their special rules are Ancestral Grudge, Relentless, and Resolute. That's the same for every single dwarf, pretty much. There's a few exceptions here and there. But Artillery Master is a bit different here. So Artillery Master, we don't actually see in Total War Warhammer. We see things that are like their other abilities, but we'll talk about this in a second here. So if a Master Engineer is not fleeing, a single war machine that is within 3 inches of him can use his ballistic skill, which is 4, and reroll 1 artillery dice during the shooting phase. So basically, he's using his ability, his keen eye, to allow the artillery piece to shoot more accurately. Is probably the best way to put it. The artillery dice, when you roll them in tabletop, you roll to see if you hit. Once you hit, you'd roll a scatter die to see if it wasn't a flame weapon, to see where the actual template would land. It would point it'll have an arrow, and it would point a specific direction. You would nominate, say, I'm gonna shoot here, point to a random spot. The arrow would then tell you to move it this direction. You'd roll another die that would then tell you to scatter it that many inches. So it would allow you to really kind of pinpoint and fire a little bit better. So it was a great way of actually getting accuracy from the dwarf's artillery, because the dwarf artillery was the bane of dragons. I mean, if you had a dragon in your army or against dwarfs, say goodbye to that dragon. That thing could get gibbed outright. Because I believe and I can't remember off the top of my head, but I believe the rule is if the strength doubles the toughness of something, it can die in 1 shot. So, so what we see in Total War Warhammer is ballistics calibration, which adds accuracy and reload skill. This is basically the same thing as Artillery Master. They just kind of tweaked it a little bit here, right? They also get entrenchment in tabletop. Up to 1 unit with the troop type war machine can be entrenched for each master engineer in the army. An entrenched war machine is treated as being in hard cover and basically just gives it more defensive capabilities. But how we see that in Total War Warhammer is it grants it physical resistance, it can't move, and it gives it a plus 40% AP missile damage. So it really confers a lot more than just bonuses to defensive bonuses to the target artillery piece, and makes it a lot more terrifying on the battlefield at the same time, because you can actually get attacked and have your artillery piece still shoot depending on how much of the crew is dedicated to the combat at hand. So at the same time, if you don't have anyone attacking, this ability can be perceived as useless, and the ability in and of itself costs, I believe, 150 coins, multiplayer points, if you want to think of it that way. It's not have any consequence in campaign, but this allows you to get benefits out of this ability even if you're not being attacked. So it's a pretty cool, awesome ability here. Now, there is another ability called Stand Back, Sir, and this kind of plays off of the ability called Look Out, Sir. In tabletop, you could use Look Out, Sir if your special character was in a unit, and you'd use Look Out, Sir, and a non-special character unit would take the hit that your special character was supposed to take. Now for Stand Back, Sir, a model with this special rule that is within 3 inches of a war machine is allowed to take a Look Out, Sir roll, just as if he was in 3 inches of a unit of 5 or more models of the same troop type as himself. If the roll is successful, the hit is resolved instead against the nearest friendly war machine. Because typically you're not going to have a Master Engineer locked into a unit. You'd want them with your siege engines. So this is a way to get the Look Out, Sir ability with the Master Engineer who is not a part of the unit. That's definitely a very tabletop heavy rule and doesn't have much of a place in Total War Warhammer 2, so I'm glad that they just kind of skipped over that one. But that kind of shores up our engineer here. Let's jump on over to probably the most prolific lord and hero choice in the dwarf army, the Runesmith / Rune Lord. And I think that they did a really good job of doing a really good representation of the rune smiths in Total War Warhammer. So let's read their lore blurb and jump to their rules. Runesmiths work spells with their hammercraft, binding the winds of magic into mighty runes of power. They are a suspicious lot and jealously protect the secrets kept in their anvils and hammers, guarding the knowledge that allows them to make magic items, weapons, armor, rings, and talismans of greater potency than items wrought by any other mortal race upon the world. The ancient Guild of Runesmiths is one of the oldest and most respected institutions in all of the Karazhan Corps. According to legend, its origins stretch back to the days of Grungi, the great ancestor god of mining, master of the forge, and the lord of the runes. The Runesmiths Guild claims descent from Grungi's son. For this reason, the Runesmiths sometimes refer to themselves as the clan of Morgrim, although they are not the only clan to claim descent from Grungi or his many sons. The number of Runesmiths is not very great, and those remaining are related to each other, often in some very remote fashion. Each carries on his direct family's traditions, learning the craftsmanship of blending magic and metal together by use of mighty runes of power. The greatest of their kind are known as Rune Lords. These elder masters do superlative work and are accorded the sort of reverence normally reserved for the ancestor gods. When a runesmith judges the time is right, he chooses a young relative to be his apprentice, and reticently teaches him, for an apprentice has to prove his worthiness to wring out even the most basic steps of the craft from his master. Many powerful runes have been lost over time, simply because a runesmith could find no one he considered worthy enough to gain his innermost knowledge. Luckily, unless slain in battle, runesmiths tend to live for a very long time, although they grow progressively more obstinate as they age. Currently, the most prolific of still working rune lords is Thoric Ironbrow of Karak Azul, but the oldest living runesmith is Crag the Grim, master rune lord of Karaz Karak. Despite being a living link to a bygone era, Crag has grown to so stubborn as to be unbearable. In battle, runesmiths aid their side by dampening enemies' magic, earthing spells harmlessly before they can wreak havoc amongst the dwarfs. They do this in the same manner as they capture the winds of magic to forge items, and they often bring along rune-covered talismans to aid in this endeavor. Many runesmiths bear weapons and armor of their own crafting, and they are eager to show their comrades exactly how effective they can be, whether by some gift of Grungi, or perhaps as a side effect of centuries of beating magical runes into white, hot metal. When a runesmith feels the rage of battle, his weapons and those of the friendly forces around him begin to glow and radiate heat, as if remembering the forge fires from which they were created. This aura of power has proven effective in helping blades penetrate the armor of toughened hides of any foe. In times of great need, the most powerful rune lords will bring an anvil of doom to battle. The Anvils of Doom are the most ancient heirlooms of the entire dwarf race. They are the very anvils upon which the rune weapons of legend were forged, and were, perhaps, the very creations of the great forefather Grungi. The anvils are especially made to attract and hold the winds of magic, arcane powers which can be captured and subsequently unleashed by a rune lord. Separate runes, struck in the right order, can call upon the different ancestor gods: Valaya for loyalty, Grungi to boost power of arms and armor, and Grimnir to unlock the energies of fury. You see these spellcasters of the dwarf race and how they're not necessarily spellcasters in the conventional sense, right? There's these kind of rune speakers, casters, throwers, crafters, and it's a very kind of awesome lore that these guys have. You know, they're these kind of they're the dwindling sect of a dwindling race. And it's very kind of romantic and sweeping in the way in which they portray these guys. That's what I like about the runes in general. Have always been some of my favorite things of the dwarf race. I've always loved like the beautiful stylization of runes in all of these books. If you look through the 8th edition book, it's just covered in runes and Celtic knots and all this kind of really awesome Celtic imagery and portrayal, and it's really sick. I mean, if you ever played Dark Ages of Camelot, I was up the ass of Midgard. I was a Thane, I was the Rune Master, like all that stuff was so cool to me, and it plays so heavily into the way that these characters are made. They've got Ancestral Grudge, they've got Armor Piercing, they have the native magic resistance of 1 or 2 if it's a Runesmith or a Rune Lord, Relentless, Resolute, Shield Wall, the things that we've now come to expect. But how do they deal with some of their other abilities? They have Forge Fire, and we see that portrayed in Total War Warhammer. And I have to say, I'll be totally honest with you, the Rune Lord is probably one of the best representations of a unit into the game. I love it. There are certain things that are missing, and I'll let them slide because they include so many other things. Now, Forge Fire grants an increase to AP damage in an area around you in Total War Warhammer. In the tabletop, it simply grants you the armor piercing ability, which was awesome. You didn't have to roll to wound. You just rolled. You'd roll to hit. Or no, I'm sorry. If you rolled to wound, they didn't get an armor save unless they had an invulnerable save. That's AP. Sorry. Out of my damn mind. But it's cool to see how they did that little nod. I mean, obviously you can't make it so it's just going to bypass their armor, but they gave them a boost to their AP damage. That's an innate special rule that we see on anyone on or off an Anvil of Doom, if they're a Rune Lord, or just a Runesmith in general. So I do really like that ability. Now, as far as the runes of Oath and Steel, the Wrath and Ruin, and Negation, and Hearth and Home, we see these represented again in tabletop. And the way they do it in tabletop is different here, right? So let's look at the rune of Wrath and Ruin for first. That's probably one of the runes everyone takes when you take a Runesmith and or Lord. It doesn't slow the enemy in tabletop. It just does a shit ton of damage. It is 2d6 strength 4 hits, which is very, very strong. Oath and Steel increases the armor save by 1. So we see this translated almost 1 for 1 here, right? We look at Oath and Steel in Total War Warhammer, it gives a whopping 30 plus armor. So again, that really cool translation into the game. Now we get Rune of Hearth and Home here, which gets you immune to psychology, which is again the exact same thing for the rune in Total War Warhammer. So I'm like staring at it going, what is this? It gives you immune to psychology, but it's only available on the Rune Lord. Now, there is another thing here, of course, the Anvil of Doom, which we briefly talked about. And the way they represent it in Total War Warhammer is pretty interesting. But first, let's talk about its incarnation in tabletop. So in tabletop, you get Ancestral Shield, which gives you a 5-up ward save. We'll talk about how that translates in a second, which is a very strong. The way the ward saves work, and I know I've gone over this before, but let me go through it again. So in tabletop, after you would roll to hit, you then had to see if you'd roll to wound. If you rolled to wound, the opposing force would then roll an armor save. That armor save would be whatever the value was, like heavy armor or a shield and barding, whatever. Let's just say the guy had a 2-up armor save, 2+. Rolled a die, and it was a 1. Well, he failed his armor save. He could then fall back on a parry or an invulnerable save if he had that as well. Or, I'm sorry, a ward save. Invulnerables in Warhammer 40,000. A ward save you can take if you failed an armor save. So, let's say I'm on my Anvil of Doom, which gives me an Ancestral Shield with a 5-up ward save. I fail my armor save of 3-up, let's just say. Well, I can now roll a dice again and see if I make it on my ward save. And that is what a ward save is. And we see it represented as total negation of both physical and magic damage in Total War Warhammer. So that does make a translation. So Ancestral Shield for the Anvil of Doom. Also, Locus of Power. The way this works, of course, is it gives you additional power for your power and dispel pools in the magic phases for tabletop. And we see this represented as well in Total War Warhammer. Now, there's also Strike the Runes. A model mounted on an Anvil of Doom can use each of the following bound spells once per friendly magic phase, as long as he has not moved this turn. The Anvil can pivot on the spot before casting, and the range of the bound spells is measured from the Anvil itself. So, the reason this isn't in the game is because then you'd just be able to use these abilities like pretty much not non-stop, but within reason. If you're on an Anvil of Doom, you can just use Rune of Hearth and Home, Rune of Oath and Steel, Rune of Wrath and Ruin, just non-stop, just going hog wild across the land. So it is kind of an interesting, I guess you could say, curb of the abilities of a Rune Lord, but probably a necessary one. So Locus of Power and how that translates to Total War Warhammer is simply just a flat bonus map wide to magic resistance. I'm quite okay with that because the dwarfs don't access runes of power or winds of magic. Totally fine with that. Then we talked about Ancestral Shield. Rather than giving them a ward save, the Rune Lord, if he's mounted on an Anvil of Doom, has a 25% physical resistance. That's their answer to Ancestral Shield. So, again, I'll take it. I wish it was a flat rune save instead, like a 10% ward save. I like rune save. That sounds cooler. Dwarves should have rune saves, which is an additional save outside of a ward save. I'm making that up. That'd be sick. But I would like to have seen that 25% physical resistance represented as a 10% ward save. And again, this might all change when we get our quote-unquote revamp to dwarfs, which I think we really already got. So this is kind of like a pipe dream at this point. But I'd love to see Ancestral Shield have that little bit of a tweak, because it's the Anvil of Doom is pretty cumbersome in tabletop, or I'm sorry, in Total War Warhammer. It was very strong in tabletop. You could just pop that bad boy down, and it would just be a battery of destruction. If you got to it, you had a pretty pitched fight on your hands, because it had a pretty strong characteristic. Because it had some anvil guards around it and stuff like that. But I really like the way that the Anvil of Doom has transited into Total War Warhammer, and I like the way the Runesmith has transited into Total War Warhammer. I think it's a very fun, very, very honoring sideways move into the game. So I'm all about it. But now that kind of sums up our Lord and Hero characters of the Dwarf roster, let's go into some of the other units of the Dwarf roster. Starting, of course, with the Dwarf Warriors. Now, this is part of the core unit selection. The 8th edition Warhammer Army books, or for the majority of the Warhammer Army books for that matter, were split up into several sections. You had your Lords at the top, then your Heroes, followed by your troop choices. Your troop choices were core, special, and rare, and you were limited by the amount of special and rare things or unit choices you could choose based off the total points of your army, the total allocation of your core units, stuff like that. So you couldn't just take things willy-nilly across the whole way. Your rare units were typically limited either to 0 or 1, so you could only have a max of 1 unit of that rare unit in the game. So that exposition aside, let's go into the Dwarf Warriors, and we're going to speed this up a lot now here. The units themselves don't require a whole ton of extra explanation, especially since they're dwarfs, because dwarfs don't have a ton of crazy special rules that for each and every one of these units. So let's jump on in. In times of war, the leaders of the clan call the muster, and any dwarfs old enough to fight form together into regiments. Most of the individuals that will answer the call of battle are craftsmen of some sort, stone carvers, brewers, miners, and the like. But once they don their well-forged mail, put on their steel helm, and heft an axe in hand, they leave behind the artisan, turning the same industrious nature to their other calling, warfare. Dwarfs make formidable fighters. They are strong and extremely resilient, broad of shoulder and wide of girth. Although by no means quick, they are physically robust and can maintain a steady plodding pace, marching for days on end despite being loaded down by burdens and heavy mail. When they charge into battle, the momentum generated by their wide, armor-clad bodies is remarkable. Hitting the foe with a resounding impact, they have broken many enemy battle lines this way, splintering elven phalanxes, carving through orc formations, and hacking apart the great masses of Skaven that make up their verminous armies. Any foe that has fought dwarves has quickly learned to respect them. Even the elite troops of other armies have met their match against these warriors. They are grim and determined fighters, unwilling to retreat and able to advance and battle on even in face of great adversity. Tales abound of dwarfs hopelessly outnumbered, backed into unfavorable ground and pressed on all sides, somehow emerging triumphant. Protected by their heavy mail, their skillful use of overlapping shield walls, and finally, by their own tough and obstinate nature. Dwarf individuals, units, and armies as a whole seem able to absorb punishing blows that would cause other races to break and flee. With dwarfs, such suffering only serves to make them angrier, and with beards bristling and hands clenched around axe hafts and mighty warhammers, the dwarfs regroup to charge anew. Their feeble-limbed foes, too worn out and tired at the end of to even lift their weapons, are slaughtered, save for those fast enough to flee the iron-shod and implacable advance of the dwarfs. And dwarfs are vengeful. Hands that once crafted the most intricate of jewels, minds that once delighted in the simplicity of timeless wonder of an exactly constructed stone pillar, now see only red ruin. Although matter of fact in their peaceful pursuits, once a dwarf snaps, his whole life collapses like an ark with its keystone removed. The fury of a dwarf overcome with grudge hatred is stark and harsh. They are unremitting in their violence, and forgiveness is not in their nature. Instead, they are grown cold, having no more mercy in them than granite. During such periods, even their allies, unless they be barbaric of nature, such as Sigmar in the days of old, will turn their eyes from the cataclysmic and all-consuming wrath that dwarfs unleash. In all but the richest of clans and holds, a dwarf is expected to supply and maintain his own arms and armor. This is no issue, as most dwarfs treat their gear of war as treasured family heirlooms, handing down axe and shield, hammer and mail coat through the generations, presenting them to a young dwarf when he comes of age. Some clans, such as the Gold Shields or the Iron Hammers, have developed their conventional gear of war to ensure that their regiments are bold and uniform, while others show their allegiance through more subtle colors or symbols. Nothing crazy here with the dwarf warriors, though. They have very stalwart. That's really the backbone of the dwarf army, is that there's nothing overly insane from unit to unit. You're not going to be, oh man, these guys have a wide sweeping armor piercing ability in the tabletop at least. Or these guys are they have murderous prowess and they coat themselves in the blood of their enemies and it gives these bonuses. Dwarf warriors are simple. They have ancestral grudge, a relentless, resolute shield wall, and we see this represented directly in Total War Warhammer, right? We know that the dwarf warriors themselves have charge defense against large foes. That is that mirror of that shield wall capability. And it plays very well into the overall kind of feeling of the dwarf army. They have their magic resistance. They have their kind of innate stalwart capabilities in their defense. A pretty simple little warrior here, but nonetheless a very furious one. It is a little wide sweeping in its description of the dwarf warrior. I'm like, okay, it's just the warrior here, man. We still have so many other places to go here. These guys can't be the beater of worlds just yet. So without further ado, let's move forward down the roster list here, huh? And what better way to talk about the dwarf warriors than to talk about their ranged counterparts, the quarrelers and the thunderers. Since the dwarfs first settled the World's Edge Mountains, they have used the crossbows to slay their foes at range. The earliest crossbow designs were made of stout iron oak reinforced by metal bands, although these days some clans prefer the forged steel versions. Regardless of the material they are made from, dwarf crossbows are deadly weapons, able to drop a black orc in its tracks or, with enough dwarfs firing in concert, even take down a rampaging giant. When the clans are called to fight, some dwarfs arm themselves with crossbows and join the battle as quarrelers. These formations are tasked with raining bolts down upon their foes, a task they perform with orderly zeal. Quarrelers seek to thin down the enemy's ranks, punish units attempting to outflank their own forces, and engage in ranged duels with the foe's missile-armed troops. Dwarfs have never taken to bows, partly because they do not suit their short physical stature, but also due to the limitations of such weapons in confined tunnels. A powerfully built dwarf crossbow can easily fire shots that outdistance the puny bows used by goblins. The crossbow bolts pack enough punch to devastate lightly armored foes. With typical dwarf precision, a unit of quarrelers will unleash its hail of bolts, reload, take aim, and fire again. Protected by heavy armor and their own sturdy constitutions, it is a rare day when an enemy, even one with more skilled marksmen than the dwarfs, can win a long-range shooting contest against a unit of quarrelers. Or, of course, should the enemy approach near enough to engage the quarrelers in close combat, they will find hardened warriors eager to put their axes to work as well. While the devotees to the handgun have grown over the years, they have not replaced the crossbow. There are many clans that prefer the range of the crossbow, while the most traditionalists simply rile against any form of technological progress and the regrettable lack of elbow grease needed to fire a handgun, instead of winding a crossbow winch to reset its formidable shot. Not surprisingly, some of the less wealthy clans even grumble over the cost of black powder. Now here's our Thunderers. It took many, many years after the dwarves had discovered black powder for the handgun to become widely used by any save the engineers. Now, most clans, even those that live in the wilderness, can field whole regiments of Thunderers. the name given to the handgun-equipped units. Standing in closely packed ranks, Thunderers take aim and then discharge their handguns, unleashing a thunderous fury and a cloud of gun smoke. Although not quite as long range as a crossbow, the sturdy dwarf handgun packs an even deadlier shot. Its bullet fired with such velocity it can tear through armor and better take down more heavily protected foes such as Chaos Warriors. Being methodical, the dwarfs continue to load and fire in a disciplined manner so as long as their foes are within range. Even when the enemy advances close, almost right up on top of them, Thunderers will seek to get off one last shot. While the onset of bloodthirsty foes might cause lesser races to rush their aim, the steady coolness of the dwarfs, not to mention the precision make of their weaponry, ensures that every volley is fired with the same lethal accuracy as the last, until the moment the Thunderers take up their axes and meet the foe's charge in the bloody press of close combat. Although dwarfs show great solidarity in the face of outsiders, there is some degree of rivalry between the regiments of Thunderers and Quarrelers. Given the bitter nature of dwarfs, this is not always a good-natured rivalry. Although not prone to murder or betrayal, as are so many other weaker races, many a good drinking bout has turned into a bloody brawl when the millennia-old question gets raised, which is better, crossbow or the handgun? Great little unit here as well. The nice thing about Thunderers and Quarrelers, though, is that they, at the root of them, they are warriors. They are dwarf warriors. They have the same armor as a dwarf warrior. They have the same hand weapon. They have the same shield. You can even put great weapons on them, just like you can dwarf warriors. Well, on the Quarreler variant. And we see this represented very well in Total War Warhammer. Now, the one thing I wish that they did have, and again, I talked about this earlier, and it might be too much of an ask, but the shield wall ability is on the tabletop version of these 3 units, or 2 units. And it does give them that charge defense, and it is lacking in Total War Warhammer. I would love to see it there. I mean, these guys aren't the best melee combatants. I mean, I know it says that, okay, these are basically, at the end of the day, dwarf warriors, but dwarf warriors still have way better melee defense and a slightly better melee attack of 2 more. But nonetheless, they are supposed to be dwarf warriors, and I think you guys kind of get that gist from the lore on this, that these guys are, first and foremost, axe and shield wearing warriors. Secondly, the missile backbone, really, of the entire dwarf army. So let's move on down the line here to a little bit more of an elite troop, but not necessarily a fully elite troop. More of an older troop is a better way to put it. You guessed it, it's still Longbeards. And these guys are essentially the ancient members of the dwarf race. So let's go into this lore blurb here and talk about their pretty much one-to-one conversion into Total War Warhammer. Unless slain in battle or laid low by mishap, dwarfs live to a great age. The relative length and fullness of a dwarf's beard indicates how old and therefore wise he is. Hence, dwarfs never trim their facial whiskers. If dwarfs are ever in any doubt as to how to proceed, they look to the dwarf with the longest beard to tell them what to do. This is invariably the wisest solution. In warfare, the dwarfs look to the eldest and most experienced of their fighters to steady their battle lines. These regiments of battle-scarred veterans, known reverently as Longbeards, are as solid, steady, and sometimes as worn as the mountains themselves. Longbeards have fought in more wars, beaten more enemies, and endured greater hardships than any young dwarf can possibly imagine. They constantly grumble about how today's goblins are far smaller and weedier than they used to be, and how nothing is as well made as it was in their day. No young dwarf, as hot-headed and as tempestuous as he might be, would dare gainsay a Longbeard. After all, they have much more experience, and the beard to prove it. Admittedly, there are times when even the most stalwart of dwarfs begins to fray under the constant barrage of complaints ceaselessly launched out by their elders. However, these are born in respectful silence for a single reason. Longbeards have demonstrated their hard-won skills in battle time and again. They are unfaltering in their ways, disdainful of minor shifts of fortune that can send less experienced warriors into disorder or even panicked confusion. Whether a howling orc wah is smashing itself upon their raised shields, great boulders are splattering down within the ranks to hurl showers of bone and gore outward, or some new eldritch technology of the vile ratman is spewing purple and green tinged flames at them, the Longbeards will close ranks, their gnarled faces disclosing no alarm, only a seething anger at their foe. A Longbeard unit in a battle line is likened to a reliable archer bolt, anchor bolt, or bulwark that stands fast and supports the other formations. Woe betide any beardlings who falter under the Longbeard's stern, if roomy eyes, for they will be admonished within inches of their very lives. It might not be easy for some units to hold the battle line within an earshot of a unit of Longbeards, yet it is also a great honor. Redoubles a dwarf's stoicism and makes even beardlings eager to prove themselves, or at least not give the Longbeards any further ammunition. So, when I was a kid, you'd walk up both ways to school on the hill. You'd walk uphill both ways. In the snow, covered in elves. That's the Longbeard kind of dogma. That's the the credo that they follow. So they're very similar to your dwarf warrior, but they've got a better weapon skill. Clearly, so they've got better, basically a melee attack, if you want to put it that way. They've got your ancestral grudge, relentless, resolute, shield wall, the same kind of stuff that you usually get with any dwarf now, right? But the one thing that they do have is immune to psychology, and another thing they do have is old grumblers. Now, you do a number of leadership roles in tabletop that confer certain things, like a panic test, a march test, all sorts of stuff. But old grumblers allows you to use the Longbeard's leadership just in the same way that we see it in Total War Warhammer. So what it does in Total War Warhammer is it confers leadership onto any unit within range of the Longbeards, much in the same way that the Lord has a leadership aura. You get that same overlapping mechanic. You get charged defense against large foes through that shield wall mechanic. You get immune to psychology, which is, again, a one-to-one translation straight from Total War Warhammer into tabletop, or tabletop into Total War Warhammer, whatever you want to look at it. But a really great justice was done to these guys because they also can have their great weapon variant. So they're a lot of fun here. Sorry. Yes, great weapon variant. I was looking at the roster and I was like, wait, great weapon variant? That's the hammers. Yeah, no, Longbeard great weapon variant. You also even get, the Regiment Renowned version, the Grumbling Guard, and you see how that plays very heavily into the lore here, right? You have these guys that are always just kind of like complaining and groaning and grumbling about something or other, but at the same time, they are the linchpin of any dwarf army because everyone looks to them to help guide them when the Lord or the Thane or a runesmith isn't nearby. So it gives you a good idea of how these Longbeards work. But let's start moving into the quote-unquote special units now, where we talk about stuff like the Hammerers, the Iron Breakers, stuff like that. So let's get into, I guess, the meat and potatoes of the army. This is a unit I've really wanted to talk about since I started this video. In Total War Warhammer, what's the cheapest unit for the dwarves? The Dwarf Miner, right? At 325 points, it's the most entry-level unit of the dwarf army. Yet in tabletop, the miners had a much different role, and they were a special unit choice. They were not simply a core unit choice. So let's talk about these miners and how their role is different in both games. Even the smallest dwarf holds are populated with a fair number of miners. As an underground dwelling race, dwarfs always need experts at delving into bedrock, and this, coupled with the race's insatiable lust for gold, ensures that all mountain abodes are riddled with any number of deep shafts dug down in search of precious metals and gems. With their short but powerful build, dwarfs are ideally suited to mining, their strength and endurance allowing them to tirelessly wield pick, hammer, and shovel. While newfangled drilling machines and steam-powered wonder tools are now being put to use by progressive-minded clans, they will never replace the need for skilled and experienced dwarf miners. When dwarfs march to war, many mining clans form regiments to join the battle. As a point of pride, they do not bear axes, but instead wield the same heavy two-handed mining picks and mattocks they use to laboriously carve out tunnels. As it turns out, these well-balanced and sturdily made tools work equally well whether digging into bedrock or hacking apart goblins. Because tunneling in the deeps is dangerous work, miners constantly wear heavy armor and helms. Down the ages, this mail has served to protect them against rockfall and cave-ins, as well as turning aside such attacks as elf arrows or rusty skiven blades. Miners have a wide knowledge of subterranean tunnels, and if there is not already an easily accessible underground route to an enemy's vulnerable flank or rear, the miners will make one. Few enemies react calmly to the trudge of heavy boots behind them, and many a desperate battle has been won by miners arriving in the nick of time from an unexpected quarter. Led by a prospector, the most veteran member of the crew, miners can wreak havoc on a foe's battle lines. The longer and more established a dwarf mine is, the more likely it is to be augmented with mechanical contrivances. Great steam engines draw in fresh air or haul chains to tow wagon loads of rock out of the depths. Some miners even take to war with a few of their gadgets, such as blasting charges or a steam drill to aid in undertunneling the enemy battle lines quickly. While the most conservative dwarves still grumble about these newer generations, stoutly wielding a pick to carve through a foe and winning the battle go a long way to aiding acceptance. So, in tabletop, you always had some sort of, for lack of a better word, I'll use the word vanguard deployment. It was ambusher special rule in tabletop is what it was called, or you would deploy outside of during the vanguard deployment stage, and you deploy differently than you would normally. Now, the miners fit that role, which was typically affixed to stuff like Shadow Warriors or Shades or Dark Riders. Well, they're a little bit different with fast cavalry, but still, the role of those guys was mainly to focus down artillery pieces that the rest of the army couldn't reach, especially with dwarves, which only have a movement of 3 in tabletop. So you really have to worry about that back line that can really pepper your army. That's why you have such heavy armor, such shields that you can use to really take advantage of really defending yourself against so much range fire. But the miners were really there to just kind of put an end, or at least a threat, to any kind of backline play in tabletop. Now, we do loosely see that used in Total War Warhammer, because they do have Vanguard deployment. So that's a thing. I do appreciate that. But that's it, really, right? I mean, these guys, they can't tunnel up from the ground like you can Skaven, which would be kind of cool. Maybe a little OP, but kind of cool if you could do it within reason, right? Like, maybe they had like innate stock or something. I don't know how you'd make that direct translation, or if it was an activatable ability where you could dedicate food to it like you can in campaign with the Menace Below, where you've got something like a minor ambush or so. There's a pun there, minor or minor, but still something where you could use these guys to a little bit more of an ambushing kind of role, and that's what they're meant to be. And they can upgrade to blasting charges. Miners use black powder to blast their way to valuable mineral deposits. Needless to say, this destructive force has proven useful in tight spots during battles and sieges. So flaming attacks, AP, a lot of the same characteristics that we get from the actual blasting charges, only the actual blasting charges just do flaming attacks. They don't actually have AP. Now, there's one other item here. Steam drill. This steam drill is a common piece of mining equipment that has proven it's useful on the battlefield. Really, what it does is it affects the ambusher special rule, and you're allowed to re-roll certain things that affect that and how they arrive on the battlefield. So it doesn't really have a place in Total War Warhammer. I can see why Creative Assembly kind of looked at this and said, well, how the hell are we going to incorporate this into the game in a meaningful way that pays an homage to its rule? You really can't, not in a good way. So I'm quite all right with them not having this in the game. If they did include it in the game, I would appreciate it as maybe an activatable ability that would allow for additional damage against a gate, like a siege gate in campaign. That's the only way I could really see it having a lot of use, or maybe damage against a wall. But again, these guys don't attack walls, they can attack gates. They have the ability to well, they do extra damage against gates. Maybe just giving them the siege breaker capability that we see on large creatures or on certain lords. I think that would be maybe a nice little additional nod to the miner. It might make them a little OP, but at the same time, I don't think the dwarves have a huge problem with breaking through gates, what with all the artillery they've got. So I think this is just a nice early game way to take advantage of breaking open a gate. So that is your dwarf miner, which is again a much different role than what we see in Total War Warhammer as far as being a bottom tier unit versus a specialist unit that is meant for ambushing. Let's get into probably one of the most famous and most beloved of dwarf units, the Slayers. Now, there are two different types of Slayers here. There's the unit type Slayer, and then there's the Lord Hero choice. We'll talk about those in a separate video of themselves, because I want to go into more speculation about them, and I think it's just not as well suited to this. But Slayers. Slayers are the strangest and most deadly of all dwarfs. They are outlandish, doom seekers, individuals who have wholly dedicated the entire fiber of their being to the hardest and most destructive life of battle they can find. Dwarfs are a proud people, and none of them cope well with failure or personal tragedy. The loss of family or horde is inconsolable to dwarfs, a fate that can seriously unhinge their obsessive minds. Likewise, the loss of honor, such as failing to uphold an oath or being forsaken in love, can cause a dwarf to forswear the fellowship and comforts of family, clan, and hold, opting instead for a life of self-imposed exile. Having broken ties with everything they once held dear, these dwarves leave behind all possessions save their axes. They take the solemn and binding vows of the Slayer cult, oaths which oblige them to forevermore seek death in battle at the hands of the most deadly enemy that they can find. Next, Slayers shave their heads save for a solitary crest, a fearsome plume, which they dye bright orange and stiffen so that it strikes out at alarming angles. Then they begin their quest for a glorious death, deliberately seeking out mighty targets to destroy, such as trolls, ogres, or even giants. The Slayer way of life, a constant search for battle and foes, invariably means that many achieve their ambition and are slain at the hands of ferocious beasts. Others, the least successful ones, in a sense, survive, perhaps due to great martial skill or because they are the toughest or most determined. This natural selection weeds out all but the most exceptional of their kind, meaning that any Slayer met is psychopathically dangerous, a warrior well honed at spotting and driving an axe into enemies' weak points. As Slayers spurn armor or shields, those who live to fight on become heavily scarred and fearless monster killers, bitter fighters that band together to seek their doom, yet are incapable of deliberately fighting to lose. Upon his own death, a Slayer will use his final breath to fuel one last attempt to strike a foe. In times of battle, Slayers arrive from the wilderness to join a throng, lending their considerable combat skills to the dwarf cause. Many desperate wars have been won by the ferocity and sheer determination of the Slayers. Although they prefer to hew down towering monsters at need, they will turn their axes to scything down any enemy. Even when bloodied and battered after a battle's end, they will pause only long enough to slake their thirst before beginning their death quest anew. Oh, chilling, right? Ooh. Now, the tabletop version of Slayer is pretty interesting. So you have all your typical rules, right? Ancestral, Grudge, Relentless, and Resolute. You, of course, don't have Shield Wall because you don't have a damn shield. But you have Unbreakable, which is great for this unit. They already have a high-ass leadership of 10, but they also get Death Blow, which we see in Total War Warhammer, right? So at the very last moment, you get to make another attack and to try and do some damage here. Now, on top of that, they have 3 other rules I want to go into. One of them is just called Slayer Cult. It just simply means that no one can join a Slayer unit that is not a Slayer. So that is kind of speaks to itself, right? This is not going to make its way into Total War Warhammer. Now, the 2 other ones here are Slayer, which means that you wound on a roll of 4 up no matter what. Unless, of course, your strength allows you to roll on a 3 or a 2 up. Now, that's pretty important in tabletop settings. That means you can do a lot of damage to pretty much everything in the game, regardless of their toughness, regardless of everything. So we see that kind of represented very loosely, very loosely in Total War Warhammer by giving them a high weapon strength, a considerable melee attack of 38, but mainly it's that anti-large because it just allows you to do additional damage to large creatures, fitting into the whole Slayer mechanic here. There's nothing that outright gives you that glorious additional chance to hit. Not really, and that is unfortunate. But the other thing that they have here, and this is a kind of an interesting thing, or rule, mechanic, whatever you want to call it, called Slayer Axes. So the individual Slayer units can decide whether they want to be using, or whether they want to use, a great axe or a pair of axes before each combat, not before the overall game itself starts. So in Total War Warhammer, you choose Slayers who dual wield axes, or you choose Giant Slayers for 350 more points who use great axes, who have AP and anti-large. Don't know how I feel so much about that mechanic. I wanted Slayers to have AP, so it fits into it, I guess, right? When you think of their profile and how they hit on a 4-up, it almost just sounds like giving them AP makes more sense. But I guess I understand. I think it'd be kind of cool if they had a toggleable ability where they could switch between either anti-large or dual axes at maybe the beginning of a fight, or maybe you have like a 60-second or 90-second cooldown. That again might be very overpowered. I'm thinking of things more in line with the essence of the rules, not in striking a balance between what would make the most sense from a Total War standpoint. That's not my job. That's someone over there in Creative Assembly, like Duck or something, who does all the balance. I don't do that. I talk about stuff that would be really cool. So Deathblow, though, we do see this represented 100%. You get that ability that with hit points under 20%, you get an increase to your AP and an increase to your weapon damage percentage. So this is a nice nod to that without making it an outright additional like direct damage attack or anything like that. So I do appreciate their roles there. So that talks about our Slayers here. Again, some of people's favorite units in the Dwarf army, and one of the most iconic. They're on like every White Dwarf. They're on a lot of different books from Black Libraries. Has just a massive picture of a Slayer. There's that one very iconic picture. I think it's the 5th edition book of the Dwarfs that has a bunch of Slayers on the front of it. They're also in the Grand Slayer army of Storm of Chaos, all that kind of action. Now, there are the Dragon and the Demon Slayers, and the reason I'm going to separate them into their own videos because I want to go deeper into the connotations of what these guys might be like in Total War Warhammer 3, more importantly, because if we do get demons in 3, the Demon and the Dragon Slayer has to have a very specific role. It has to have a lot of things attached to it that would make them competitive to a demon in Total War Warhammer that they don't have in tabletop, just as a result of having access to stuff like runes, which you don't have again in Total War Warhammer. So let us move on down the line of our special units into the Hammerers. Now these guys hold a pretty special place in my heart because they're really cool. I've always really liked the way Hammerers look, but they're not quite my favorite. We'll talk about my favorite next. But the Hammerers are incredible from a lore standpoint, so let's jump into these guys. The most skilled warriors in a dwarf hold are the Hammerers. They're individuals from different units and perhaps even clans who have proven themselves in uncountable battles, showing not just great strength and deadly martial prowess, but also steadfast loyalty and a bold and courageous nature. They are formed into a hard-hitting shock unit, a force capable of breaking enemy formations the way a heavy maul hammer crushes shale. In addition to being a formidable fighting unit, the Hammerers are often used as a Thane or Lord's personal bodyguard. Duty to a liege is a sacred thing to dwarves. An individual bound by oath to his lord will fight all the harder, and for the leader of the throng, a Hammerer will gladly give his life rather than face the dishonor of failure. A king surrounded by his Hammerers is the keep in the center of the throng, grim and unyielding, a living personification of the indomitable dwarf spirit. Of course, the allegiance goes both ways, and it is a lord's duty to properly equip these hand-picked units and to seal the oath between them. Symbol of the bond between a lord and his Hammerers is the weapon they carry. Each is given a heavy but perfectly balanced great hammer, which is often made of Grombrindal. Outfitted in heavy, well-polished dwarf mail, Hammerers wade into combat wielding their great weapons. They swing their hammers in sweeping arcs, hitting their enemies with such vigor that only enchanted or hell-forged armor can withstand the force of their blows. With the cracking and crumpling, the whirling hammerheads send up gory debris as splintered shields, cracked bits of armor, and even heads or limbs are thrown into the air by the sheer force of the impact. Dwarf battle lines have been known to cheer at the sight of the great hammers rising and falling around their king's banner, beating out a rhythmic noise that is not unlike the deep booming industrial sounds made by the vast drop hammers found in the larger dwarf forges. As the most elite warriors, Hammers enjoy a high status within their hold. When not personally shielding their Thane or King, they are tasked with guarding key elements such as the throne room or front gate. Larger strongholds will have many regiments of Hammerers, and these often become known by the name of what or whom they guard, such as the Peak Gate Guard of Carrick Norn, or the Drakebeard Guard. The Hammerers assigned to guard Thane Ul Hammerhand of the Drakebeard clan in Carrick Cadron. So we see now exactly where we get the Peak Gate Guard, right? We get the double origin story here. And the Hammers themselves are much like we see in Total War Warhammer, you know, these elite units. Now, they do have a stubborn capability, or mechanic, which I wish made its way into Total War Warhammer. It didn't really kind of translate the way I had wanted it to. I, for some reason, thought that the High Elves had it with their White Lions, but they actually don't. The way the stubborn mechanic really works is it really helps out when it comes to leadership stuff. Not necessarily an immune to psychology, but they can re-roll failed leadership. So I would look at that as kind of like an additional boost to their leadership. I mean, at 75, I'm sorry, at 80, it's not a terrible leadership, but I think that they should really kind of pay an homage to that stubborn. But they do have shield wall, because hammerers in tabletop don't all necessarily just use their hammers. They do have shields that they can access. This, of course, didn't make a translation into Warhammer, but there's one ability I want to talk about here. It's called King's Guard. Now, the way that this works is that the King's Guard can accept challenges for the general in tabletop. Clearly, we don't have that kind of mechanic in Total War Warhammer. Now, the Hammers, I would like if they had some sort of passive that would give them, or I'm sorry, I wish that they had the Guardian passive. Maybe not the actual Hammers themselves, but maybe the Peak Gate Guard having, other than having Sundering, which is, I think, really cool, and it plays into the role that they've created for them in Total War Warhammer. The Total War Warhammer versions of the Hammers are these damage-dealing shock troops that are meant to just do tons and tons of AP damage. I get it. They're not supposed to be even though they have 100 armor and quite a bit of melee defense at a whopping 34, they're by no means, you know, the Iron Breakers, which can just stand through all the damage in the world. I guess that's what they wanted to do, is drive a direct wedge between the Iron Breakers and the Hammerers. Iron Breakers being the less offensive version of the Hammers, which are the more the more offensive version of a Dwarf Warrior. I guess you can kind of look at it that way. Like, the Dwarf Warrior is at the bottom. The Iron Breaker is a super tanky version, whereas the Hammer is a super damage-oriented offensive version. So you're kind of looking at like that, I suppose. You want to break it in that kind of distinction. But I love the Hammers. I think they're a really awesome unit, but really, to me, nothing holds a candle to the next unit we're about to talk about. Again, I think Hammers having that King's Guard ability in one way or another would fill them out a little bit more. They seem very bland, and to be totally honest, there are not many matchups that the Hammerers make sense over simply taking Longbeards with great weapons. You did get a substantial benefit or a boost in your weapon strength, and a very significant increase to melee attack, but at 1100 points, they're quite costly. And on top of it, Hammers with great weapons also get the ability to buff the leadership of things around them, and they get charge defense against large foes. So they take advantage of the shield wall ability that the Hammers should have. In addition, Longbeards are also immune to psychology, so you get too much benefit on a defensive standpoint for the total dedication to offensive that you get with Hammers, that I think just makes them fall a little short. So let's jump into our next unit, my favorite unit in the Dwarf roster, the Iron Breakers. Let's read these lore blurbs, so just jump right on into them, huh? Most of Kara's Angkor lies beneath the surface of the world, from the towering vaults and labyrinthine galleries of the holds to the endless tunnels of the underway. Adjoining these are the shafts of countless mines sunk deep in the bottomless dark. Many of these passages have been infiltrated, penetrated by the gnaw tunnels of Skaven or the mushroom-filled holes of the night goblins. The blackness of the underworld is also home to other monsters, crawling horrors and slinking beasts unknown to surface dwellers. The dwarf barricade themselves in intrusive passageways and build gates to block incursions from below, but even so, constant vigilance is needed. To safeguard the deepest and most dangerous passages, the dwarfs call upon the Iron Breakers. Clad from head to toe in suits of Grombrindal armor, Iron Breakers can survive in a treacherous world of rockfalls and sudden ambush. They stand resolute, barring danger from advancing beyond their post. It is an honor to be selected to join the Iron Breakers, for they are trusted to protect the Hold's most vulnerable entrances. Only the strongest and bravest are accepted into their ranks, but the Dark offers no vainglory, and those warriors who choose a path of greater ambition must seek out the Hammerers. To serve as an Iron Breaker, A dwarf must take vows to stand bold, even if no king, lord, or thane is near. Behind and above him are the beardlings, treasure troves, ancestral tombs, and very halls that the forefathers of his race carved out of rock in ages past. Before and below an Ironbreaker will be only the dark, the all-consuming blackness that hungers to grasp everything into its clutches. Ironbreakers are trained to fight in tight formations, wedged into the confines of narrow tunnels. They find defensible positions and let the enemy break upon their overlapping shields as waves crash into rock. Impervious, implacable, and unmoving, they form a living line, Grombrindal hard, that holds back the flood terror that lurks in the dark below. Enemies fall before their axes like winter wheat before the scythe, and blows clang harmlessly off their nigh-impervious armor or are caught and deflected by their sturdy shields. Each regiment of Ironbreakers will have a veteran, a grizzled unit leader known as an Ironbeard, who knows the undertunnels like the back of his hand. It is an Ironbeard's duty to maneuver the unit into a favorable position and to call out the battle formation such as the box of iron, the steel square, or so on. Such is the prowess of the Ironbreakers, they will often be called upon to fight on the surface, aiding the throng in time of muster. However, for each battle under the light of the sun or moon, the Ironbreakers will have fought dozens in the deep dark beneath the mountain. These like awesome special forces type units here. I mean, they're not going behind enemy lines here, but they kind of hold that line. Like they really kind of paint this so awesomely in the lore as that like these guys are bastion against the dark. They're at the very deepest portions of the mine, the furthest frontier bastions of the actual hold itself in the dark, holding the line against these Skaven, these night goblins, these orcs. I really love that the portrayal of the Ironbreakers, and they're just badasses to me. So they get the typical rules: ancestral grudge, relentless, and resolute. They do not get shield wall, but what they do get is shield wall of Grombrindal, which is an additional bonus on top of the already great bonus of shield wall. So that makes a pretty good conversion into Total War Warhammer. We've seen shield wall as charge defense against large, right? We've seen that kind of represented across multiple units so far that we've talked about. Now, the way that they do it with Ironbreakers is it gives them charge defense against all, which is a pretty cool, really significant way of doing it, and I really like it. And on top of it, they've got Grombrindal armor, so they're supposed to be these very tanky, very... Grombrindal armor is probably one of the best armors next to some of... Every single race has got like their best armor. For High Elves, it's Dragon armor, which gives you a 2-up save and your resistance to oh god, what's it called? Fire. So, you know, everyone's got that kind of, you know, special touch. And I believe, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, I believe that the Ironbreakers next to, I want to say, Chaos Warriors Chosen, have the best armor in the game at 125. The Chosen themselves have 120, so they just went out at 5. The big difference, of course, being Chosen have silver shields of defense, whereas Ironbreakers have bronze shield. But again, they still have 68 melee defense, which is quite significant, winning out 8 over the Chosen, which have 60. Now, on top of it, we do get those blasting charges, right? We've seen the blasting charges on the miners already, but these are a little bit different, so let's talk about these. The Cinder Blast Bomb. These are small grenades thrown by hand, whose shrapnel is especially deadly in close confines. Now, in tabletop, these things are a little bit different than they are in Total War Warhammer. They are armor piercing. They're not flaming attacks like the miner's charges are, because those are, in addition to being flaming attacks, they're also AP. So we see something a little bit different here. I think as I definitely, and I agree with these not being AP oriented. I think it might be just too much for one unit to have. I mean, they do explosive armor piercing damage of 12, which is pretty cool. But the fact that these aren't flaming and aren't AP is just a way to make them a little bit more tanky. Or I'm sorry, not tanky, a little bit more balanced, because they are so tanky. Otherwise, they're going to have done a ton of damage to things that are supposed to have killed them, like Hargoneth Executioners, Swordmasters of Hoeth, Foot Squires, Great Swords, things that are AP anti-infantry that are supposed to be bread and butter against these things. This is kind of a way to balance that out, or else the blasting charges would do so much damage, or Cinder Blast charges would do so much damage to any unit approaching them that it'd be like, holy shit, well, I guess the Ironbreakers will win this one. And they're no slouches in combat. They still have a 30 melee attack, which isn't significantly huge, but it is above a Dwarf Warrior, which is 22. So they're there to really kind of hold the line for you. And you see this represented in their lore. You see this represented in their overall place in Total War Warhammer, right? These guys are meant to just stay in the center, hold that line, keep it true, while the rest of your army can kind of rally around it. So let's now talk about one last thing in the special region. We've talked about miners, we've talked about hammers, iron breakers, and slayers. Now, this last unit we're going to talk about, or this last selection we're going to talk about, is going to be multiple selections, and it's going to bridge that gap between special and the rare unit choices. Naturally, that is the dwarf artillery. The organ gun, the flame cannon, the grudge thrower, the bolt thrower, all of which are really marked under the same general entry in the 8th edition army book. So we're going to kind of blaze through these pretty quickly here. We're going to go into the cannon, the grudge thrower, and the bolt thrower, which are special choices, and then end things on the flame cannon and the organ gun, which are rare choices. Now, these are very quick little lore blurbs in and of themselves, and for the most part, there's no real reason for me to jump very in depth into all of the individual rules for these. We'll maybe stop a little bit on the flame cannon and the organ gun, which have a little bit more in-depth rules, but for all intents and purposes, the cannon is a cannon. There's really nothing crazy about the cannon that makes it different than what it is in Total War Warhammer. In fact, the fact that it's got AP is a nice bonus that I guess you could say is not inherent in cannons, but cannonballs in and of themselves do a range of very terrible amounts of damage. The grudge thrower is got its own set of mechanics that are special to Total War Warhammer, especially the goblobber, which is talked about in its lore. And the bolt thrower is for all intents and purposes a very normal and very bland artillery piece. It's got the smallest lore blurb in the entire book. Let's jump into our dwarf artillery, starting with the cannon. Cannons were first made by the dwarfs of Zufbar, although now many of the larger strongholds make them their own. One of the most potent of war machines, a cannon can shatter the most heavily armored foe, pour shot into massed enemy formations, level a foe's cities or fortifications, and topple the largest of monsters. They are, however, somewhat temperamental devices. Even the best forged cannons in the world, those made by the dwarfs naturally, are subject to occasional malfunction. The slightest crack or premature ignition of a black powder can result in devastating accidents. In addition to the cannons housed within strongholds, many clans maintain a number of cannons that can join a throng on the march. These are hauled into overlooking positions on the battlefield, where their long range and potent shot can dictate the course of the enemy's actions. Given the quality of their make, many cannons have been in service for a number of centuries and are revered by their crew. Again, very simple, very normal, just cannon, nothing special here. If we're taking a look at the actual profile of the cannon in Total War Warhammer, it plays heavily into exactly what it's supposed to be, an anti-large AP thing, AP artillery piece. Of course, AP characteristics of its profile are definitely outmatched by the organ gun, and that is very true to the way things are in tabletop as well. And the flame cannon definitely steps itself up, and I'd say the grudge thrower too step itself up in the anti-infantry department, but the cannon nonetheless is the king of destroying dragons on the battlefield. But without further ado, let's just jump on over. Like I said, we're going to go through these pretty quickly. The grudge thrower, of course, being our next one. Catapults were one of the earliest of the dwarf-made war machines and have been used to command the approaches that the dwarf holds for many millennia. During the War of Vengeance, so great was their fury with the elves that the dwarves began the practice of inscribing grudges on the rocks being used as ammunition. This custom stuck, and many crew believe that the engine is only as good as the grudges it throws, and therefore spend a great deal of time carving their anger directly onto the shaped stone ammunition. Grudge throwers are still used by all dwarf holds, and over the long years, there have been many famous engines whose renown has spread far and wide across the Karaz Angkor and beyond. Perhaps most famous of all was the Goblobber, a legendary catapult which drove off a great many greenskin attacks during the Goblin Wars. Although this was more down to the crew's use of live gobbo ammunition rather than pure accuracy. Awesome, right? I love that bit about the grudge thrower. And again, we haven't talked about this in this video, but the dwarfs themselves didn't always have access to gunpowder. We've heard that kind of talked about with the Thunderers. We've heard it talked about now with the grudge thrower text. But the cannon, the Thunderers, the dwarf engineer as a whole, when it comes to it being like a gunpowder master, is a very late dwarven invention. or I guess innovation. Dwarfs, for the most part, were used to using crossbows, were used to using grudge throwers and bolt throwers to attack their, well, I guess now their most ancient of foes, the High Elves. And they use this during the Great War of Vengeance, and it talks about so many of these prolonged sieges that took a long time because the dwarfs didn't have access to gunpowder, and the elves really had a mastery of all things archery related. So you have the stalwart defensive abilities of the dwarfs matched with the kind of unmatched, peerless approach to archery that the elves. This is of course pre-wood elves. The unmatched archery of the elves, and you kind of have this ultimate clash right here. And the grudge thrower is that kind of bygone era of it being the pinnacle of war machines, and having it kind of stepped down in the time since cannons and organ guns and flame cannons have come so far to the fore. Now, the grudge thrower in and of itself in Total War Warhammer is got definitely a much different approach than the cannon. It is your entry-level anti-infantry kind of artillery piece. The organ gun, of course, being, the flame cannon kind of being its bigger brother in a bit of different ways, you know. Both the organ gun and the flame cannon both have a very specific role, and it's just mulching down things. But the flame cannon definitely goes for the unarmored approach, versus the organ gun goes for the armored approach for sure. But that puts an end to our grudge thrower. Let's jump on over very quickly to our bolt thrower and kind of shore that little lore blurb up as well. And if the grudge thrower was an old artillery piece, the bolt thrower is the first artillery piece of the dwarfs, really, as far as chronologically goes. Tried and true, many clans still swear by the bolt thrower, a war machine that the dwarves have used since the days of the ancestor gods. Bolt throwers are large versions of crossbows, able to fire a dwarf-sized bolt over a long distance. Reliable and accurate, some bolt throwers have been in service for many thousands of years, yet they can still bring down a flying wyvern or skewer a troll. Again, very tried and true. Very ancient weapon from ancient times. Not really a whole ton worth going on into here. They are the cheapest artillery piece in the game, tabletop and Total War, and they really have a very specific role, that kind of AP anti-large monster hunter, more or less. I mean, arguably the cannon is better, but that's not really, if you're trying to get some cheap stuff in there, it's got a different role altogether. Now, in Total War Warhammer, the bolt thrower has a very specific role that the other artillery pieces don't thrive at as well, and it is sniping out other artillery pieces. It has a range of 340. Now, that is, of course, 100 shorter than its cannon counterpart, but it can outright gib after, I think, a shot or two of certain artillery pieces. So that's what it's really good for, is a very cheap artillery hunter. At only 550 points, there's very few things that kind of really challenge it for its point cost in attacking other artillery pieces. So that's really kind of where it has its niche, in at least Total War Warhammer goes. But I want to jump now into the two rare choices, the two big bad boys of the artillery section, the flame cannon and the organ gun. Now, the organ gun itself doesn't really have a huge sweeping amount of lore here. This is, again, a very small little paragraph, but it has a very strong place in tabletop, and an even stronger place in Total War Warhammer as far as a very niche, or at least a very focused viewpoint here. So let's get into the organ gun. An invention of the Dwarf Engineers Guild, the four-barreled organ gun is so called because its array of barrels resemble the pipes of a musical organ. The organ gun's barrels are smaller and lighter than an ordinary cannon's, which means it lacks the extreme range and hitting power, but has the advantage of firing a barrage of shots all at the same time. With a well-placed salvo and its barrels firing to maximum effect, an organ gun has been known to blow away entire enemy units at a time. And that's really its role. In tabletop, it had a range of 30, which is pretty sizable still. I think a cannon has a 36 or 42 or 46. I can't remember. 48 actually, I think it is. But still, range of 30 with a strength of 5 and AP. Now, you have misfires that can go off here and minor jams, and that kind of results in stuff like the organ gun can blow up, or you just have a small jam that is a -1 to hit. But the cool thing here is you roll a dice, and those two die together. I'm sorry, you roll 2 die, and those 2 die together dictate the total number of shots coming out of the organ gun. So you can really ramp this thing up and get quite a few shots out that could decimate a heavily armored unit almost entirely. With armor piercing, I mean, as long as it hits, it's going to go all the way through that armor unless they have a ward save. So you can see in tabletop, this thing was the bane of like Chaos armies, Bretonnian armies, even High Elf armies and Dark Elf armies really suffered from this thing. Wasn't really a big of a deal with people like the Demons of Chaos because, well, of course, they have all ward saves because why the fuck not? But when you have stuff like heavy toughness, or I'm sorry, high toughness, high wound units like the Ogres even, this thing can really do quite a bit of damage because the Ogres had small unit count, monstrous infantry. So you had like maybe 12 in a unit, and if you shot out 12 shots, they're going to absorb 3 or 4 wounds each, depending on what kind of unit it is. But you have armor piercing in there, so you can really mulch through stuff like Ogres. Even Black Orcs fall very quickly to this stuff. So this was a way to really be a terror on the battlefield to units that would otherwise be able to kind of stand through the majority of shots of, say, Thunderers or Quarrelers, stuff like that. The organ gun has always kind of had that role, the same role that it does have in Total War Warhammer. Now, in Total War Warhammer, of course, it is an AP powerhouse, right? It has 334 missile damage, and of that 334, a whopping amount of it is dedicated almost directly to AP. And of course, with a range of 300, which is still slightly shorter by 140 for the cannon itself, it can deliver a ton of damage to Chosen, to Phoenix Guard, to Grave Guard, to any number of heavily armored units in Total War Warhammer. It fits that exact same niche. It's not going to be able to take down your dragon as easily as, say, a cannon is. It's not going to be the terror in the night to a Shaggoth, but any heavily armored army, like those Chaos, like that Bretonnia, like we hopefully will see with Ogre Kingdoms, who knows? With those armies, it is definitely a terror, and you have to put it out quickly, or else it is just going to mulch through the heavy, high costing point portions of your army. And I like that it has made a good translation to Total War Warhammer, and that it is that definitely that backfield battery that just can destroy things, especially as it gets close. And if you've seen these things in action in the game, you see how they just mulch through stuff, and it's really awesome to see. So let's jump on over to our flame cannon, our last artillery piece, and the beginning, really, or with the organ gun and the flame cannon of our rare selection. And unfortunately, I guess you could put this as the epilogue of our little video here together, guys. But by no means is that a bad thing, for we have saved the best for last, I assure thee. So the flame cannon is going to be a lot of fun here. So let's talk about our lore blurb. Let's go into some of the differing mechanics between them. There are a few weapons that can put fear into the heart of a foe, like a flame cannon. One of the deadliest inventions of the Engineers Guild, a volatile concoction of hot oil and molten tar is mixed within the flame cannon before air is pumped into the barrel. Soon the pressure inside is tremendous and the barrel is almost ready to burst. At precisely the right moment, the dwarfs place a burning oily wad into the nozzle and release the pressure. The mixture catches fire as it whooshes from the barrel in a leaping spurt. The burning oil arcs into the air towards the enemy ranks, and with a little bit of luck, lands in the middle of the foe, spraying boiling tar over them. For longer range shots, the dwarfs simply apply more pressure, and the most experienced crew know exactly when to release the straining valves to achieve maximum distance. Those crew who misjudge this subtle balance rarely get another chance. Enemies struck by flame cannons have their flesh melted off them in slough, leaving only scorched bones and a foul-smelling liquid that is best described as goo. Even the bravest of those who survive, after seeing their comrades so gruesomely reduced, have been known to flee immediately. The flame cannon does what you would exactly expect. It's a flamethrower cannon. I mean, there's no other way to divvy that up. But what I really like about the Total War version of the flame cannon is that it does a nod to that last sentence in the lore. It talks about how, oh man, holy shit, all my bros just got completely melted by that flame cannon. I am not doing too well. So the missile damage from the flame cannon causes burnt, which we've seen from some other flaming attacks. So it does a -8 penalty to the leadership of units. So we see that already with the way that flame cannons work in the rules of tabletop. So I really like that they've kind of done that really good nod to it, and I'm pretty stoked on that. I enjoy that they do those little kind of, hey, well, this is a really good portion of the rule. It's very in line with the essence of it. So let's let's kind of add that to this unit in Total War. Now, there is one thing missing here, and it's Sheet of Fire. And I would really love to see this added into Total War Warhammer, because I think the flame cannon in and of itself just doesn't get enough love. It's always kind of, yeah, I'll take the flame cannon for the laughs, for shits and giggles, because it's $12.50. It's the most expensive artillery piece of the dwarfs, even outside of the Goblobber, which was only at 900 and it's a regiment of renown. The flame cannon itself, it doesn't get a huge return because it has a very wonky kind of pathing with its shots. Sometimes they all don't land very properly. Even against Tomb Kings, who are all kind of really vulnerable to this, they can kind of move around quickly enough that the flame cannon can't fire as properly as it should. So I think it's got a little bit of a wonky mechanic to it. But the way Sheet of Fire works is basically the flamethrower, or I'm sorry, the flame cannon, the attendants, the crew of it, pump more steam into it to make, rather than a flamethrower style shot, a hyper kind of focused, supercharged flame shot. And it's a much shorter range, but it has a much higher strength, and on top of it, its flaming attack causes multiple wounds. So what would be really cool here is if you could use this as a one-time ability, or maybe even a 3-charge ability, almost in the same breath as a, well, Dragon Breath attack, where it does a quick, immediate blast outcharge of flame in a high AP flaming attack, short-range burst. Something that's kind of like, okay, they're starting to close in on my flame cannon. Well, I'm going to use Sheet of Fire right now to try and just clear the way. I think that'd be a really awesome kind of like, oh shit button for this unit to make it have a little bit more umph to it. I mean, the flame cannons can fire all around if you kind of position them properly, but they kind of suffer from the same problems that the Iron Drakes do, where they just don't get enough damage out in time to really be worth their points. But I do think that tweaking the flame cannons, that Iron Drakes, the Skulder Guard, which we'll talk about all soon, would make them a lot more useful, especially with what we're going to hopefully see in the future with a lot more Horde armies. I'm sorry, not Horde armies, but Fat armies that can really absorb that damage from the flame cannon without any repercussions. So if you have Sheet of Fire, we have a huge amount of ogres charging the line at you with mass amount of health pools. Use Sheet of Fire and you hopefully can char out a whole bunch of them before they actually beat the crap out of your flame cannons. That brings a close to our artillery pieces. Let's move through some other stuff of the rare selection of the dwarf roster. Since we've talked so much about artillery though, I think it's a good pivot here into the gyrocopters and gyrobombers. Now, these two share two different unique roles. I think the copter was a special unit and the bomber was a rare unit, but we're going to just put both together because for all sake and purposes, they're the same when it comes to talking about them from Total War standpoint. So let's jump into the lore portions of both and the rules. So starting with the gyrocopter. Gyrocopters are flying machines whose rotor blades are propelled by an ingenious lightweight steam engine. They can take off and land vertically, as well as hover in position over a spot. Although originally used to fly over difficult mountain terrain and to drop supplies and messages to beleaguered settlements besieged by foes, the gyrocopter was soon tested over battlefields with great success. The main armament of a gyrocopter is a steam gun. When the valve is released, this unleashes super hot steam from the engine that blasts out of the barrel with a hissing scream. Although its reach is short-ranged, a skilled pilot can bob and spin into perfect position to unleash this cloud of scalding death across the foe's ranks. Over the years, the gyrocopter's firepower has been augmented with bombs with varying degrees of success. Originally, the pilot was responsible for lighting the fuse and throwing the bomb overboard while trying to fly and dodge enemy arrows. More recently, the gyrocopter's small payload of bombs has been fitted into the craft's stabilizers. Gyrocopters were invented by the Engineers Guild, although it took many centuries before the flying machines gained acceptance from the more conservative dwarfs. As the legend goes, the inventor was inspired by watching dragons swooping down from inaccessible mountain crags. He combined the idea of wings with that of engines used to drive drilling machines, and then added flywheels from grinding machines to boot. Now, even small strongholds have an air fleet, and skilled engineer pilots are part of their throng. So you can see these guys have a pretty crazy little place in the lore here, right? They do have bombs, like we see in Total War Warhammer, but they're really meant to attack and harass. They're really meant to kind of be on the outskirts and do damage to the sides of units or even to artillery pieces. They're not meant to go toe-to-toe with things overall. They do have a pretty impressive profile with 5 toughness and 3 wounds, but only 2 attacks. So these things aren't meant to really fight things. They're really meant to just kind of attack, harry the line, be a harassing unit. Now, the way we see them in Total War Warhammer is that we have pretty much just that. There are an anti-infantry unit. They do have some bombs, the gyrocopter bombs, that they can drop, and there's only a limited amount of them. I think there's only 2. And on top of that, they kind of fit that role nicely. Now, there is an upgrade for them called the Brimstone Gun. Yeah, I thought I had an E in it. The Brimstone Gun. Some gyrocopters switch their steam gun for a Brimstone Gun, a modified version of the weapon used by the Iron Drakes. So the same ones that we see on the battlefield on foot, you see these guys mounted onto their gyrocopters as well. Now, these things are pretty beastly. Armor piercing, dwarf crafted, flaming attacks, multiple shots, quick to fire. So these things have a lot of characteristics attached to them. And even when we look at the Total War Warhammer variant of them, they're a pretty beefy upgrade. I mean, you're talking about going from doing anti-infantry and 76 missile damage to now doing anti-large, flaming damage, 99 missile damage, and doing AP on top of it. So you do get a fat increase of 23 missile damage here, a further increase to your range as well. So the Brimstone Gun really kind of fits that niche for the gyrocopter that was meant to really buff up its range damage. And at a pretty modest cost in tabletop, they've kind of contributed as well to Total War. 700 for the normal, 800 for the Brimstone Gun. So it's almost foolhardy to not use the Brimstone Gun version, because you get so much more attacks, or you get so much more value out of it in the in tabletop. In tabletop, though, the steam gun used a template versus the Brimstone Gun was a ranged target. So you couldn't hit as many units at once with the Brimstone Gun, but at the same time, you were doing way more damage per shot with the Brimstone Gun, in my mind, the way I kind of looked at it. Now, both of these units are kind of not overshadowed, but they go hand in hand with the bomber here. So the gyro bomber, let's go into this lore blurb as well. Since the first flight of the gyrocopter, engineers have been seeking ways to upgrade its payload. There were times, such as when green-skinned invasions filled the valleys, swarming up a mountain's flanks to besiege a dwarf stronghold, that gyrocopters buzzing around the flanks just wasn't going to break up the attack. With some reconfiguration, and by losing the heavy weight of the steam gun, the Engineers Guild were able to significantly increase the size and number of bombs carried. Thus was the gyro bomber invented. Initial tests against rampaging orcs proved successful, with the newly dubbed gyro bomber sowing patches of destruction along its flight path. However, while the bombs did rip holes into waves of oncoming attackers, the newly designed flying machine was not as capable at diving down to launch its bombs as was the gyrocopter. And furthermore, the larger bombs proved more susceptible to wind shear. All of this meant that the devastating payload was not always delivered on target. Teams of engineers advanced a slew of ideas, one of which turned out to increase the bomb's damage potential. By rigging the explosive content within the bomb canisters, the engineers found that they could set off a brief chain reaction, creating a sort of bouncing bomb that would land, explode, and then set off subsequent explosions. Named the Grudge Buster bomb, the engineers were naturally defensive about it. Bristling at suggestions that the bombs were less accurate, they stated that the bounces gave the ordnance a greater chance to strike its targets. Tests showed that while the Grudge Buster bomb might not be any more accurate, their multiple explosions wreaked more damage than ever. Armed with their impressive bomb racks and a nose-mounted clatter gun, the gyro bombers stream over the dwarf battle lines, seeking to obliterate the foe's largest formations. Already, several flying formations have become famous, perhaps most notably the Skyhammers from Zufbar and the Blackhammer bombers of Karaz-a-Karak. So, with that, we get the origin story of our Skyhammer gyro bomber regiment renown, right? Get this little, almost in the same way as we do for the Hammerers, like kind of a nice little nod at the very end of their lore blurb. Now, the bomb mechanic in tabletop had a little bit different, I guess you could say, approach to things. Both the gyrocopter and gyro bomber did have what was called armored copter, so they had a 4-up armor save, so they were pretty stalwart. But the bombers did a bombing run, and they they could roll on a misfire chart, which could mean that the actual bomb would detonate in the hold of the actual bomber itself and do a lot of damage. Or you do a you do a normal amount of damage and it doesn't bounce, or you roll and only the model under the template's central hole is hit, suffering a strength 4 hit. So basically you've got the ability for the bomb to blow up on you, for the bomb to basically not bounce and just do a smaller portion of damage, or for it just to smack up dead on into a unit and hit it right in the head. So the misfire chart was something we don't see at all in Total War Warhammer, but I did want to bring it up because it's a pretty important portion of the bombing run, or the bombers and their bombing run capabilities. Now the clatter gun does AP, it's dwarf crafted, multiple shots, and quick to fire. So you see this again with a pretty good solid translation. You've got AP damage here. Now the damage profile for the gyro bomber, yeah, I'll stick with that, is 1100 missile damage. And I'm not sure if that's from the clatter gun or if that is from the actual missiles themselves. I'm assuming it's from the bombs themselves. Although the gyro bomber bomb is an ability. So again, I'm not sure where that 1100 comes from exactly, or 1200 if you want to round up. Those of you know, feel free to let me know in the comments. Say, hey, that's actually from the bombs itself. We've tested it. Cool. I will totally believe you. Now, the gyro bomber of course, that's the big juxtaposition here, right? The gyro bomber has 11 bombs versus the copter only having 2 bombs. The copter's meant to really be up close and personal as far as doing range damage and supporting your front line, whereas the gyro bomber is supposed to fly over the whole entire unit and harry them. And we saw that in tabletop. I mean, man, I hated seeing these things in tabletop because they didn't do the most damage in the game because, I mean, you could shoot them down very quickly, but if they really got a chance to get over a unit, you could lose that entire unit so fast. And that is very true to a lot of stuff in the dwarf artillery that we've kind of seen already, right? With the flame cannon, with the gyro bombers, with the organ gun. All these things have the potential to completely delete a heavily armored unit, especially since majority of them all do AP. I mean, the actual bombs from the bombing run do multiple wound D3 and armor piercing, and they hit it on a strength of 6. So they can really, really mess up your day depending on where you are in that blast ordnance and everything. So these things were a terror if done right. They didn't see a whole widespread amount of play in tabletop, and I think that's kind of true to what we actually see in Total War Warhammer. They're not in every single dwarf competitive list, but they always are a really fun thing to bring as a very niche unit. I mean, you can use them amazingly against certain armies. I mean, you can use a gyro bomber actually surprisingly well against a Tomb King, to be totally honest. A little bit harder, but you can definitely get off with it. I mean, Skaven, that you can use them against as long as they don't have enough artillery. There's a lot of really fun matchups for the gyro copters as a whole. But hopefully that gives you guys a really good idea of how the gyros work. Let's move on over to our last 2-3 options in the rare list to shore up the remainder of our video here. And we'll go into the Rangers as our second to last choice. We see these represented in Total War in a number of ways, so we'll talk about the Rangers themselves, then go into how they differ from the Bugman's Rangers and such. So Rangers are the long-ranged eyes and ears of most dwarf settlements. They patrol far from the safety of the hold, often spending long periods out in the wilderness, keeping watch on the dwarfs' many enemies and tracking dangerous beasts. If it is they who explore hidden valleys, push through collapsed sections of the underway, and scale the cliff sides in search of new pathways. Rangers will hunt down and dispose of lone monsters or ambush small mobs of goblins, but when they confront larger creatures or enemy armies on the march, the Rangers send signals to the nearest outposts to alert them of the encroaching danger. While all holds are thankful for such services, that doesn't mean the Rangers are well respected. Rangers are a wandering lot, often moving between holds. After months surviving in the wilderness, far off the beaten track, they are at best weather-beaten and travel-worn. Most consider them to be outcast clans, desperate to earn their way back into a hold. Sometimes this is the case, but just as often, the Rangers turn out to be an independent-minded breed of dwarf, small groups from respectable clans that feel more at home on the mountainsides. Unlike most of their kin, they camp under the stars, moving from rough camp to rough camp. With such free spirits, it is no wonder that so many dwarfs are mistrustful of Rangers, generally believing them to be a bit unhealthy from breathing so much open air and exposing themselves so often to the sun. To survive on the harsh mountain slopes without the security of a nearby hole to fall back to, Rangers have learned to be stealthy and to fight in a manner unique for dwarfs. They are ambush hunters, experts at approaching the enemy from unexpected angles. Where possible, they will trigger avalanches, misdirect wayward foes over cliffs, or lead them into the teeth of an oncoming ice storm. Rangers are walking arsenals and carry a slew of different weapons. Crossbows to skewer foes at long range, throwing axes for close range slaying while on the move, and an axe for close combat, and, for truly imposing foes, great axes. They have learned to keep bedrolls, pots, pans, and climbing gear secreted in camps hidden along their mountainous routes, yet still they must carry all their provisions on their backs as well. When dealing with large enemy forces, Rangers will first attempt to forewarn all dwarfs in the invader's path, and then they will trail the foe, picking off stragglers and waiting for an opportunity to wreak havoc. In this way, when the enemy finally confronts a dwarf force, the Rangers will often be in the position to outflank the foe, arriving behind their battle lines to destroy war machines, pincushion lone wizards, or launch an attack to otherwise help gain an advantage for the dwarfs. Many times, a Ranger's greatest deeds go unwitnessed. Acts of sabotage, such as rolling gunpowder barrels downhill onto enemy camps, spiking the foe's water supplies with intoxicating agents, a battle-winning tactic but also resource wasted on those that don't appreciate it, or leading the wild beasts that haunt the mountain passes onto the enemy trail, allowing wild manticores or hungry wyverns to do some of their work for them. Still, no matter how many night goblin fanatics they lure into rock piles, many dwarf clans will give them only cursory thanks and little respect. Rangers are mysterious figures, and it is not surprising that many tales are told of their deeds. The most famous of their kind is a regiment known as Bugman's Rangers, vengeance seekers who follow their brewmaster turning up out of the wilds with grim tidings before lending a hand in the battle that is sure to follow. Others too have grown in status, the Redbeards that haunt the High Pass, the grim survivalists called Ulthar's Raiders, known for the trail of goblin heads they leave on stakes near Carrick 8 Peaks, and the Frostbeard clan, hardy rangers who set clever traps to ensnare monsters in the slopes north of Karaz-a-Karak. So if miners are your special forces that are melee related, Rangers are your definitely Rangers are definitely your special forces that are range related. Now, these do really fit. I kind of I got a little ahead of myself earlier. These really fit more into the role that Shades, Shadow Warriors fit into. Miners kind of fit more into, I guess, the role of fast cav, even though they're clearly not fast cav. They just kind of have that more stalwart ability. Rangers are scouts. They have the scout special ability in tabletop. They're Ancestral Grudge, Relentless, Resolute, same kind of things as normal. But them being scouts means they can deploy in a skirmish formation, meaning they're not in a standard regimental kind of block. And they kind of play heavily into the stock mechanic we see in Total War Warhammer. Now the Rangers, of course, come in 4 flavors. Rangers with great weapons, Bugman's Rangers, which are a little bit different here. They, of course, have immune to psychology. They get liquid fortification, which gives them their healing, or I guess a constant healing effect, in addition to having some charge defense versus large. And, of course, all Rangers are quote-unquote fast. Now, there's also the Ulthar's Raiders, which are not a Regiment of Renown version of Bugman's Rangers, but a Regiment of Renown version of Rangers with great weapons. But we get them with throwing axes, right? It was a little bit cooler, huh? A little more in line with what we kind of see in the book. Now, I love Ulthar's Raiders. I probably use them the most of any dwarf range unit. I don't know why. I always default to Rangers. I think they're a little bit cooler than Quarrelers. And I really like their lore a little bit more too. I like that they have stock, so all Rangers are a little bit harder to find on the battlefield at the initial onset, which I think is huge, because when you're fighting a dwarf army, you almost always expect some sort of elaborate back line with onions and onions and onions of defensive layers. The Rangers allow you to have a little bit more of a straightforward, straight line that people go, oh, okay, well, he's got no backline. I'll just charge him headlong, and boom, right into a whole entire rank of Rangers, including Ulthar's Raiders. Now, Bugman's Raiders have a little bit more of a, I guess you could say, melee, not melee-centric role, but they are way better melee combatants than the rest of the Rangers. They only kind of pale in comparison slightly in certain areas to the Ulthar's Raiders. Now, the one thing too I like about the Rangers is how they've kind of honored what we talked about in the lore. They've got axes, they've got throwing axes, they've got great weapons, they've got crossbows, and you get that variety with the level of unit options that you have for the Rangers, including Bugman's Rangers. If Josef Bugman is in your army, you can nominate one unit of Rangers to be a unit of Bugman's Rangers, which is basically like it's Tabletop's version of a Regiment of Renown, because you didn't have Regiments of Renown in the literal sense that you do in Total War Warhammer, where it's a whole separate unit with a whole separate stat line and blah, 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 blah. Bugman's Rangers just got certain bonuses to their stat line, and there was only one of them allowed in the army. And it always talks about how the ending of the lore talked about them, right? These kind of guys who come out of nowhere and say, hey, something's coming. I'm going to come out. I'm going to help you. And I love that role, how it's kind of these watchers in the dark that come out of nowhere, assist, and then just leave as quietly as they came. So Rangers are a pretty cool unit to me in the Dwarf roster, because it's very uncharacteristic for Dwarfs. I mean, the Dwarfs, you think of like Thanes, you think of Hammerers, you think of Iron Breakers. You don't think of Rangers as really, really cool Dwarf units. And I will say, though, that the one thing I kind of don't like about the Warhammer universe as a whole is the heavy amount of hyperbole that is attached to any unit like the Ranger. Shadow Warriors, Shades, Way Watchers, Rangers are all in that same kind of, oh, they come out of nowhere, they kill everything, and then they leave. Oh no. You're like, well, fuck, these guys better be really damn good in the game, right? And they're not. They're not amazing at all. I'm looking at their stat line. It's absolute rubbish. What they're meant to do is strictly to snipe out artillery pieces. If you kill out a lone caster, I'm surprised that the guy would have the, I'm sorry. I'm surprised your opponent had that lone caster on his own, just sitting there. So they really only were used to snipe out those artillery pieces, maybe attack some range units, or help control a charge, stuff like that, screen out and control charges. That's really what they were used for. But again, nonetheless, I think that they have a really awesome lore, and I'm more than excited to talk about it. But let's jump over to our last entry in our list here today, guys, and that is the Iron Drakes. And these guys have a lot of really different stuff here, so let's just jump right in. The bitter underground wars that the dwarfs fight daily to protect their strongholds are evolving. As the dwarf foes come up with diabolical plans to get past a stronghold's protections, time and again, the dwarfs' courage and rune-enhanced weapons and armor have turned the tide, yet their foes have learned. When Skaven find the corridor blocked by unmovable ironbreakers, they call for their own loathsome countermeasures, warp flame-spewing fire throwers, gas grenades, or cobbled-together chopping machines. For their part, night goblins turn to mushroom-addled ball and chain-wielding fanatics, cave squigs, or troll mobs. For the dwarfs' defense, the cost in lives is high. It was the Engineers Guild that invented the Drake Gun, a weapon with which fires a blast of alchemical fury, a searing bolt of blazing energy. Short range but incredibly potent, a single volley from a unit bearing Drake guns can halt the onrushing charge of enraged Mangler squigs. Ironbreakers who showed an aptitude with the Drake Gun were further trained and formed into new units. When first used, even the Grombrindal armor of the Ironbreakers struggled to protect against the intense heat generated by the fiery blasts. With the aid of runesmiths, new armored suits were developed, bearing runes of protection first designed to safeguard those who work in the high temperature of the massive forges. Now, when confronted by a foe capable of breaking through a wall of Ironbreakers, a new fighting tactic has been developed. Ironbreakers open ranks to allow the Iron Drakes to file past. With well-drilled precision and the barking orders of an Iron Warden, the dark is soon illuminated by molten blasts. The stalwart dwarfs blaze away as its attackers fall, their crumpled bodies still smoking with fist-sized holes burned through their flesh. The Iron Drakes have proven so effective that their services are pressed into action whenever a throng may fight. Now, you can see these guys are just straight up, they're Iron Breakers given flamethrowers. And the Drake Gun is actually different in Tabletop than it is in Total War Warhammer. For instance, the Drake Gun is not a flamethrower. It does AP, it's dwarf crafted, it's got flaming attacks, and it's quick to fire, but it has a range of 18. It's not a template. You don't just simply put the flamethrower template down and go boom. steering up some Skaven motherfuckers. Nope, it's an outright, it's a focused beam is really what it definitely how the lore makes it sound to be, and how the actual rules definitely display it as. And the Drake gun, or the Iron Drakes themselves, are still pretty stalwart combatants. They've got a 5 weapon skill, which is pretty substantial, to be totally honest with you. The majority of things have a 3 to 4, with 5 being a little bit above average there. So these guys can definitely do some damage, because they also have what's called Forge Proven Grombrindal armor. This is a model with Forge Proven Grombrindal armor, has a 4-up armor save and a 6-up ward save. They also have a 2-up ward save against all hits with the flaming attack special rule. This is very similar to the dragon armor that we see in the High Elves, that it gives an additional save to fire. And we see this conferred into the actual profile for Iron Drakes in Total War Warhammer. They have a 70% fire resistance. That is massive. So if anyone goes to go roasting these guys with other flaming attacks, or with a dragon breath that does flaming attack, it shan't go well for them. Now, here's where things get a little bit different. Now, of course, obviously the Drake gun itself isn't a flamethrower, but the Iron Warden can upgrade his Drake gun into either a brace of Drake fire pistols or a Troll Hammer torpedo. Now, we see Troll Hammer torpedoes as a whole unit in Total War Warhammer. The Troll Hammer torpedo is a cumbersome weapon fitted onto the end of a Drake gun in order to bring down large beasts. And it has a further range, a higher strength, no AP, and no dwarf crafted, or quick to fire, or flaming attacks for that matter. I'm sorry, it does have flaming attacks. It's got multiple wounds, flaming attacks, and slow to fire, meaning it shoots last. So, how do we see this translated though in Total War Warhammer? It's not the same at all, right? So the Iron Drake does a heavy amount of damage that is, for all intents and purposes, just strictly normal damage. It's not AP, but it does have the burnt special rule, and it is a flaming attack. Now the Troll Hammer and the Iron Drake standard, the Drake gun does anti-infantry. Now the Troll Hammer is anti-large, AP, with a lower missile damage, but a substantial amount of it dedicated solely to armor piercing. So you see that direct correlation there, and it has a little bit increase in range too. So it does, and the nice thing too is that the Troll Hammer torpedo arcs in this game, so it can go over your units and attack heavily armored units in your front line. If you ever want to see a really cool situation, have Iron Breakers, I'm gonna call them Iron Drakes, Iron Breakers with Troll Hammer torpedoes behind them, and you'll see some really cool shit. I promise you. I promise you. So it's interesting how they decided to do that. They said, well, the Troll Hammer torpedo is really cool, and it is meant for large beasts. Let's make it an anti-large, lower damage weapon here. And I like that. I like that they did that. But one thing I would have liked to see is the brace of Drake fire pistols added into the game. Drake fire pistols are deadly weapons, ideal for close range tunnel fighting. For those of you guys who have played Vermintide 2, you've seen the Drake fire pistols in the game. I would love to see a unit of Iron Drakes with Drake fire pistols. These guys are armor piercing, dwarf crafted, flaming attacks, multiple shots, quick to fire, but they have a significantly lower range of 12 inches versus the 18 inches of a Drake gun. So I would want these guys to be almost like we see with like zombie pirate gunnery mobs, right? With these guys with 2 pistols going all hog wild all over the place. How awesome that'd be to just see these pistol dual wielding Iron Drakes running downfield shooting to get into close combat. I think that'd be kind of nifty, or at least a very close range fire support these guys would pose. I mean, the one thing that obviously didn't transfer as well here is their ability to fight in combat. All of the Iron Drakes only have 20 melee attack, which is simply 2 less. Or I'm sorry, it is it is 2 less than a Dwarf Warrior, which has 22. So I would love to see the Iron Drakes actually have more melee attack. I don't know why they decided to have every single unit that is a range unit, a decent melee combatant, for the exception of Iron Drakes, which are, from a lore standpoint, Iron Breakers with a torpedo gun. You know, it just doesn't really make a whole ton of sense to me, because they're still that heavily trained elite unit in the army. I mean, they have a really terrible melee defense too of 27, which, I mean, I don't expect them to have the melee defense of 68 of an Iron Breaker, but I mean, make these guys a little bit better at melee combat. Like maybe they have the ability to quote unquote drop their guns to actually fight things. I think that'd be a little bit more terrifying, because taking these things is not always useful. The way that the actual, like we said before, the way the hit detection works on flamethrower units, it's very wonky, and it always kind of leaves you wanting. You might get completely lucky and it would just completely nails home and rocks for you, or another fight it might just miss entirely and whiff. And in the competitive standpoint, from a multiplayer standpoint, it's 700 some odd points that are just kind of completely useless, whereas I'd rather use them for Quarrelers, which are almost a guaranteed hit, or Thunderers, which you can at least angle to get a better hit. Iron Drakes, they're so quick, they're so slow to actually set their guns up and fire that they only get 1 or 2 volleys before they have to run. And if they can outrun their chasing unit, whoever's trying to pursue them, then you're lucky to get another shot at when they're behind your line. So they kind of have a really weird niche. But guys, as a whole, that talks about every single unit in the Dwarf 8th edition army book. Now, there are other portions of the Dwarf army that do exist across Forge World, across White Dwarf. I did not talk about those today. And I am saving the Demon Slayer and the Dragon Slayer for a solo video for themselves. And we've talked about now every single Dwarf character as well. I don't think we've talked about Thorgrim or Belagard just yet. And if you guys are really interested in them, I can do separate videos for each one of them like we've been doing for a lot of the legendary lords. But hopefully this gives you guys a really good idea of how the Dwarf army differs from tabletop to Total War Warhammer. And I'd say it's a very good honoring. I mean, I'm trying to think of units that are missing from the Dwarf roster, and I can't think of many outside of course, the Demon and the Dragon Slayer. I mean, those aside, pretty much everything is here. I'm taking a look over here on the actual book while I do this video. It's kind of been, I got through the whole way, of course, right? But I mean, I'm looking through everything on the back of there's always a summary section, and it shows you every single unit stat line and their point cost, or not their point cost, but what page they're on. So you can get an idea of, oh, well, this is my this, and this is what it does. So I think the Dwarves have one of the most complete rosters in the game, if I'm not mistaken, for the exception of Gun, the Dragon, and the Demon Slayers. Now, you guys said you wanted more of these videos, and I'm more than happy to get more of these out here for you. I've got planned for the Kislev army list coming out quite soon. This whole week has been very Dwarf themed, so we've got quite a little bit more goodies. We've got a Lehman Russ video coming out here as well on this weekend, and some streaming done tomorrow. This video is going to be coming out here on Tuesday, so you should be able to catch our Warpstone Cup on Wednesday here, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But as always, guys, thank you so much for watching. Have a good one. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment below, all that kind of action. But have a good one, and take care. A lot of you guys have asked about it, and more of us have groaned about it. And all of us hate it, but I think it's important to really discover where the Warhammer world ends up in a new series I'm going to be doing called The End Times. Don't all applaud at once. But I talked about starting this up some time ago, so this is me finally getting around to it as I continue my Primarch series and some other goodies for you guys. But the format for this series is going to be race specific. So some videos will be longer than others. For instance, the Elves will be a titanic clusterfuck of a video filled with retcons that happen mid-end times and all sorts of Matrix-S shenanigans. Seriously, just think the ending to the Matrix, and we'll get to that in a second here. But I'm going to cover the legendary lords we see in Total War Warhammer 1 and 2, as well as their fate in End Times as part of an overarching lore video. So to start us off down this very sad and miserable road is the Dwarfs. Now, I need to make a quick disclaimer here. I'm not overly mad at Age of Sigmar. I just grew up reading and devouring every bit of the Warhammer Fantasy Battles lore, so it's hard to see all of it just go away, quote unquote. Now, knowing what I know about the lore of the End Times and of Age of Sigmar, I think we could come to a state like the 8th edition's lore in the next Age of Sigmar edition. You see, in the End Times, it's discovered that all the patron gods of all the races are actually survivors of the previous End Times. And they have created various incarnates and empowered mortals of this era to be the deities of the next world. So Age of Sigmar is sort of this tumultuous genesis story of a reforged Warhammer lore. Kind of think of the portion of the Matrix, like I was saying, where they talk about every single founder of Zion was actually people that the One selected to be the new Zion's founders, who then bring people out of the Matrix. It's the same damn thing. My optimism tells me that we'll see the High Elves rise again under a different moniker. Well, it's called the High Elves, by the way. The Dwarfs have already rekindled their steampunk technology, and the rest of the races will start to creep back into the lore. So there's my little disclaimer here. And again, all this isn't going to be this long lore video where I go into the nitty gritty. I want to kind of keep these as light as I can to just more or less go into the quick goings on, almost like a Spark Notes of the end times. But let's just jump into the Dwarves on this. But it might be good to know where we stand with the Dwarfs before the end, or before the events of the end times. We're clearly not at the height of the Karaz-Ankor here, right? The Golden Age has come and gone. Hell, the Silver Age has ended some like 1,000 years before this point. So we're entering into what is called the Age of Reckoning, or the resolution of all grudges of some of the sort. And this is right after the Chaos Wars during the reign of Magnus the Pious, in which a combined force of Kislevites, Imperial and Dwarf armies all fought against the last ever chosen Asavar Kul. Now, this cost all the factions involved quite dearly. Chaos lost its champion. Boo-hoo there. They grow a new one every 1 or 2 years. Kislev lost Prague, which had really turned into a pretty dismal place. And we'll go on more on that in the Empire video, but like Prague's unlike that now in the real world. But the Dwarfs lost a considerable amount of soldiers in the battle as they fought through to aid the embattled humans. The Empire had a relative 60 years of peace and tranquility after the wars, as Magnus the Pious really rebuilt the infrastructure of the Empire, and he had Teclis build a College of Mages, a ton of goodies here. High King Alricsson, the High King of the time, had decided to pass on his crown, knowing that he would slowly succumb to the many wounds that he fought during the Chaos Wars. Now remember, the Dwarfs had sworn many oaths to aid Sigmar's heirs in their time of plight. Obviously they swore these oaths to Sigmar himself. So there is a very close relationship between the humans and the Dwarfs, especially in these extremely dire times that seem to befall the two races almost daily. I mean, that's what the Age of, the Storm of Chaos is all about, and how those campaigns about, the Dwarfs come out of the holds to honor their ancient oaths, and they buff up Valten and all that action. But Alricsson was pretty worried about the well-being of the Dwarfs as a whole, as they all really started to grow more and more distant. There's this thing called gold sickness. For those of you that saw The Hobbit, you'll notice it. Basically, dwarfs become obsessed with gold to the point where they don't eat or drink and just die on giant piles of gold, which is, imagine walking in on that like, ho! But as this happens, entire holds will isolate themselves in their pursuit of, guessed it, more gold. And eventually the High King called for a Council of Kings, and this is pretty rare. Think Entmoot in Lord of the Rings. Essentially, all the kings and thanes of the area were gathered together. And when I say area, I mean the entire empire. Were gathered together to appoint the next High King. This has to kind of get the stamp of approval by the Council of Elders. But basically, Alricsson set out this sort of Herculean trial to the dwarf kings vying for the position. You have 1 year to go out and accomplish many great deeds in the name of the Karaz-Ankor, and really only the most worthy will be considered king. So basically kind of this grand overarching tournament, more or less. So fast forward a year here, everyone gathers around at the next Council of Kings 2.0, to talk about their best slammers for their Pog collection, and also maybe who will become the next king, if I get around to that. But the two biggest frontrunners are Ungrim Ironfist, your beloved Slayer King, and Beauregard Angrand. You might know him as the father to Belegar Angrand, or Ironhammer, a name he takes on later in life. And I'm talking about the guy from Total War Warhammer 1 and 2. But things are pretty cut and dry. 2 candidates, 1 throne. Then, boom! The doors of the Great Hall are thrown open, and in strides Thorgrim Grudgebearer. And he's not alone He's flanked by dwarfs that have not been seen in the greater part of the Kara's Angkor for years, the Norscan dwarfs. And the majority of the Norscan holds were cut off or thought destroyed in the many years in between. After the Chaos Wars, Thorgrim made contact with and renewed a lot of the alliances of the clans far to the north. There he claimed a lot of these old relics, and you guys know how dwarfs are. They love any kind of relics, any kind of old runes, anything that kind of links them to their past. And these artifacts that were lost to time, really. These artifacts predated even the oldest currently living dwarf. And this really cemented Thorgrim's rise to the High King as he accomplished a great many deeds in the Norscan North and brought an entire portion of the Everlasting Kingdom back into the fold. But that sort of sets up the entire playfield for the end times. We have the eventual recapture of Carrick 8 Peaks by Belgar Ironhammer that occurs right before everything gets kicked off. Skarsnik loses out on the race to take Carrick 8 Peaks as the dwarfs push both Skaven of Clan Moors and Greenskins out of the ancient dwarf hold. Doing so really pisses off Queek Headtaker, of course. Why wouldn't it? So the result is a grand army of Skaven that is slowly raised in his name by Queek Headtaker himself. But a great deal of the end times actually takes place in or around Carrick 8 Peaks for the dwarves, but we'll get back to that. For now, let's focus on Thoric Ironbrow, one of the first names to really leave us. Neferata, the first of the vampires as we know, summons a massive undead army via Nagash to besiege the dwarfs and at Valaya's gate. And we'll get into Neferata and the Mortarks, but again, spark notes, guys. Thoric basically does this tactical dwarf warhead nuke on his anvil. It's got this bad crack in it, and they say, if you do this, if you smash this anvil of doom again, you'll destroy everything. You know, him being a dwarf and kind of at the last second here pulls it off, but he smashes his anvil of doom and it banishes all of the undead in the dwarf holds. And there's this is a pretty epic battle in which this is that final act of defiance, the final act of dwarf defiance. And Neferata is essentially the only one to remain after this dwarf warhead goes off, and she brings Nagash to the now open gate of Valaya. And there, we've talked about this when we talk about Valaya, but he just kind of sucks Valaya dry like an otter pop. Now, there's a lot of things wrong here, because supposedly Grungi is also somewhere in the gate too, and there's just a ton of plot holes that open up of the divinity of these two characters, and Nagash included. But as we discussed here, I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty details of the event, but I want to give you guys at least some form of idea of what happens to the key players in Dwarf World. Speaking of, Teclis releases all of the winds of magic from the Great Vortex, the same vortex that we fight for in the Vortex campaign of Total War Warhammer 2. His whole gambit is that if he creates these incarnates of each of the winds, they can defeat chaos. So, Ungrim Ironfist becomes the incarnate of fire. Fucking duh. And Thorgrim becomes the incarnate of metal, essentially becoming impervious to damage and just all the things that you would imply the incarnate of metal to have. But this is when things heat back up in Carrick 8 Peaks. Queek does this kind of massive invasion and squares off against an already wounded Belgar. It's a really titanic fight here, but it's a pretty gnarly duel between these the two, because Queek is still fresh, he's unwounded and nothing's wrong with him, and Belgar is badly hurt, if not gravely wounded at this point. In the end, Queek Headtaker kills the last of Clan Angrund and the true rulers of Carrick 8 Peaks. It's gnarly. In the book, Queek hits him with the Dwarf Gouger, which you guys know is basically a modified mattock, right in the head. And it pops in cleanly into the helmet, and the dwarf falls to his side, never taking his eyes off Queek as he kind of falls over with this grimace of hatred on his face. Just woof. Ooh. In turn, Thorgrim besieges Carrick 8 Peaks back and goes after Queek. Queek takes this weird sort of potion of youth, and it prolongs his already long life. I don't know, guys. It's weird, but he gets in another duel. This time with Thorgrim. In the book, Thorgrim does this kind of solo charge against him. He heaves his little stubby legs across small distances, the whole dwarf motto. But right at the last second, Queek does his patented leap over the dwarf head and ice pick them in the helmet move. Instead, Thorgrim parries the blow. You see like this moment where he throws his axe up, and it spells out the word doom in dwarf rune down the axe, kind of like saying like, hey, doom to the enemies of this dwarf. It's a runesmith thing. I'm not a runesmith, but you guys get it. And he grabs Queek by the throat and throttles him, and it's really epic because he echoes each grudge that Queek's death will atone for, and one final snap of his neck ends the mighty warlord of Clan Moors. Now, somewhere along the way, the Wind of Metal leaves Thorgrim, opening up and making him vulnerable again, to which Deathmaster Snikch assassinates him. Next, cell block C status, 1, 2, 3 shanks into the back before disappearing into the darkness. Now, this is easily one of the best and most pivotal dwarfs in the history of the Karazhan Corps. And it just has a super anticlimactic ending. It's sad, really, because he's the first High King to realize how bad the whole grudge system is. How you have these generational kind of missions against individuals that not necessarily are enemies to the dwarfs. Like there's one where like they go off just to kill an Empire general because he fouled some dwarf's like ancient great-grandfather. And that's a repeating motif with the dwarfs. And because of that, it kind of holds them back in a lot of ways. Thorgrim tries to divert the dwarf culture by getting involved with the world as a whole. In fact, the whole beginning of the end times, the dwarfs are trying to decide, hey, do we sally out to help out elves and men, or do we just kill the goblins and skaven of the holes and just kind of stay in our mountains? And Thorgrim's like, guys, no, we got to go out there. It's really just a smack in the face of the dwarf players. But let's move on before my blood pressure causes a brain aneurysm. And after the assassination, the dwarfs collapse the majority of Carrick 8 Peaks in kind of this scuttling type of maneuver, and all of them make their way back to Ungrim Ironfist, the last remaining dwarf king in all of the Karazhan Corps. And Ungrim then takes all the dwarfs to join up with Karl Franz. Karl Franz is the incarnate of the heavens, he flies around and everything. And he also unites with the remaining Empire forces at Averheim. There, this kind of brutal stalemate is fought as Ungrim and Karl Franz slap Villach's army around like a bunch of schoolyard bullies. This is where we start to wind down with the end times here. Gotrek, from the famed Gotrek and Felix novels, becomes the new Grimnir, the god of warfare and slayers, in this kind of beautiful ode to a beloved character. I mean, Gotrek was not a character that was created by Games Workshop. He was a character created by William King in the Gotrek and Felix novels. So this is basically, Gotrek is cemented by Games Workshop by being forced into godhood, basically. But it's a great way to kind of say, hey, here's a nice fan service to the fans by taking what is a beloved character and making him a future in the Age of Sigmar. But speaking of Gotrek, let's go into Grombrindal, another fan favorite. And Grombrindal, the White Dwarf, is in Total War Warhammer 1 and 2. But he awakens because of an oath broken by Malekith. An oath that Malekith made to Snorri Whitebeard, the very first Dwarf High King. So that's the kind of rumor here, is that Snorri Whitebeard is, that the White Dwarf is the spirit of Snorri Whitebeard. That's the biggest rumor. There's not really been like that overall reveal like there was for the Green Knight saying, oh, I'm actually Gilles Le Breton, who was the original founder of Bretonnia. Nothing cool like that, but the oath was essentially this promise that the elves and dwarfs would always be firm friends. Clearly that didn't happen, and especially because it was broken by Malekith, but this brings Snorri back as the Great White Dwarf. And in the end times, Grombrindal goes off to find Malekith, then saves him at the last minute by throwing an axe and preventing him from getting killed while forgiving him all in the same seemingly awkward moment. The reason this is so weird is that dwarfs don't just forgive grudges, especially an oath taken on a deathbed, but it fits the entire end times, so I suppose it is what it is. Ungrim Ironfist is eventually, though, killed by the Lord of the End Times as he tries to stall for more time to allow Balthazar Gelt to get the remaining dwarfs and humans, including Franzia, out of Averheim. The sacrifice, him being a slayer, buys them just enough time, and the resulting death brings about this gigantic eruption winds of fire that are locked from within Ungrim that just explode out from him, and it kills everything in Aberheim, sparing, of course, Archaon himself. So, you know, he just kind of fizzles out. It's so sad, though, guys. It's so sad because he gets this epic end befitting an honorable dwarf, while Thorgrim just gets prison shanked. Ugh. Either way. The last moment that the dwarfs have in this world is this glorious last stand. The vengeful ghost of every past dwarf to have ever lived is led out by Grombrindal to make one final stand and avenge all grudges. The remaining dwarfs that didn't die at Aberheim are flanked. They flank Grombrindal, who stands on top of a shield held up by Gotrek, read Grimnir 2.0, and Josef Bugman, the famous Bugman Ale. Now, this is an ode to the 30th anniversary model that came out, 11 years ago now, so it came out around 2006, 2007. Either way, that really concludes the mighty Kara's Angkor in the 8th edition and end times of the Warhammer universe. But all is not lost. The dwarfs still exist in Age of Sigmar as the Caradron overlords, and Gotrek leads the Fire Slayers. So, I mean, they're still in there in spirit. So I hope you guys got a good idea of what happened leading up to the end times and the subsequent insanity that happens throughout the end times. I'm hoping this gives you perspective on why this point in Warhammer history is such a mixed bag. On one hand, you have some great stuff, and on the other hand, you have sort of, you just gotta cringe your way through it. But at least you have an idea of what happens to all of your favorite characters in the cataclysmic end of the Warhammer universe, or timeline at least. And I apologize if my attitude on it is a little swaying both ways, because like I said, it is such a mixed bag. There's some parts where you're like, oh, this is Warhammer poetry, and other parts where you're like, fucking kidding me. So either way, guys, thanks so much for watching here today. Don't forget to like and or comment below, and have a good one. Take care. Total War Warhammer 2's campaign is centered around the Great Vortex, a swirling hurricane of magic in the heart of Ulthuan. It's created by Kalidor Dragon Tamer, and it serves as a means of drawing and drastically reducing the winds of magic in the Warhammer world. But what is it really, though, right? Why did this even happen? What events come about that would cause this massive vortex of magic? So today we're going to talk about the Great Catastrophe, and that is something that Creative Assembly has talked about, and we know from the intro of every single race in Total War Warhammer 2 as the reason for the Great Vortex. This is a series of events that leads to the downfall of the Old Ones and the rise of the Elves and the Dwarfs, and really the successful preservation of the world we currently play in. So that's going to be this video here today. So let's kind of set the scene for everything, kind of where it all kind of began. So we know that the Old Ones were the starfaring race that created the Lizardmen, and these are the same Old Ones that we see in the 40k universe, these kind of omnipotent lizards, lizard people, I guess, that get involved in this huge war, the War of the Heavens, and it's between the Old Ones and the Catan, who actually ally with the Necrons. And so the Old Ones then create the Eldar race, they create the Quarks, or Croc, or whatever, the basically proto-orcs. And in Warhammer, they create, as we've said, the Lizardmen in their image, and they're the first, and they start the first spawning of the Slann. And these Slann, as we know, they assist them in creating the geomantic web, separating the continents, because there was one kind of giant Warhammer Pangea at one point, the Saurus, the Skank, and Crocosaur species as well. So from there, the Old Ones create the Elves, who they taught magic to in the same way as they taught the Slann, and then shortly after that they create the Dwarfs. And the Dwarfs were created kind of contrary to the Elves. The whole point of the Dwarfs was to be, okay, if the Elves are too emotional, that's kind of a thing, and too magic prone, the Dwarfs are the kind of not the antithesis, but they're more honor bound. They're not as likely to get flagrant with their emotions and start sliding with a Slaanesh or something like that. So the Dwarfs are created who, rather than being able to control magic, can imbue magic rather than, of course, wielding it. So they take part in runesmithing. So lastly, though, they create man, and man kind of acts as a middle ground between the three. Not as corruptible as the Elves, quote unquote, but not as magic illiterate as the dwarfs. And when I say illiterate, I just mean the capability to wield magic in the conventional way. And towards the end, though, in haste, the old ones create the halflings and the ogres. And it's funny because the ogres were, and I've said this before, were supposed to be the ultimate answer to chaos. But they couldn't really finish what they were doing, hence why ogres are all typically some variation of inept. And it's worth noting that the old ones did create the orcs, as we've said, but not in this world. It's kind of assumed that they came from the corks that they created on other planets. You know, they're basically massive fungi that spawn. But initially, that's neither here nor there. So let's kind of get into the initial phases of what creates the Great Catastrophe. And the first big act of the Great Catastrophe is the catastrophe itself, and that's the old ones' polar gates. And these are the polar gates that they use to basically travel. They use this to dip in and out of the warp, but these polar gates collapse, and this results in a massive implosion that opens chaos gates at both the north and south poles. And this brings about a whole mess of bad news: warpstone meteors, worldwide mutations as a result of the warpstone dust from the warpstone meteors, the coming of Morslieb, which is the moon, a giant hunk of warpstone, and that's what really acts as the moon for the Warhammer world. That's just really to name a few. But obviously one of the most important things to happen is the unending flow of chaos who come hurtling out of the gates, and they set to really kind of devour all the souls on this plane. They go to completely destroy it, as that's kind of what demons of chaos do. But this is when we get beastmen. They're mutated by the warpstone for each creature that it taints. So Ratman, they come about as well, or Skaven, as we now know, but they're born from the swamplands north of Tilia, soon to be Skaven Blight. But we also get hippogriffs, chimeras, manticores, and griffins as a result of this rampant mutation from the warpstone dust. So I guess not everything's bad. I mean, Eltharion wouldn't have his faithful griffin mouth if it wasn't for this. But the old ones sort of disappear, right? They vanish at this time. They leave the kind of races of the world to fend for themselves. They just kind of disappear. Nothing really... It's kind of assumed that they left the Warhammer world to go fight the War of the Heavens, and they just couldn't focus on it anymore. So they just kind of left it to its own devices with the intention of coming back. So this is where the Slann kind of rose to the occasion and sealed much of the giant gateways to the Immaterium. And in doing so, this kind of killed off over half of the Slann, and it melts their brains. It talks about how it just kind of makes them go insane from the huge influx of magical energy. And this is really a realm that they don't really know much about. Like their old one masters, they know tons about it. As a quick aside, actually, on that, at this time, there were far more winds of magic in the world, period. And the magnitude and strength of spells was 10 times what it is now. So, I mean, even as a further aside to that, the old ones used the Immaterium to travel, seamlessly at first, but eventually when the sentient races are created, their emotions cause fluctuations in the warp and cause the kind of nascent warp entities to come about. That's what creates the Chaos Gods, are the emotions of sentient beings such like humans and such. And it talks about in the 40k lore how the old ones used to kind of push through the warp in almost as a gentle rolling current, and then after that it kind of got a little more tumultuous, and they're the ones that create the webway. I mean, the old ones are vastly important to both worlds' history, a little bit less in the Warhammer world because they kind of touch on it and then leave, but in the 40k history, the Eldar flourish because of the webway that the old ones created, they used to move, and then the webway becomes this whole point of contention between Space Marines and Eldar. But huge digression there. But the problem was that the Slann didn't close the gateways entirely, but they did help to stem the kind of tide of demons coming in. And the issue is that you have a near limitless and cunning foe against these kind of fledgling races. Lizardmen have just sprouted out in the past 1,000 years, and then elves and dwarves and men shortly after that. They're not very developed. And the lizardmen were primarily guided by the old ones. They weren't used to kind of calling the shots themselves. So as chaos kind of scours the world, they brought many primitive tribes of men into their fold, and this is where you get the beginning of the Warriors of Chaos as a whole, imbuing them with their kind of fell powers. And you're going to hear from this video where a lot of the races come to be. We've already talked about how Beastmen and Skaven have come out of this, how High Elves, Dwarfs, or Elves in general, I guess, and men have have come about, how lizardmen have come about. We now know how Warriors of Chaos, and we will continue to hear more and more. We know about the ogres too as well. But this is what starts really the first Chaos War, the first Chaos incursion. And what happens now starts that kind of war with these next couple events. So with the Warriors of Chaos marching with their, cloven and bestial demons of chaos, the Pantheon kind of took to the terrestrial plane as they burned their way through the world. And the Lizardmen faced the brunt of the Chaos incursion, them being the most developed race at the time, and the oldest and largest of the races. So the Saurus were easily kind of able to go toe-to-toe with the demons. They're these big, hulking lizard, raptor, hybrid dinosaur creatures, but they're able to match the kind of ferocity of these demons. And the Slann were able to harness all these rampant winds of magic cascading around the world to deliver these massive amounts of destruction upon our hooved friends. But the winds of magic, are fickle. That's important to note because as we kind of go forward here. But like I was saying, there's so much winds of magic being outpoured from these gates that the Slann can command an amazing amount of destruction with this. And despite all this, though, the demons were, to use a cliche, legion, and really had no end in sight. So with each victory came another defeat that was more and more crippling than the last. And the Slann eventually started losing control of the extreme winds of magic. As we said, they're very fickle. And this causes these epic kind of miscasts that result in these mental backlashes, the blowing their little froggy brains apart. I'm sure that's the noise it would make. The winds of magic, though, are really a part of the immaterium. They're not a subject of the Warhammer world, like, oh, I'm sitting on a plane and I feel the wind of the wind, and I feel the wind of the magic. No, it's directly coming from the warp. And the demons obviously have a mastery of it that the Slann just can't match. So the Slann were pulling out all the stops here. They began changing the landscape itself to serve the Lizardmen and really impede the demons, and they retreat back to their temple cities, and all of Lustria was overridden by a deadly, vicious jungle with carnivorous plants and wildlife. If from the tabletop version of the game, Lizardmen have access to jungle swarms, which we don't get in this, and a lot more actual, like we get the basilisks in the Lizardman roster, a lot more actual beasts and more dinosaurs in the Lizardman roster, and you kind of see that coming out here. Like they directly create and control this vicious jungle, more or less, and this slows down the demons' pretty much endless march considerably. This jungle is basically a living trap for them, and the Lizardmen employ ancient engines and devices left over by the old ones, and that kind of makes it sound like, because in the book literally says that it kills by the thousands, so it makes me think that maybe like some sort of plasma technology was left behind, or something like a las, like not quite literally a las cannon, because that's kind of from the Imperium, but still something like that, some sort of destructive device that allows them to kill demons in huge swaths. So the Slann even went one step further than all this and set up a series of wards that were powered by the geometric web, connected from each temple city. So this allows them to really hold back the tide, because each demon has to crash against these wards before they can even get in, and the wards for the most part will kill them. So eventually, demons being demons, were able to breach the wards of Zahutek and destroying the temple city, which led to the weakening of the wards at Hwaddle, Laxlaw, and Zodl, who all really fell shortly after, them being all connected by this geometric web, by this series of wards. So more cities fell after that, Chakwa, Wazodek, Zarmuda, each one with newer and more cunning ways that the demons had devised. Only a handful of cities were left, and these ones were defended by the most ancient and strongest of the Slann. And it's important to note that when I say more cunning ways, you've got plagues infesting these cities, you've got Nurglings, or I'm sorry, like Dinch using all sorts of manner of change to affect these cities, like all sorts of the crazy ways that Chaos likes to do their due. But from here, this kind of stems things sort of kind of have separate offshoots, falling into the three major races, the Lizardmen, the Elves, and Dwarves. So we'll go into what happens with each, but first let's just kind of finish the story of the Lizardmen, then we'll jump into the Dwarves, and we'll conclude it with the Elves, because the Elves kind of just save the day. God, they're so cool. Who wouldn't want to be an elf? But the demons eventually make it to Itza. And we know Itza from Total War Warhammer 2, and this is called the first city, and really the center of the geomantic web under the Lizardmen. And this is where we find Lord Kroak. And Lord Kroak, from the tabletop, if you know, he's the very first and strongest of the Slann of them all. You know, remember, there were multiple spawnings of Slann, and each one was weaker than the last. I think there's a total of 4. And the demons were literally vaporized by the war that Kroak put up, because that's how strong he was. But we're talking about centuries of conflict here. This isn't just something that happens over 10, 15, 20 years. These are hundreds of years of fighting. The Great Catastrophe is, again, centuries long. It's not just a simple undertaking here. So as time kind of passes, the demons hurl themselves at the bubble, more or less, time and time again, against to weaken. And rather than let the shield fall, though, Kroak explodes it outward, right? And he tries to take as many demons with him, and it talks about how it kills hundreds of thousands of demons. And a final conflict sort of ensues as the Temple Guard of Lord Kroak hold off a near limitless horde of demons on, it's really just an anticlimactic name, but the Bridge of the Stars. And this gives Kroak enough time to work his final spell, as it were, you know, his final flash, like Vegeta in Dragon Ball Z. But the Temple Guard were slaughtered to a lizard, not a man, but they were successful as Kroak unleashes this torrent of magical energy, destroying demons as he turned the tide single-handedly. But Khorne, you know, the ever-bitter ninny, sent a dozen bloodthirsters. These are the greater demons of Khorne, protected personally by the god of battle after Kroak himself. So they reached the top of the pyramid and completely tore Kroak limb from limb. And in doing so, they actually freed his spirit to unleash even more magic. It talks about how Kroak was so dedicated to the task and such conviction he wanted to destroy these demons. He's no longer bound by his mortal body now. So he fills the first city with this sort of divine light that, think of it as like banishment times 50 overcast, that banishes each and every demon present. And before we jump over to the dwarfs, it's important to know that these skinks, literally in the days after the Great Catastrophe, they go around Lustria trying to find the pieces of Lord Kroak, and they assemble him back together, and he becomes this mummified Slann on top of a Palantir with his spirit kind of hovering over it and around it. Like he's still there. His spirit is so strong that he can reanimate his body. In the end times, he literally wills himself back to life because his spirit is so strong. He's so connected to the winds of magic and the Warhammer world. So that's kind of a really cool bit about Lord Kroak. He's a very strong caster in the game. He's a really, really cool character from a lore perspective, because he's kind of like the ultimate Deus Ex Machina for the Lizardmen. In fact, in the end times, he does quite a lot of crazy stuff, and we'll go into that in some end times videos that I hope to make. But we'll delve into our moving bar stools. I mean dwarfs, and their part in the Great Catastrophe. The dwarfs were completely isolated at this time. You know, living in the World's Edge Mountains, they really only had interaction with the tribal races of men at this time, and no one else. This is also a time when all the ancestor gods of the dwarfs are still alive. You know, this is considered the age of ancestors. So when the demons came, they did not find the dwarfs lacking in their defense. Grungi had taught his folk runesmithing, Valaya warded against the fell magic of the demons, and Grimnir led the valiant armies of the Dawi. You know, Grimnir is the kind of warrior patron of the Dawi, and he destroys these demon hosts, you know, one after the other, and eventually starts to mount counterattacks throughout the mountains. And actually, they had fought so viciously in the initial portions of the incursion that they had completely cleared the World's Edge Mountains of demons. And Grimnir then went on the offensive, you know, him being the future patron of Slayers. But eventually, Kalador Dragon Tamer, we've talked about a little bit, and his High Elf fleet were blown off course after getting this massive naval battle with the Chaos Fleet on the open ocean. And they land on the Old World and met Grimnir. And this is a huge point in the history here, as this is the first time Elf and Dwarf are aware that either one even exists. And they're not foes yet, so that's even bigger. So a large force of beastmen attacks, you know, right as these two races meet each other, and they actually ally together to crush the beastmen. And since Kalador had come to the Old World looking for evidence of a Chaos Gate, and corroborating Grimnir's story with what Anarion was telling him he devised that there had to be a Chaos Gate in the northern Chaos Wastes, above where we would have the Empire. And the two sort of part ways in an amiable way. They give one another a gift, kind of setting up the eventual alliance of elf and dwarf. So we see the elves and the dwarfs meeting each other and having it be a very positive interaction, and having them come out of it not enemies. So it's important to see here. This is where that alliance kind of starts between Kalidor and Grimnir, and eventually the elves and the dwarfs. But after Kalidor departed, the demons returned to the World's Edge Mountains. But this time, they were prepared, not only in numbers, but wild to the ways of the Dawe. They besieged all of their holds. And even though Grimnir could lead, successful offensive, he could not lead them all. And one after one, holds start to fall to the demons. And this spurred Grimnir's march north towards the Chaos Gates, which we've covered in our video on Grimnir itself. I don't want to repeat that whole portion of it because it's pretty epic. So I'll link that to the end of this video. Go ahead and click on that when this video ends, and you can hear the story of how Grimnir marches north with his son. But after the Great Vortex was erected, the besieging demons all vanished for the most part, along with the dwarf ancestor gods. And that's the kind of weird thing, is a lot of stuff in the Warhammer world, especially with their patron gods or their patron kings like Gilles le Breton, become sort of this anachronism for King Arthur, right? Where when his people need him the most, he will return. And that's what happens with the dwarf ancestor gods. They're thought to have, well, for the exception of Grimnir, they're thought to have rejoined into the heart of the mountain to come out when their race needs them. Dwarfs, the Dawe, the Karazhan-Kor needs them the most. Speaking of the Karazhan-Kor, this really began the rise of the Karazhan-Kor and the height of the Dwarven society as they rekindled their holds in the World's Edge Mountain. As for the Mountains of Morn, though, and they had extended at that point at this time, these never rejoined the Dwarf Empire, and this is where the Chaos Dwarfs reside, corrupted by Hashut, the evil bull god and father of darkness. And we'll go into a little bit about the Chaos Dwarfs soon here, but the Chaos Dwarfs have sorcerers, and the sorcerers are really their priest caste that rule over all of the Chaos Dwarfs. So there's no like Thane and Lord system like there is in the normal Karazhan-Kor. So that's kind of a cool thing to know. But we'll go into really just the best race ever to have ever existed. So I've saved the best for last, obviously, as this is really the button on the story as a whole, and not just my simple personal bias with the elves, but also it's about the high elves. So they're the most valiant, bravest, and strongest of all the races, before, currently, and yet to come, for the exception of their lack of AP missiles. But hey, they die with grace. So we've sort of loosely touched on what happens here, right? But I want to go over everything one more time, as it really bears repeating. It's very important because this sets up, again, what we know the world to be. So it all starts with Anarion, who was actually just a wanderer at the start of the Chaos Incursion. Going from place to place, he effectively traveled the entire world. So he returns to Ulthuan when the fighting really starts to get particularly fierce. His homeland is besieged by unholy and fell monstrosities all over the place. The entire nation was beset by chaos, and and I don't mean like, they're at the gates. No, all of Ulthuan was attacked, inner and outer kingdoms. So he has to battle his way directly to the shrine of Assyrian. And here he sort of offers himself up as a sacrifice to save his people from chaos. So he did what any sensible person asking for a request would be. Chucked himself into the flames of Assyrian. And rather than dying, he was born anew as the first Phoenix King, an incarnate of Assyrian. And this becomes a trend that all the Phoenix Kings have to follow. But just like Tyrion in the years to come, Assyrian wins his first battle at the shrine of Assyrian itself, heaving this hunting spear and slaying the demon prince that leads this charge of this massive demon horde outside the shrine. He then picked up the demon's own weapons and slaughtered the host completely. That's something out of like a dwarf slayer book of grudges right there. And it's important to note that the elves were at a pretty bleak state at this time. They weren't winning any battles and were constantly being thrown back on their own homeland. And this victory invigorated the elven people, and they immediately rallied to Anarion's banner. And up to this point, the elves weren't versed in battle or warfare at all, really. They had been farmers and simple people of the land. So this was all very new to them. And sealing the deal, Kalidor Dragon Tamer also swore fealty to Anarion. So the two, like Tyrion and Teclis, trained the mighty glittering hosts of the elves, Anarion by sword, Kalidor by spell. And Anarion commissioned the priests of Vol to smith weapons. And we've talked about how Vol is all about smithing and the god of the forge, almost like a Hephaestus of the Greek pantheon. And he's also creating these armor from Ithelmar and steel as Kalidor starts to train the next generation of mages to help banish the demons. So finally the elves could mount an actual offensive against chaos, and most importantly, win. For 100 years the wars rage all throughout Ulthuan, and even as they fought and won, they still started losing the long war of attrition, and elves began to really lose heart here, elves being quite emotional. Kalidor kind of saw the writing on the wall for this, right? And as it were, he devised a plan to work on a giant vortex that would drain the magic from the world, and thus the demon's very means of materializing in this world. Anarion resisted the plan, and even though he knew that this was the only way out, and it kind of harkens back to the intro of the High Elf campaign, with Tyrion and Teclis kind of arguing back and forth with one another. But they would have chosen Anarion's path of constant warfare had the demons not attacked Aberlorn. There, they killed Astariel, the Everqueen of Ulthuan and Anarion's wife. And although not dead, Anarion assumed his children had been killed as well, and this sent him into a black rage, like just completely consumed him in anger. And he flew on the back of his mighty dragon, in Grombrindal, who we've talked about, to pull the Widowmaker from the Blighted Isle at the Altar of Cain. We see this in Total War Warhammer 2, and actually having an Altar of Cain as a unique building choice as well. But this weapon could kill gods and men alike, and it was a curse blade, one that existed before the time of elves even. And it was said it would doom your entire lineage, and that was something that actually happens later on. The heirs of Anarion, the heirs of Anarion's line, are cursed with the curse of Anarion. They're tested for it, so it's something that actually comes to fruition. But there's this sweeping sort of historic moment or histrionic moment is probably a better word for it, where it talks about Anarion flying to the island and the elven gods whispering into his ears as he travels to tell him to turn back, turn back. And Anarion's fury is just too wild and too hot to be tamed, so he draws this sword and gets imbued with the power of Cain, the god of blood, the god of warfare, basically the elf version of Khorne. But the veterans of the war so far, the more grim and darker of the elves, flocked to Anarion's banner even more so, as he created this kind of new kingdom in the land of Nagaraith. And this is the seat of the court of Anarion that we talked about. And this is where he took up Marathi as his second wife, who is this seeress, and they end up having Malekith, his son. So Anarion starts to become cold and cruel. The sword and his rage are slowly kind of hardening the once very noble elf, and this led to Kalidor leaving his court, saying like, no, I'm not taking this. And he takes all of his dragons, which sounds very petty, very elvish, but he takes all of his dragons and settles in what is to eventually become Kalidor. And Anarion just is incensed. He's furious. And before he could really lash out at Kalidor for leaving, another massive demon invasion begins. An invasion so massive that it spelled pretty much utter doom for the entire elven race. Like they saw it and went, no, a foregone conclusion, we get it. But Kalidor, sort of rather than consulting with Anarion, made for the Isle of the Dead to start his ritual to create the Great Vortex. He's kind of forcing Anarion's hand. So Anarion rides out to aid who is his closest friend. I mean, even though he's angry at this point, it's still like they have built the Elven Empire to what it is at this point, and he knows in the long run that Kalidor is ultimately right. So here you have this epic meeting of these two massive elven hosts. And it even describes in the book that the dragons can actually like blot out the sun. There's so many of them. And when you read the Blood of Anarion book in the Whalem King, Tyrion and Teclis trilogy, the very beginning, the prologue of it talks about how there's these dragons darting in and out of the conflict and just ripping things apart. But there's all manner of beasts against this unending legion of demons. And as Kalidor's mages create the vortex on the Isle of the Dead, elves and demons kind of just savage each other as dragons sweep from the sky, like I was saying, just ripping each other apart. But you have this titanic finale the conflict as Anarion and Dragnir single-handedly kill 4 demons of chaos as they try to breach Kelador's wards that were set up to protect the mages during the invocation. So this is huge, as a mortal man really cannot kill one, let alone 4 greater demons. I mean, even if I'm thinking about it from a tabletop perspective, a greater demon of Khorne's stat profile is insane when it comes to, oh, an Electa count. Like, no thank you, it's not going to happen. Or even just an Elf Prince, because an Elf Prince has got such a terrible actual tanking capabilities that it just get beat around by the greater demon of Khorne. But the battle really took its toll, really. It gravely wounded both Dragnir and Anarion, and in that Blood of Anarion book, it talks about how a greater demon of Khorne slashes his axe into Dragnir, explodes the side of its body, sending pieces of dragon shrapnel, more or less, all over Anarion's helmet. And it's a sad part of the book, I'm not gonna lie. I read it and cried my ass off, but they killed the dragon. But as the vortex was completed, the world fell silent before these bolts of energy, and we saw this right in the video here. Bolts of energy coalesced and streamed up into the sky, drawing in the winds of magic in a swirling, kind of constant moving hurricane of arcane fury. And the Slann lent their aid from across the world, sensing the creation of the massive vortex to help strengthen and empower it. And this is a direct excerpt from the High Elf Army book, and I really like the way it was worded, so I'm going to read that verbatim for you. So, his foes defeated, but his body ruined, Anarion climbed wearily upon the back of the wounded Dragnir, and made once more for the Blighted Isle. Barely managing to complete the journey, Dragnir crashed to the ground on the shores of that dismal island, trembling from fatigue and the terrible wounds to his ancient body, and Dragnir gave one last bellow of defiance and died. Alone, Anarion crawled back to the altar of Cain. He knew that should anyone take the weapon of Cain, it would rule the world, and so he thrust it back into the rock from whence it came. Then, it is said, he lay down beside the ravaged and torn bulk of his beloved steed, and passed from that age of the world. Very Lord of the Rings-esque ending to the greatest High Elf to ever have lived. And the result of the vortex are this series of earthquakes that really reshaped the continent of Ulthuan, but at least the polar gates were sealed, and these demonic legions are held at bay. So you have here now the creation of this vortex, and this vortex becomes a centerpiece for the Total Warhammer 2 campaign, and it allows for the Dwarf Empire, the Karazhan Corps, to rise strong and true. The High Elves now start to, after this point, they can now start rebuilding, and the Sundering is not far off from this point, but this allows them to expand to every portion of the New World and the Old World. This is when you get your Citadel of Dusk and Dawn being made, where the Sea Elves kind of make their home in what is eventually becomes Marienburg and the such. So you get the High Elves kind of expanding out and creating the High Elf Empire, or the Elf Empire, and the Lizardmen start to piece together everything at this point, trying to find some way to get hints to what the master plan is, the Great Plan from the Old Ones, as it's called. And they kind of always act as the behind the shadows, lawful good type people. Like, they're always doing whatever it takes to get the world moving in the direction that they think the Old Ones are moving in. But this video here, again, I just wanted to kind of illustrate the importance of the Great Catastrophe, the importance of the Great Vortex, and what each of the races play in it. You know, we don't really get a conclusive, I guess you could say conclusive readout or a conclusive idea of what happens during this time from the game. So I wanted to give you guys an ability to really understand that. So hopefully you got a pretty good idea from that here. If you have any questions about the Great Catastrophe, or you want to know more about some of the other races like the Wood Elves, which are still part of the Elves of this time, they don't really get any play in this because they're not there. The humans are pretty much kind of tribal, so they don't really matter at this point yet. There's no Sigmar. There's some Bretonni, which are the proto-Bretonia tribesmen. You've got Araby, who basically talks about they mention Araby and Khemri mention the Grand Chaos incursion, and they mention that these like grand spirits of the desert rose up to defeat things. So they never really played a direct hand in things. They talk about their almost like a creation story, more or less, about these desert spirits defending and destroying these demons for them. So it's very interesting little blurb from them. But if you do have any other question, guys, please feel free to comment. More than happy to answer here. Got some more goodies coming your way. Some more stuff on, I'm going to be doing a video on Valaya, as I've promised, and some more of the Tomb King's lore. But hopefully some other lore here I've got planned as well. So stay tuned. Don't forget to subscribe and let me know if you want to hear about or know anything else. Have a good one, guys, and take care. With Total War Warhammer 2 just a handful of days away, we can really kind of delve into some of the final vestiges of the lore for the first game. Of course, we can do a lot more lore after that fact, but here's just a little bit more here. I want to jump into the 3 ancestor gods of the Dwarfs, so Grungi, Valaya, and Grimnir. Each one really kind of has like a different aspect of Dwarf society that they kind of fall under. We've talked about really the elf gods, we've talked about the chaos gods, who are very incorporeal and very, very spiritual. But the dwarf gods are a little bit different, and there's one they were at one time kind of living beings, just like Sigmar. So the dwarves and the humans have a kinship in that, and that their patrons once walked the land that they now inhabit. So this video is going to focus on Grimnir, the warrior of the ancestor gods. So Grimnir is the brother of Grungi and the joint husband of Valaya, and we'll get more into the life of all 3 as a whole more in Grungi. But Grungi and Grimnir both married Valaya, and his symbol is a mighty double-bladed axe, the favored weapon of the Slayers, and he's actually the patron of all warriors, namely the Slayers. So this kind of harkens back to their origin story, as Grimnir would protect the dwarfs from giants, dragons, and trolls, and kind of the same kind of format that a Slayer even falls into. A dwarf slayer, I'm sorry, whoops, a dragon slayer, a troll slayer, everything of the sort. So during the grand chaos incursion, he dual wielded axes and delivered the pain of the Dawe upon the demons. And axes were, of course, these axes were, of course, smithed by Grungi, Grungi being the patron god of blacksmithing and mining, which we'll go into as well. But he decides to kind of go close the Chaos Gate on his own, with his bare hands. And that's an important thing to note. Kalidor, the dragon tamer from the High Elf world, had kind of said, like, I suspect that there might be some Chaos Gates that are allowing all these demons to come to the world. We kind of talk about the High Elves when it comes to the Great Vortex and the Chaos Incursion, and how they were the ones battling everything and opened up this Great Vortex that drained the world of all the Chaos influence. But the dwarfs were very much involved in their own kind of fight against the Chaos Incursion. So it is important to note that it wasn't just the Lizardmen and the High Elf kind of duking things out on their own. The dwarfs had their own role in this scenario. So Grimnir here decides to go do some closing. He shaves his entire head, sans a giant crest, which he then dyes orange and spikes with troll fat. You can kind of sounds like pig tallow, like the way that Norse Vikings used to shape and mold their beards using pig tallow. So he covered himself in the blue markings of his own personal rune. And this is where we really get the Slayers, where they get their rituals from as far as their shaving of their head to kind of embody that they're taking up the Slayer's oath. They're going to pursue death in a glorious way to redeem themselves in Grimnir, Grungi, and Valaya's eyes. So he gives one of his axes to his son Morgrim, and Morgrim, as we know, is the very first dwarf engineer. Who joins him on this grand journey, this grand quest. And the entire time, Grimnir is hemming and hawing his death song as they march north. And as they get north, they end up killing this kind of roaming dragon. And at this time in the world, dragons are far more prevalent. They're all over the place, rather than kind of relegated primarily to Kalidor. Kalidor is where a lot of the dragons went to go into their hibernations, and that's kind of why the High Elves kind of have that one-way access to dragons. But he kills this wandering dragon, Glamindring, and Grimnir then uses the claw of the dragon itself to add even more tattoos to himself, scarring them onto his own body. And at this time, it's another important note here, since this is really as the Karaz Angkor is starting to rise to its height, so no holds have really kind of fallen off the map, as it were. So the northern dwarves had a very good connection with their kind of southern, or at least just the World's End Mountain counterparts. So It was very much still intact. So we don't really see a reconnection with the Northern Dwarves until the current era of things in the 8th edition, when can't remember the Thane's name, who basically goes and remakes contact with the Northern Dwarves, and that cements his rise to becoming the High King. I've mentioned in another video, and just right now it's totally escaping me. But so the duo, they feast there with the Northern Dwarves before moving on. And now we've kind of talked about how dwarfs are a little prone to embellishment when it comes to their fighting. So, you know, how they're epic and they're very lasting dwarf battles, and especially when it comes to feats of personal martial ability, it's always kind of like, you know, up the ass. So just like when we had Calidor II fighting with Starbreaker during the War of the Beard, it was a 3-day non-stop fight, but only did he get the extra hand, the upper hand, when Calidor faltered. Like, just, you know, just over the top. So it should come at no surprise that the duo fought with a Demon Prince of Khorne, lasting 3 whole days. So, you know, right on the eve of losing, Grimnir slew the mighty prince, and you know, bade his son, you know, go back south. We've done enough together. We've killed this demon prince. It's more or less cemented this gate being shut. I'm gonna stay up here. And this is another moment in the Warhammer history where we have a paragon of a respective society sort of kind of disappearing into time and obscurity, or in this case, the Chaos Wastes. So Grimnir kind of says, I'm staying here, and he's never really heard from again. He stays up there, and it's kind of one of those things, just like Gilles Le Breton, how he's sort of like, oh, he'll come back when Bretonnia needs him the most. Or same thing with Sigmar, how he'll come back when the Empire is at its worst situation. Well, cue the end times, but still. But really, that covers Grimnir. And Grimnir, he gets fleshed out a little bit more when we go into the Valaya and Grungi videos. There's not a ton here to go into. I was going to read a little excerpt from the book, but that excerpt was actually just spot on what this is. So rather than rehashing it and reiterating for myself, I'm just going to stick with what I've said so far. I will try to find a little bit better of an actual direct quote from the book for Valaya and Grungi. I know there's one in the Warhammer fantasy role-playing portion I just can't find right now. It just keeps escaping me, but I will find one of those for you guys here. But in our next video, we'll be going into Grungi and or maybe Valaya and together in the next video. This one was just a real quick one I wanted to get out here to kind of jumpstart the 3 ancestor gods of the dwarfs. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this and you got a little bit better of an idea of as to where the Slayers kind of get their rituals from, and where they kind of get their patron from, within Grimnir. So looking forward to Total War Warhammer 2, guys, coming out on Thursday. I will be doing an entire day stream of that. I'll be giving the game away as well to 1 or 2 lucky viewers that are watching. I'll be doing the High Elf campaign and the Dark Elf campaign, and then Turn and I will actually be doing a head-to-head campaign at the end of the day there during the evening. We'll shoot it back up, and we'll choose whatever races suit our fancy, and we'll go at it. But do queue in for that, guys. I'll have that going up all day Thursday, starting at 8 a.m. Pacific, so hope you can join me. But thanks for watching here today, guys. Have a good one, and take care. So we've talked about Grimnir, the ancestor god of warfare, and his mighty kind of offensives against the Chaos Legions of the Great Catastrophe. But there's a name that many of the dwarfs shout as a war chant, and some of the most important figureheads in the dwarf society pay special homage to her, and that is Valaya, the dwarf goddess of hearth and healing. So Valaya is very integral to the growth of the dwarfs, and in a lot of ways, what makes them unique, what makes the dwarfs overly unique, especially from a magical standpoint. She's the twin wife of both Grimnir and Grungi. We've talked about this before, but this would make for a lot of weird conversations in my mind. But dwarfs will be dwarfs, where, you know, Grungi tended to the kind of stone and the delving and the mountains. He taught the dwarves to delve deep into the mountains, and Grimnir perfected the art of war for the dwarfs. Valaya had a very much of a different role. She's kind of portrayed in this sort of stereotypical female Norse shield maiden with a long braided hair down to her feet and a suit of chainmail atop this purple tunic. I think Lagatha from the show Vikings on History Channel, only less Canadian,
way less hot and way more dwarf, obviously. But you guys can really decide if that facial hair down to the ground means if that hair down to the ground means facial hair or hair. But that's up to you. But she carries her mighty rune axe, peace giver, and so again, this very portrait of a shield maiden, and she is the patron god of hearth, home, healing, brewing, holds, all these things, all this culture of the dwarves. And I can't think of another H word that she is in charge of, but I'm sure it's out there. And a center point of dwarf society is their beloved ale, from Bugman's brew down to this watered down slop that they'd give to humans because humans can't stomach anything other than watered down slop. But if you really kind of look at it this way, dwarves are known for their drinking ability. And a lot of that is owed to Valaya. And on top of this, she gave the grand gift of holds to the dwarfs. If Grungi taught dwarfs how to delve into the mountains, Valaya taught them how to make homes out of that delving. And she is responsible for the establishment of both Karak Eight Peaks and Karaz Akarak. And that's actually her holy city. It's kind of dedicated to her, more or less. And the Karaz Akarak, it houses the largest shrine to her in all of the Karazankor. And these massive shrines are located throughout every hold, every house, even all the breweries. And that makes a lot of sense, patron goddess of brewing. God. But the kind of the greatest gift that Valaya really bestows upon dwarfdom is the gift of runesmithing. And she taught the very first rune priests how to inscribe these powerful runes onto both armor and weapons, giving them powers to both protect and deliver even more destruction. And runesmithing, by and far, is one of the biggest traits of not just the dwarf society, but their armies as a whole. I mean, you've got Grombrindal armor, which is etched with runes and enchantments, and a lot of if you kind of recall back from the High Elf lore of the early kind of alliance between High Elves and Dwarfs, we know that the High Elves taught Dwarves quote unquote enchantments, and I don't know what that really means, to be totally honest with you guys. It's in the books that it says this. I don't know if that means they taught them how to strengthen the rune inscriptions on all of their armor and all of their weaponry, or if it means something a little bit different. Because we already know that elves are doing this. The priests of Vol are doing this out of Vol's anvil. They're creating all of this, not necessarily runic, but these enchanted weapons and armor. So I'm not sure if this kind of plays a hand in the level of complexity of the runesmiths making all their weapons and armor. And dwarves even offer rune inscribed weaponry to other races as these kind of gifts or tokens of gratitude. Volton's armor is rune etched by some of the best rune priests of the age. It depends on which Volton you want to look at, Storm of Chaos or End Times, but that's neither here nor there. All 12 of the rune things of the Empire, the original 12 rune things, were created by the great runesmith Alaric the Mad. So this magic equipment of the dwarf stands out amongst some of the finest tools of war in the Warhammer world. And it's said that Grungi foresaw the coming of chaos, and Valaya was able to create a rune that would protect the dwarves in their underground holds, protecting and shielding them from the fell magic of the warp. And we've talked about the Great Catastrophe and how the dwarves had to retreat to their holds as a last bastion against this constant threat, this constant incursion of demons. And a lot of this information comes from the second edition of the Warhammer Fantasy RPG book. And so it's important to note that the dwarf army book kind of touches on Valaya, and it kind of touches on Grungi and kind of touches on Grimnir, but less so of Valaya than the other two. Valaya is accredited with a lot of these great things, but not really given a lot of credit. Like, it's just says, oh yeah, Valaya does all these great things, creates these holds, creates this rune magic, but the rune magic that pertains to war, Grimnir's got a lot of hand in that. So there's a lot of weird undertakings with Valaya, and we'll get a little bit more into that in a second here. But in the second edition of Warhammer Fantasy RPG are what they call strictures, or really just kind of the requirements of any follower of Valaya. And I'd really like to go over these with you guys because they kind of embody the passion and humility of Valaya. Valaya kind of has this duality and she usually typically has two statues in all of her shrines, one being that of her as a kindly motherly figure, the other being her and her war regalia that we went through a second ago with the chainmail, the kind of shield maiden look. But here's kind of the tenets, I guess you could say, of Valaya. Always provide aid to a wounded or ailing dwarf. Always assist a dwarf friend in need. Again, that means anyone who is a friend of the dwarfs. Always attend to the needs of the young. Always protect fellow dwarfs from harm, especially at the hands of a dwarf enemy. Never allow a dwarf ale to fall in the hands of enemies, unless to do so saves dwarf lives. Never knowingly sell or otherwise distribute spoiled ale. So definitely the patron god of brewing. But the Kara's Angkor owes its culture as a whole, even their written language, to Valaya, the ancestor goddess. And as with Grungi, or Grungi, Valaya sort of disappears from the world of dwarfs suddenly and disappears into the mountains with that sort of always famous anecdote that we see in Warhammer and in Warhammer 40,000 of coming back when the time is needed most, right? Like, oh, we need her. Where the hell is she? But it kind of gets down to what really happens to Valaya during the end times. That's always the kicker, right? We know that Gotrek rises up to become the new incarnate of Grimnir, and we know that Grungi is a part of the actual kind of final battle. Him and Grimnir kind of ally up with the rest of the dwarfs to fight and settle all grudges. That's kind of this big sweeping ending moment of dwarfdom in the Warhammer fantasy world before Age of Sigmar kicks off. But what of Valaya? You know, the sweet ancestor goddess of the dwarfs. Well, we don't really know what happens to her. I mean, as in, is she dead? Is she alive? Does she have a different embodiment? What kind of goes down? That's not overly been divulged just yet. But what we do know is that Nagash drains all of her magic from her. And after Neferata kind of sieges the great gates and bursts them open, he says, hey, Nagash, here, make me one of your Mortarks, but suckle the teat of Valaya in there. And he drains her again of all of her magic. And it's important to note, though, he did not kill her. He simply just drains her of her magic. Does it drain her of her divinity? I'm not sure. Nagash doesn't ascend to godhood until he kills Usirian, the Kemrian, or the Tomb King god of death. But in the Age of Sigmar, we see Grungi and we see Grimnir back in full force, you know, with these kind of fleeting mentions of Valaya. So we know she's at least alive. You know, we've got Grimnir leading his whole, I think it's like the Firebeards or Firebrand or something like that. We've got Grungi leading the whole new line of dwarfs that just came out, all like the steampunk looking dwarves. But there is the Dwarden. And these are the female dwarfs. So maybe we're going to see a whole race of female dwarfs kind of come to the equation as an Age of Sigmar possible army to have. And maybe we'll see just a unified dwarf faction or something kind of come out from this. But for now, Valaya is very much a missing in action in the current timeline. But we'll again see how that progresses as Age of Sigmar progresses. But that really kind of rounds off here our tale of Valaya. There's not a whole ton to go off of. In fact, I'd say Grimnir has got the most to go off of, even though Grungi is probably the most important dwarf ancestor god. Grimnir definitely has the most history because his kind of his hand in the dwarf history is a lot more, I don't want to say recent, but it's definitely a lot more heavy-handed, right? You've got this guy who's leading these charges against all these demons and killing them off a ton at a time, and eventually at the end times, incarnate, or it becomes Gotrek becomes his avatar, his incarnate. So there's a lot going on with Grimnir by comparison to Valaya and Grungi, but there's still plenty to go over with Grungi, and he will be our last dwarf ancestor god as we round out the dwarf quote-unquote pantheon. There are more ancestor gods, but they were more talked about in the second edition Warhammer Fantasy RPG. And I'm more than willing to go over them because I feel like they're definitely important. But if we're talking about strictly from the Warhammer army book, it's definitely relegated down to these three with scant mentions of the others. So I can definitely go into them if you guys would like to hear about them. I can maybe even just do one video where I go through all of them real quick. But again, guys, here's Valaya, our second to last ancestor goddess. We'll jump into Grungi in our next video on the ancestor gods. But thanks for watching here today, guys. Have a good one and take care.
So we've done a lot of these videos so far on some of these legendary lords that are not slated to come out, but some that we want to see come out, or some that we are really excited about, or just, you know, some pure speculative things about some of these legendary lords. But today I want to go into, like I had promised in my last video, Ungrim Ironfist. And this will be one of our first lords that is already out, but a lot of you guys have asked, hey, what's a little bit more lore about Ungrim? Who is he? You know, what's his perfect Sunday? Stuff like that. So what we're going to do in typical fashion, I'm going to read a little lore blurb from the 8th edition book on Ungrim Ironfist. Then we're going to go through his magic items, as well as his rules, and how they already correlate to what we see in Total War Warhammer. We'll be using the Mortal Empires Mortal Empires Ungrim Ironfist version from Total War Warhammer 2. So it'll kind of be our, I guess, guinea pig or comparison model for this, the 8th edition tabletop book, as well as the in-game model, or in-game Ungrim, so we can have, you know, compare and contrast. How do they actually work translating from the tabletop into the actual Total War game? We'll also talk a little bit about the end times, as well as Ungrim's ill-fated son, Grim Ironfist. So let's just kind of jump on in here to the lore blurb first. So Ungrim Ironfist, last Slayer King of Cadron. There are few kinds of monsters that walk the world that Ungrim Ironfist is not slain in battle. Armed with the enormous axe of Dargo, Ungrim deals death, carving a path of red ruin before him while singing songs of old in a booming voice. Atop his head is a bright orange crest that rises above a sturdy horned helmet set with a golden crown. For Ungrim is both a slayer and a king, more than likely the last of the line of Slayer Kings of Cadron. The tale of Ungrim's family, the Drakebeard clan, is full of woe, as these in the clan of royal blood bear a history of calamities. Many years ago, King Baragor, Ungrim's 5 times great grandsire, suffered a terrible loss which drove him to take the oath of the Slayers. What caused such a drastic decision is not recorded. It is commonly assumed that the cause was the death of his daughter at the claws of the dragon Skaladrak, while on her way to marry the son of the High King of Karak. In any case, Baragor became the first Slayer King of Cadron. He was torn between conflicting vows, the Slayer oath to seek out death, and the oath of a king to protect his people. In the end, good dwarf sense prevailed, and he found a way to honor all commitments. He founded this famed Slayer Shrine of Cadron, the largest shrine to Grimnir. Thus he established a haven for slayers that continues to this day. His son inherited his vows, and he continued the line of Slayer Kings, of which King Ungrim Ironfist is but the latest. Although Ungrim cannot seek his death in Slayer fashion, he grows ever more restless, leading the throng of Cadron into countless battles. Inspired by his High King and seeking to avenge his lone son who was slain, Ungrim will march to war with the least provocation. It was Ungrim who slew the Dragon of Black Peak, and who broke Quick Headtaker's siege of King Belagar's citadel in Carrick 8 Peaks. The Slayer King has beaten Ogre Mercenary Golgfag Maneater and held off a Chaos Army in the Battle of High Pass. Most dwarfs are amazed Ungrim has lived so long, and none think that a mighty death in battle could be very far away. So as you would expect, a very badass, very awesome dwarf lord here, and even in the tabletop, the Slayers are some of the most iconic units in the dwarf roster, let alone just the Warhammer Fantasy image as a whole. I know one of the very first things I bought was a white dwarf with, I think it was a whole little pack of, excuse me, a pack of Slayers. It was drawn, not like the actual models, jumping onto some unsuspecting orcs, and it's a very, very iconic picture, and it only kind of fits that Ungrim Ironfist in and of himself is just a total badass. Before we jump into the actual rules and everything here, we did that little end times video on the dwarfs and kind of what happened to them, but we know that Ungrim Ironfist was taken over by Aishik, I believe it is, the Wind of Fire. He becomes the avatar of fire, the incarnate of fire in the Warhammer universe, and we see him actually kind of sacrificing himself and turning himself into a gigantic nuclear bomb and essentially killing everything in I don't want to say Altdorf, but that's not right. Averheim, I believe it is. And what actually happens is you have the end of this great Ungrim Ironfist, but he's always kind of been on this Slayer oath, right? And starting with his son, Ungrim Ironfist is a really good example here. So Ungrim Ironfist
this is back in the storm during the Storm of Chaos campaign that we've talked about, has unfortunately been retconned. But Ungrim Ironfist takes the Slayer's Oath, just like his father has, and he's resolved, hey, I'm going to release the family from this. You know, I'm gonna get them out of this oath. So he goes to Kislev to help out with the demon invasion, and what happens is a giant dies and it falls onto Garagrim, and him dying in battle in an honorable death thus absolves the entire clan, including Ungrim, of their Slayer Oath. They've died honorably in battle. There's no longer does that need to pass down from father to son to father, whatever the hell it is. It's done and over with. But Ungrim just gets so despondent and is so depressed about the situation that he's like, no, I'm gonna take the oath again. So he freaks out and becomes a Slayer King again because he's just so depressed about it. That is retcon in the 8th edition. The 8th edition just simply says, oh, his son's dead. We don't know how. Bibbidi bobbidi. So kind of got that going on. And they mentioned a little bit about Goldfag here, but he actually plays a pretty huge role in Ungrim's history. We talked about that during our Darklands video, but Ungrim and Goldfag have a lot of, I guess, back and forth fighting. I think in the actual point, there's one point in the lore where Goldfag is actually just sitting in a jail cell in Karakadrin. So it would make a lot of sense when the Darklands do come out if we had Goldfag around Karakadrin, or at least around somewhere in that portion of the World's Edge Mountains, because these two have such a lasting feud with each other. Well, let's talk now a little bit about those really cool rules. So, again, this character is already in the game, and a lot of what we see in the game has direct translation from what was in the tabletop. So, for instance, he has 2 Slayer abilities. Demon Slayer or Dragon Slayer. In the tabletop you can choose which Slayer they are, and they're locked into that kind of thing. So what we see in the tabletop, Demon and Dragon Slayer further their individual bonuses for as per the actual thing that they're slaying. You know, are they a Demon Slayer, what have you. And that helps increase that effectiveness to that monster. So when we take a look at Total War Warhammer, we're looking at Demon Slayer and Dragon Slayer. So Demon Slayer, it gives +5 melee attack at the toppest or the highest tier when fighting against Chaos and Norska, and the Dragon Slayer gives +5 bonus versus large. So we already see that immediate translation over. He even has the Slayer rule that he has is translated into the Total War game universe with a melee attack bonus of +12. And he has some other rules too that make another direct translation. And it's really cool to see these kind of side by side, right? So if we look at the Slayer King means that he is basically the general of the army. That is not the case for other Slayers in the tabletop. But the Slayer King for the Total War franchise means that you get +10 attack for Slayer units at the top tier, level 3. The King of Slayers is an awe-inspiring sight to every dwarf, but especially those that have taken the Slayer Oath. So they do a really good job of taking what is purely a Warhammer tabletop mechanic. You know, he can be the general, and additionally, Ungrim is chosen as a general. A single Slayer unit may take a runic standard worth up to 100 points. Good luck translating that into Total War, and they've done a really good job doing that with the Slayer King bonus of giving some sort of boon to Slayers in and of themselves. So he does have some magic items that, again, have direct translations as well. So let's talk about those. So the Axe of Dargo, let's read the lore blurb, and we'll compare it even to the lore blurb that's in Total War. Now, I promise it'll probably be just around the damn same. The Axe of Drago. So the Axe of Drago, a runic weapon of monstrous size, was made of the shards of King Baragor's broken axe, tempered with dragon's blood and iron oaths of vengeance. And we take a look at the Total War lore blurb, it's the exact same sentence. So in the tabletop, you get +2 strength and killing blow. Clearly, we don't kind of have that direct translation. We have thought of strength as weapon strength in the Total War universe, so let's take a look at what it actually is. So it gives us a bonus versus large +6, melee attack +6, all attacks are now magic because of the Axe of Dargo, upkeep -5% for all units, recruitment cost -10%, and income from post-battle +10%. And the actual weapon itself has got a toggleable effect, and it's +40% AP and +32
bonus versus large. So obviously, there's no bonus versus large or bonus versus infantry in the tabletop, so they had to kind of make that translation. It makes a lot of sense here that the Axe of Dargo would be something that would be used to kind of hewn off the head of a giant dragon of the sorts, because, you know, him being a Slayer King and all, raining in blood. But let's take a look at another one here, the Dragon Cloak of Firescar. Gifted to Ungrim by Thorgrim Grudgebearer after the Battle of Broken Lake Gully, this cloak is made from the skin of the fierce dragon Firescar, offspring of the mighty Skuladrak. It is now an heirloom of Karakadrin and a symbol of vows already fulfilled. So in the tabletop, we see this thing giving a 4-up ward save to Ungrim. It also improves to a 2-up ward save if it's against flaming attacks. But let us see how this translation makes it to Total War. And actually, the little lore blurb is a little bit, it's shortened from the one in the book, because one of the books, I think, 2 sentences. There's a 1-sentence limit, and clearly in Total War. But in Total War, it's a 5-up it's a +5 melee defense, a 20% resistance to fire, and a 20% ward save, which is pretty awesome. Enemy hero action success -10%, and wound recovery time -1. So it does have a very good translation here. I really like that bonus of ward as well as fire resistance, because the wards are so different from tabletop to Total War, but I really enjoy the way that Total War has taken the ward save and made it not too game breaking, and added it into alongside the normal defense that a character would have. Let's look at our last item here, the Slayer Crown. This majestic helmet, let's start that over. This majestic helmet has been worn by every Slayer King since the time of King Baragor. And what this does in tabletop is it adds 1 to Ungrim's armor save as well as 1 to his toughness. Armor save you could kind of think of as melee, or as the actual statistic armor, and melee defense you could correlate to the toughness statistic in the tabletop. So let's see how that translates as well. So it gives a 5+5 public order, gives 8 armor, 10 melee defense, so you see that direct correlation there with the toughness, and you see that direct correlation with the armor save bonus right there. It also gives him a +3 melee attack, and then a ward save of 10%. Of course, that would stack with his Dragon Cloak of Firescar, giving him a total of 30% ward save, which is pretty damn awesome. Also, he gives unit experience +1 for Slayer unit recruits, and chance of intercepting an army using the Underway, Beast Paths, or World Routes +10%, and lastly, Untainted +5. So you can really get an idea here for how they've made this translation of the Slayer King from a tabletop mechanic where he is very centered on killing large beasts, large animals, large monsters, dragons and demons of the sort. But also he's a little bit of a sniper, he's a bit of an assassin. He has to be placed with Slayers in the tabletop. Obviously that's not a situation here, but he also has his death, for instance, he even has his death blow capability, which is gives him in Total War +15% AP and +15% weapon damage. So you see Ungrim Ironfist as this very true to the tabletop roots, and this is just to give you guys an idea of how some of the lords have translated from the book to Total War. And you know, that's one of those things where, oh, I don't like that movie, I fucking, the book's better. Well, of course the goddamn book's better. But this gives us a really good idea of how Total War goes about looking at certain mechanics and how to translate them into Total War. And that'll give us a lot of insight on how we can help translate what we see in a lot of the hopefully upcoming lords of Total War Warhammer 3 in the Chaos Dwarfs, in the Ogre Kingdoms, in Kislev, and how they might be incorporated into Total War. We can kind of, I guess, get a more accurate speculation rather than just kind of a blanket, well, he's got ice magic, so it means he's going to be throwing glacial shards everywhere. But hopefully you guys enjoy this video here. If you want to see more videos on lords that are already out in the game and we know everything about, let me know. I'd love to kind of talk side by side about what happened in tabletop and what happened in Total War and how these kind of correlate together. I had a lot of fun doing this because it's kind of fun for me, even personally, to see that direct correlation of, oh, Slayer King is an actual rule for him. So is Slayer, so is Demon Slayer, so is Dragon Slayer. He's Rune of Grimnir is there on him. Like, all these things play so heavily into Ungrim Ironfist's actual background that it's great to see them actually put into the game. It's just little, if anything, it's a slight nod to the people that know about the book. But if you didn't know anything about the book, you're not in the lurch here. You definitely still know what all these abilities do. So
this is kind of a great justice, a great nod, as it were. But thanks for watching so much here today, guys. Got plenty of goodies coming out here for you this week. I'm going to be starting to do some stuff on some Warhammer 40,000. Kind of take some break from Warhammer Fantasy for a little bit and kind of hopefully switch off. We have our streams coming up throughout the week as well. And hopefully we'll have plenty of other quick battles and even maybe our co-op campaign with Turin coming out as well. But thanks for watching here today, guys. Don't forget to like and comment below. Go ahead and follow me on the old Twitter sphere, or whatever the hell it's called. It's a link. There's a link somewhere in my channel. I can't believe I just said twatter. But thanks for watching, guys. Have a good one and take care.
But going back on a little bit of a series we haven't talked about in a long time, it's going into some of the legendary lores that are not in the game, but would make really great additions. Almost kind of like a missing legendary lore type of list. And we've talked about a number of the dwarfs. So we've talked about Josef Bugman. We've talked about Thoric Ironbrow. Today I want to talk about Grimm Burloksson. He kind of has a different role than a lot of the other conventional dwarf characters have. Not in just the 8th edition Warhammer Army book, but in the entirety of the Warhammer setting. I mean, the majority of Warhammer setting dwarf special characters in the Warhammer setting are some sort of Slayer, some form of Runesmith, or some form of Thane/Lord. So I would love to talk about Grimm Burloksson, who is none of those. Instead, he is a master engineer. So let's read this blurb from Grimm Burloksson, the upstart master engineer. Grimm Burloksson is the youngest dwarf to pass the many rituals required to be named a master engineer. As the son of the guildmaster Burlock Damonson, it was always expected that he would follow in his father's footsteps. Even as a beardling, Grimm exhibited all the signs of a skilled inventor, and other aspirants were still learning basic principles. He had already constructed a self-lighting pipe, a steam-powered beard braider, and a double-barreled rifle that could kill a half-dozen grobby with one shot. Even the eldest guild members conceded his ability. However, there were signs that his judgment was suspect, and he did not value the ancient laws that engineers are expected to follow. Grimm's rebellious ways are not unexpected, for his father also went beyond the experimentations attempted by all headstrong young engineers. Only a tragic accident and the ritual humiliation of a close comrade forced Burlock to change his ways, and many say that Grimm is heading down the same wrong path. Unheeding of advice, Grimm continues to forego the precision tuning so beloved by his guild and instead focuses on the trial and error of his own bold inventions. He has devised a telescopic sight that fits over his battle helm and better allows him to triangulate aiming computations. And those who have fired using his enhanced black powder and modified crossbow bolts find their range greatly increased. In emulation of his father's augmentations, Grimm has invented his own steam-powered gauntlet, thus increasing his own strength significantly. An eccentric, if somewhat erratic genius, the young engineer torments his guildmates by attempting new designs, questioning past methods, and stubbornly refusing to give up new inventions. So we know very much that the dwarfs are a very, I don't know, dogmatic, but they're a very traditional race, and they stick very strictly to that routine, to that tradition, and to all those things that really make the dwarfs who they are. You have Grimm Burloksson, who kind of breaks that mold. He even breaks the mold because he's the only engineer special character in the game that I even know about. There are a couple here and there, and like end times and all sorts of other crap, but nothing of any real worth that was on the tabletop itself. And he has a lot of really kind of cool special abilities that are very reminiscent of I guess they mirror the actual master engineer that you can summon in the game. Now, we have engineers in Total War Warhammer, and before I won't go into Grimm Burloksson's abilities, I want to talk about the actual Total War Warhammer rendition first, right? Because we're going to talk about a direct juxtaposition, or what they can really change about the special character of an engineer. So we know that with an engineer, we get entrenchment, right? This increases physical resistance, this increases AP missile damage, and the artillery piece in question cannot move. Now, on top of it, you also have ballistic calibration, which increases your accuracy and your reload skill. And then lastly, you have extra powder, which increases your explosions and increases your armor-piercing explosions, both by a percentage of 10. So definitely you have master engineers as these ballistic experts, these individuals that are going to be adding to the firepower of your already great firepower in the dwarves. Now, with the addition of the Vampire Coast, we see Gunnery Wights, and Gunnery Wights have a lot of really awesome abilities, right? They can use these really cool different kind of grenades and stuff like that. They can replenish the ammunition of things so it stays above their 50% threshold, so they get access to their extra powder racial ability. Well, what if for Grimm Burloksson, we had something a little bit different? So Grimm Burloksson in the tabletop has a rule called Master of Accuracy, and it allows him to basically give certain bonuses based off of certain situations. So there's 3 of them: Artillery Adjustment, Increased Range, and Superior Volley. Artillery adjustment pretty much just means that they're all rolling off of Grimm Burloksson's ballistic skill, which is significantly higher in tabletop. And this would be very similar to the actual rule of ballistics calibration in Total War Warhammer, which increases accuracy and reload skill. There's no reload ability in tabletop, but the accuracy portion is directly correlated to the ballistic skill. So artillery adjustment, I think we could see in the exact same way that we see rune lords, right? How rune lords have greater runes of the runes like rune smiths have. So maybe for Grimm Burloksson, he has a greater ballistics calibration. Rather than it being 30% accuracy and 20 reload skill, it's maybe 40% or 50% accuracy and 30 or 40 reload skill. I mean, that is a little bit more intense, I guess you could say. And maybe to make this kind of a little bit more balanced, I guess you could say too, is that these are activatable abilities that have charges. You know, you can use 1, 2, 3, 4 of these just as you can with the replenishing ammo capability of the Gunnery Wights or any of the grenades. You know, what I think they did really well about the Gunnery Wights is it does add a lot of utility to the army. It adds a lot of strength to Vampire Coast army in ways that I don't think the Master Engineer really does. I do think that ballistics calibration is very strong, and I like the aura benefits of extra powder, but I just think there needs to be more. So another one of the abilities for Master of Accuracy, just to make this a little more clear, in tabletop you roll a die, and on a 2+, you can bestow one of these 3 special rules, whichever one you choose. So that's what there's kind of 3 in 1 here. So increased range is another one. I would just like it if Grimm Burloksson gave his aura, rather than say, or his aura for extra powder, maybe give, you know, it's 10% explosion and AP, but it also increased range by like 5 or 10. Because I think that's something that's entirely different and new to the gamer. We haven't seen anything quite like that outright increases the range from a passive aura on a character. I think that'd be pretty devastating. Because, I mean, Thunderers have a range of 145. If you increase that to 150, shit, if you increase that to 160, that's a serious situation. I mean, the only thing that has another, that is of that tier of missile unit, is Wood Elves and High Elves that have the same kind of, on the Archer par of 160 range. I think that'd be pretty terrifying. But also, again, that could be pretty broken, so there would have to be a give and take to this. Maybe just a simple 5 range, or just a range to artillery pieces, because really that was kind of the focus of this character, but increased range does apply to dwarf crossbows and handguns, so you're kind of tampering a little bit with the essence of the tabletop rule to make it a little bit more palpable in Total War Warhammer, because a 160 range Thunderer is pretty disgusting. So I think that would be kind of a nifty mechanic here to see added in, or at the very least, increased range simply just helps with accuracy maybe a little bit more so than the other one does already. Now, the last ability as a part of Master of Accuracy here is Superior Volley. And this simply allows for any rerolls of missed to hit rolls in tabletop. So how would that be done though in Total War Warhammer? Well, increased volley to me, in a game like this where you don't have to worry so much about quote unquote to hit rolls, because I mean, for the most part things kind of shoot in. So you do have an accuracy rating that you can increase. That'd be pretty nifty. I think that'd be kind of a fun one. But also ammunition. I think that's one thing that the dwarfs kind of lack, is any way to kind of replenish or keep ammunition stocks at a very good rate, or keep firing. You do have to worry though, because again, you can run into a really bad road bump with that, where, okay, everyone takes Grimm Burloksson because he's just pumping out so much more range firepower. But I think that's kind of one thing I really feel is lacking in the artillery portion of the gameplay of the dwarfs. Yes, organ guns are outright devastating. And cannons are totally terrifying on the battlefield. 800 points for a dwarf cannon is no slouch here. But and also grudge throwers are very, very strong, especially the Goblobber. But I just feel like any army that I play as a dwarf or that I witness as a dwarf has less artillery than what I see in tabletop, because it's very risky to take artillery in Total War Warhammer depending on the situation. I mean, low cost artillery is pretty easy, but you do have to now defend it and invest more points into it. So maybe Grimm Burloksson could be a great way to either, as a character of himself, naturally defend and keep artillery up running a little bit better, or just by his native or passive abilities, he can help create more effectiveness from artillery. Of course, this isn't saying that artillery is bad in the game, not by any stretch of the imagination, especially not for the dwarfs. I just wish I could. It was even more terrifying. Like, I mean, man, if you saw one dwarf great cannon on a battlefield and you brought a dragon in Total War or in tabletop, yeah, man, that dragon was almost dead before the game even started. They were so scary in tabletop, almost to the point in 8th edition where it's like, oh man, one of these, okay, well, all my high value things are just going to get gibbed outright. But I think striking a balance in there would be really cool. Now, he does have two really awesome weapons here, weapons. One of them is Grudge Raker. With 2 barrels, this weapon can riddle a single target or blast a swath into oncoming troops. So it'd be kind of nifty if Grimm himself could have an ability, just like we see with the Eagleclaw Bolt Thrower or the Reaper Bolt Thrower, where he could switch between anti-large or anti-infantry. Just because he's got, okay, I'm going to go for a full single slug, or I'm going to go for a pepper blast and try and get multiple people. And I think that'd be a really awesome different mechanic for this Master Engineer that plays with mechanics that are already in the game. Then we have the Cog Axe, which is very reminiscent to Malekith's Destroyer. Whether by steam-powered clamp or teeth located along its blade, the Cog Axe can catch and break a foe's weapon. Now, of course, this thing would just have armor piercing, your default kind of situation. And it's an axe, so I would think of this more as maybe a halberd, as if you want to look at the interpretation into Total War Warhammer, or they could just do a simple hand axe. Either one might give him like anti-large, maybe anti-infantry, depending on, how they do the Grudge Raker, right? They don't want to give this guy just some stacking crap to the high heavens. But Weapon Snapper is the special ability for Cog Axe. And the way Weapon Snapper works is it can simply destroy a magic item. Now, in tabletop, Arcane Unforging, the Destroyer, other magic weapons in the game can outright destroy other magic weapons in tabletop. Now, we see this represented in Total War Warhammer in a different way. We see it represented as a recharge ability. So if we take a look at, for instance, Arcane Unforging. Arcane Unforging incurs an additional 30-second ability recharge onto anyone that it's casted upon. Also does some damage. Now, if we look at the Destroyer, we see a similar situation. The Destroyer, I think, is as I check really quick, I think it's a 10. Yeah, it adds 15 seconds on top of whatever things of current ability charges. So, I think Weapon Snapper would have that exact same ability, an activatable ability. If you were to bring this, that would then do additional ability recharge in seconds, probably at 15. That sounds pretty reasonable. That kind of makes sense in the whole weapon snapping portrayal. The Destroyer was able to just give items outright in tabletop. So this plays into that same mechanic, because that seems to be how Creative Assembly's creative team has interpreted that rule set of destroying magic items. Okay, we can't destroy that item because it doesn't work like that. So instead, we will just increase the recharge rate. But I think as a whole, Grimm Burloksson would be a really amazing addition to Total War Warhammer as a campaign lord that is focused around the range capabilities of the dwarves, which are substantial, right? You've got Thunderers, you've got Trollhammer torpedoes, you've got Iron Drakes, you've got Flame Cannons, you've got every single damn artillery piece in the game, or in the Dwarf Army, that could just get bolstered so much more with the presence of Grimm Burloksson. I think that would make him a really fun and different lord for the dwarves, because you have these very, very, very heavy combat-oriented special characters in every single dwarf character right now. Until we add Thoric Ironbrow in, every character is pretty much just a dwarf lord or a dwarf slayer lord. I think Grimm Burloksson, in addition to Thoric Ironbrow, are two great ways to take a giant spin on the way that people typically approach dwarves. Rather than having these heavy front frontline elite infantry, you can focus more on a more elite backline with the front line that's just going to maintain the line, while you have thunderers ripping through stuff. You've got corralers that are able to loose bolts faster, or I'm sorry, not faster, but further, more terrifying artillery. Again, I think Grimm Burloksson would just be a very different and fun way to play the dwarfs, in a way that I think is truly meant to play dwarfs, right? Who plays dwarfs if you're not ready to play a whole ton of artillery pieces, or a whole ton of, like, basically like steampunk technology? Again, I think he'd be a really, really kind of fun addition. But let me know in the comments below what you think, if you think Grimm Burloksson would be a fun addition to the dwarf roster. I'm not sure how they would add this, or when, or if they would at all. But again, I think it'd be a really different and interesting way to play a dwarf campaign that was focused more on the artillery pieces and less on the actual elite infantry of the dwarfs, which is, well, considerably elite. But as always, guys, thanks so much for watching here today. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, all that kind of action. And throughout this week, we got a lot of fun stuff planned. I got a whole dwarf army video coming out to you. We have a Lehman Russ video that's going to cover the next Primarch in our Primarch series, as well as some other fun things here and there, some streaming on Wednesday probably, and some other days, hopefully getting another Warpstone Cup out. But as always, guys, have a good one and take care. The White Dwarf is probably one of the most iconic icons in the Games Workshop repertoire. And for those of you that actually played the tabletop, I'm sure you're very familiar with the namesake magazine, the White Dwarf. It's been around for it feels like hundreds of years, but it's been over 40 years the White Dwarf, both magazine and White Dwarf himself, have kind of been in circulation. So today I want to talk about Grombrindal and his relationship with Malekith, as well as just his lore as a whole, as well as come to some of his features about his stats and his actual tabletop to Total War conversion. Now, there isn't an actual really cool lore blurb I can read for you guys from the 8th edition Dwarf book, because it doesn't exist. Grombrindal has never actually had an official place in any of the Warhammer books, army books. He's always just been a supplement from any of the White Dwarfs. In fact, he actually came about in White Dwarf number 348. That was his very first actual official rules that were published. Also in like White Dwarf 100, I think, was the first like actual telling of his story and the such. So he has a story that's been kind of been retconned and changed so many times over the years, but I'll go along with some of the things that I find to be the ones either I like the most, or I think really is the most true, and not just Games Workshop retconning to change something all the way down the line, like they have done with, say, the Eternity King with Malekith, but we'll get into that in a whole different video. So, to tell the story of the White Dwarf, of Grombrindal, we have to tell the story of Snorri Whitebeard. Now, Snorri Whitebeard is the first and, well, eldest son of Grungi and Valaya, the elder god and goddess of the dwarfs. He's the very first actual High King, and he has this history dating back all the way to the time of Anarion. And during the big Great Catastrophe we've talked about before, where the Chaos incursions happen and it wipes out a whole ton of stuff, and the dwarfs are fighting them, the High Lizardmen are fighting them, the High Elves are fighting them, and the Great Vortex is born. During that time, the ancient ancestor gods of the dwarves eventually leave, and when they do leave, the dwarfs appoint Snorri Whitebeard as the very first actual High King of the dwarfs. And this is pretty huge. You know, this is this is the beginning of the monarchy of the Karazankor, as it's called, you know, the empire of dwarfdom. And at this time, the dwarfs don't actually have a huge relationship with the High Elves, or I'm sorry, the elves in general, until the very end of the Great Catastrophe, where you've got Malekith teaming up with Snorri Whitebeard to kind of exact some vengeance and kill off some of the last of the Chaos armies that threaten kind of the old world as a whole. Now, this is where things kind of get a little bit dicey. In the original lore, I want to just say 4, 5, 6 edition maybe, Malekith becomes the ambassador to the dwarfs. He becomes a dwarf friend, as it's called in the Lord of the Rings, you know, an actual person who is, you know, basically a dwarf by namesake, not by blood. And through this, Malekith becomes this ambassador and this large figurehead of the dwarves, and he knows everything about their culture. He travels the world much like his father Anarion does, and he learns about all these different cultures and races,
And he does a lot to strengthen that relationship between the dwarfs and the high elves, something that to a level that it's never been ever since, and it never will be. But the lore kind of states that when Snorri Whitebeard is dying, he makes Malekith promise on his deathbed, an oath as it is called, as you all know, that the dwarfs and the elves will always be friends, because they were apprehensive coming into it on both sides, and they only flourished, they only blossomed from their relationship. And Malekith took the oath and said, yeah, you know what, you're right, we'll always be best bros, we're always going to be like fisting, pumping fists and drinking beers together and fancy elven wines and kind of looking each other in the eye and then winking suggestively. We'll always do that forever, just a tip. And Snorri passes on into basically dwarf Valhalla with this oath intact, and happy with this oath intact. There's also a kind of a differentiation in the lore between that being Malekith, or that being King, the Phoenix King Belshazzar, who is the Phoenix King right after Anarion superseding Malekith, which kind of pisses off Malekith. It just depends on which part of the lore you're looking into, but those two things exist, and I wanted to present them. So what happens is, obviously we have the Sundering, right? And then subsequently after that, we have the War of Vengeance, or the War of the Beard, depending on what side of the fence you fall on. I call it the War of the Beard because the high elves are always right. Now, this obviously fractures the friendship and relationship between the dwarfs, because the War of the Beard starts because Malekith tricks the dwarfs into thinking that high elves attack, raid, and killed multiple trade caravans of dwarfs. And the response by Gotrek Starkbreaker, the High King of the time of the War of Vengeance, says, hey, I think it's Phoenix King, Caldor the First might be, or maybe the second. But basically it says like, hey, yo, you got to do something about this. You've got to end this. Basically, what would eventually become the War of the Beard, and he ignores it, and this embroils out to, again, the War of the Beard, and their relationship ends. It depletes both races substantially. Like, the High Elves go from ruling all over in Lothern and ancient Bretonnia and ports and parts of what is now Altdorf to just being an Ulthuan. And the Karazankor goes from extending over to every single mountain range in the Old World to just being in the World's Edge Mountains for the most part. So you see the kind of ramifications of this, and as the story goes, as the lore goes, this fracturing of this oath, this breaking of this oath, is so strong, because an oath on a deathbed is like the ultimate oath. Let's say penultimate oath outside of like Grungi's oath at the end of like the end times. So it's like, there it is. There's nothing more important than that in the dwarf culture, and the fracturing of this oath is said to bring Snorri Whitebeard's soul back from dwarf Valhalla, basically, and imbues him as this mythological, mystical white dwarf. And the white dwarf is basically the Green Knight of the Karazankor, of dwarfdom. And he goes around the World's Edge Mountains kind of fighting and helping beleaguered dwarf armies here and there, and doing what he can to kind of help out. But it's always very mysterious. He doesn't talk very much. He disappears just as kind of mysteriously as he arrives, and just kind of comes in and out of the history. Now, for a lot of years in the hobby, the white dwarf has always just kind of been this really cool figurehead. It's been on the covers of magazines. It's been whispered about. You've got some commemorative models that come out every so often. But Grombrindal's kind of birth in Total War Warhammer really kind of put the White Dwarf on the center stage. And also with the end times, you finally get who the hell the White Dwarf is. Now, up until this point, it was rumored that the White Dwarf was Snorri Whitebeard. In the end times, the White Dwarf is just like, it is I, Snorri Whitebeard. I have cast off my gray cloak like in Lord of the Rings Two Towers, and drawn Malekith out like poison from a wound. And he sets out to go and kick Malekith's ass. Malekith is now the Eternity King here. He's assigned himself, well, bullshit from the lore has made him the Eternity King, meaning he's the overall king of all elfdom. And Snorri Whitebeard, or the White Dwarf, Grombrindal himself, Grombri, goes to go and, make him pay for breaking this grand oath.
And it's kind of fucked up, but when he gets over to him, and they get in this big battle, and he was supposed to have killed him, like Grombrindal's like pretty much got him like dead to rights, and he goes, "Hey, forgive you. You want to go drink a beer about it?" Like it's kind of an overly weird, cheesy, lore-breaking moment, because the dwarfs don't just go, "Oh, well, we can forgive that. The oath has to be paid some way or another." So this is not kind of the way it should have ended, in my opinion. Grombrindal, if you're gonna make him attached to Malekith like that, then fucking have him go kill Malekith. Have him be Malekith's foil. But I guess on the note of foils, since we've got the White Dwarf and how he's really more of like a marketing, not ploy, but a marketing figure more than an actual tabletop figure. And he is part of the dwarf mythos, but he has had such a scant actual hardcore or concrete placement in it that it's hard to say that he's like a character as large as, say, Belagar, who's had a model for years, or Thorgrim, again, same thing. But the White Dwarf's kind of ultimate foil, his antithesis is the Black Agabo, and they kind of come and go all throughout the, almost like an episode of like Scooby-Doo, like running from door to door throughout the Games Workshop history. And the Black Agabo doesn't have a entry in anything of worth. Like, I think he's got some rules. He might have had a couple models or mentionings here or there, but there's mainly the White Dwarf that gets the big fanfare. He's got the majority. He's got a ton of different models and stuff like that. So Grombrindal is far and above more popular than the Black Gobbo as far as just the image. But that just kind of gives you guys an idea of what Grombrindal and what the White Dwarf's history is all about. And we've seen him now in Total War Warhammer. He kind of came with that really cool White Dwarf promotion, which was pretty nifty. But it added him into the game, and he added him with a lot of the same abilities and a lot of the same rules that we got with the White Dwarf number 348. Namely, really like all of his magic items. I mean, the Rune Helm of Zufbar, the Glimmeril Skill Armor, the Rune Cloak of Valaya, Rune Axe of Grimnir, they're all pretty much in Total War Warhammer, especially, maybe not in the multiplayer portion, but they are in the actual portion of the game, the what the hell is it called? The campaign. And it's kind of cool to see that, right? It's kind of cool to see that they make that direct translation. And in the actual lore for the White Dwarf and Grombrindal, he's assumed dead at the end of the end times, when he and the rest of the entirety of the dwarf race comes back to fill all the grudges, to kind of wipe out all grudges. He's actually made a debut though in the Age of Sigmar rule set, so he's actually still alive and kicking, which is weird. In fact, the dwarfs in Age of Sigmar comment saying, "I don't know how he's alive. He should be dead." So let's talk a little bit about his magic items here and what kind of makes Grombrindal. So he does have, he used to have a special rule called like Disguised, which basically meant that he almost was like an assassin, where he could be in any unit you the opponent didn't know, but you the dwarf player knew, and he could disguise in that unit, and then when he choose to reveal himself whenever he want. So it would prevent you from sniping out Grombrindal and kind of focusing that unit down. So it was kind of a really cool, interesting, and flavorful kind of touch, because Grombrindal always kind of comes in and out of the lore in a cloaked, kind of concealed manner before disappearing just as easily, like I was saying. So obviously that didn't make it into the game, because he's a you know, up front and center kind of lord, but I think it'd have been kind of cool to see that kind of cloaked mechanics, and that's like the assassin mechanic. But we don't even see the assassin mechanic from the rest of the tabletop in Total War, so it makes a lot of sense. But he is unbreakable, just like he is in Total War Warhammer. But let's talk a little bit about his magic items. Now, he has the Rune Helm of Zufbar, and this is from White Dwarf 348. Those dwarfs who have managed to glimpse the stunning helmet that the White Dwarf bears in battle on his furrowed brow have described it as a contemplating, dazzling vision. The runesmiths have identified this magnificent helmet as the lost Rune Helm of Zufbar, which disappeared many years ago when that particular hold was temporarily overrun by Greens. Now, the flavor text is kind of similar, right? Long thought lost to time and conflict, Grombrindal's awesome helm inspires already courageous dwarfen hearts to even greater acts of bravery. and this gives him armor, some physical resistance, and helps him intercept in the world routes, but also increases leadership. And that's what it was in tabletop, was the ability to help out any fleeing dwarf, helps out their leadership. So it's a very nice little nod to that item, and I'm all for it. But let's touch on the Cloak of Valaya here. The Rune Cloak of Valaya. The runes embroidered on the great cloak worn by the White Dwarf display, without a doubt, that it was woven by Valaya herself. Just as a side note, we know Valaya to be the master, the mistress of runes, and brought rune crafting and enchantment to the dwarves. But to continue on, at least one saga relates that Valaya, the dwarf goddess and protector of the dwarven people, fell in love with the White Dwarf on account of his magnificent white beard and gave him the cloak as a token of her esteem. Now, this obviously doesn't match up with what we know from the lore of him being Snorri Whitebeard, but this is of a time when things were very tumultuous, and it transitioned from rich, true, awesome lore to what sells the most. That's just like a purely super opinionated opinion of what happened in Games Workshop. It's very much swung back to really cool, rich, pure lore. So it was a very weird time in Games Workshop history where things didn't make a lot of sense. A lot of retconning was going on, and it's since jumped back from then. But the Rune Cloak of Valaya in tabletop pretty much just gave him magic resistance. Really simple little cloak here. What it does here in Total War Warhammer does the same thing. Gives him some melee defense of 6, some physical resistance of 5, and it helps with some untainted and enemy hero actions, but it gives him a 25% magic resistance. Again, staying very true to the lore, very true to how his tabletop interpretation was. Now, the Rune Axe of Grombrindal is pretty interesting because it's actually called the Rune Axe of Grimnir in the tabletop. So the mighty axe-wielding White Dwarf carries an axe that matches the description of the Grimnir's ancient runic axe that appears in several sagas and legends. Perhaps Grimnir gave his legendary weapon to the White Dwarf. And in Total War, mentioned in several sagas and legends, could the White Dwarf's mighty weapon be the fabled rune axe wielded by Grimnir at the dawn of history? So it's like they're trying to say it is, but it isn't the rune axe of Grimnir by just naming it the rune axe of Grombrindal, kind of making some mystery to it. So it's kind of fun, a different way of doing things. It's essentially the same damn thing, right? The way that this worked in tabletop was that when you used it, you were stronger, you hit harder basically, and you were able to re-roll any failed to hit and to wound rolls, which is pretty huge. And anytime you basically, like we've talked about before in tabletop, when you attack someone, you roll to hit them, then you roll to see if that hit wounds them, then the opponent rolls an armor save to see if they've saved themselves from that wound. Now, the Rune Axe of Grimnir makes it so that you have to re-roll successful armor saves, which is very, very strong actually. So you're pretty much you get to re-roll the hit, the wound, and then if they succeed on saving it, they have to re-roll that. So your likelihood of breaking through their armor is way stronger with the Rune Axe of Grimnir. And the way we see this in Total War Warhammer, it's kind of similar, right? You get this increase to AP damage plus 13, increase to melee attack, which is your likelihood to hit. Enables magical attacks. It has a lot of really cool, nice campaign abilities like upkeep and recruitment costs and income bonuses, but also clicking it, activating it, gives you plus 40% AP damage. Now, if we're looking at his base stats, he's got 315 AP, 40%, whatever, 3 times 4, so 120 additional AP damage. So that's pretty rad. And also it imbues Discourage, so it knocks down the leadership of things. So if you're fighting against Greenskins, which is kind of the namesake of Grombrindal, is fighting against Greenskins, it helps to really knock those lords out of commission real fast and heavy-like. But the last item here, the Armor of Glimril Scales. This one's got a different description than Total War. After the Battle of Throg, in which the White Dwarf slew 10,000 warriors of chaos to rescue the reckless Ungi No Chance and his folk, a single scale of armor was found clenched in the teeth of the Chaos Lord. It was forged from a metal totally unknown by the dwarf folk. Runesmiths were completely mystified and called it Glimril, believing that it had been forged by the ancestor gods themselves. So, very weird, very mysterious, very pompous. The Glimril scale, though, just simply gives him a 1-up armor save and 4+ ward save. We see this, though, represented in Total War Warhammer. It's got like I said, different description. So here's a description in Total War.
Replicated by runesmiths from a single scale wedged between the teeth of a slain Chaos Lord at the pivotal battle of Throg, the White Dwarf's armor is able to deflect even the hardest blows. So I totally lied. That's almost the exact same description. I think I was thinking of the rune axe when I was looking at this earlier. So, completely full of shit. Ignore what I've said. But it has the same kind of representation. Increases armor, increases melee defense, increases physical resistance, as well as giving a ward save of 10%. Also helps out with some campaign benefits such as enemy hero action success chance and wound recovery time. So, do I think that the Total War representation of the White Dwarf is on point? Yes. In fact, I think it kind of rises above the expectation. Usually there's some things that are kind of sacrificed to make a really true conversion, but I think that this is a very true to form conversion outside of maybe the disguised portion, but losing that isn't anything I would say is too huge. I really wish that there was some sort of event or mechanic in Mortal Empires that catered to Malekith or pointed towards Malekith, especially if you started with some sort of oath or grudge immediately towards the Dark Elves. I think that'd be really cool and thematic. But outside of that, I think that this kind of representation of Grombrindal and this portrayal of him is a nice portrayal that kind of keeps the mystery of who the White Dwarf is, keeps the mystery of who Grombrindal is, but that brings to the fore a lot of the great things that make him who he is. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this little video here today on Grombrindal, on the White Dwarf. If you have any other questions or anything else you want to hear about from Grombri himself or the White Dwarf, do let me know and I can get those answered for you. But as always, guys, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, all that action. Have a good one and take care.
In an effort to talk about more of the legendary lords or special characters from the tabletop that haven't quite made it into Total War Warhammer 1 and 2, I want to take a little segue away from our recent 2 Empire gentlemen and take a step back to our dwarf folk. I was going to do my very first greenskin lord, but you know, this guy just spoke to me. And I think that a lot of people are really curious about what or who Josef Bugman is, you know, the master brewer, the gentleman in charge of Bugman's Rangers. So let's talk about Josef Bugman here today, the mysterious master brewer. We're going to go into his it's got a very small lore blurb about him actually, but then we'll go into his magic items and how his role is, because his role would be a little bit different from the other, sorry, that's my 8th edition book clattering around here. His lore's a little bit different, or I'm sorry, his mechanics are a little bit different from some of the other lords that we're used to in the Dwarf Army. You know, the Dwarf Army, or the legendary lords of the Dwarf Army at least, have a very specific role. You've got, you know, Ungrim, who's this slayer. You've got Belagar, who's just outright a tank and takes so much damage. Grombrindal, who is a bit of a duelist, you know, he kind of fits a lot of different roles. And then you've got the mighty Thorgrim himself, who is this very, very central, strong legendary lord that is a bit of a tank, and it does support his army as well. So Josef would be a little bit different here. So let's talk about the mighty Bugman, mysterious master brewer. Josef Bugman is the most famous master brewer of all time. This is really saying something, for dwarfs take their ale seriously, and there are many famous brews and renowned brewers. Yet still, the name of Bugman stands as a paragon of quality. A member of the Dragonback clan, after the fall of Ekrund, Josef's relatives set up a stout brew house in the foothills of the Grey Mountains. A moderate success, the brewery took off after Josef took over, with triumphs like Bugman's XXXXX, that's 60, and the notorious Troll Brew. Yet, at the height of its ale's growing popularity, disaster struck. While returning from a delivery, Bugman arrived at his brewery to find it a smoldering ruin. Goblin raiders had wrecked the brewery, drank its ale, and kidnapped Bugman's living relatives. In those ruins, Bugman swore a mighty vengeance, resolving to hunt down the Greenskins and rescue his kin. He and his companions went off into the wild and were not heard of again for many years. Rumors began to crop up around the Karaz Angkor of tattered and blood-stained rangers who arrived before major battles. Keeping to themselves around the campfire, a strange glint in their eyes, and their hands clasped around tankards of precious ale. Not a whole ton to know about him, but I mean, we can talk a little bit about his past. I mean, Josef Bugman was in the 6th edition
army book and he was in the 8th edition book, the 7th edition kind of skipped over him. And he kind of got a little bit of a nod at the end, or the end times itself. We do know, we've kind of talked about this in our Dwarf End Times video, but we know that Gotrek, from Gotrek and Felix, and Josef, gee, I don't even care about saying Josef, but Josef Bugman, they were shield bearers to Grombrindal at the very end, the final battle, when all grudges are made to be ungrudged, you know, or all grudges are amended, whatever the hell it is, I can't think of the word of. But we kind of know he got a good send-off in that kind of sense. He has a big rivalry with Night Goblin Big Boss Git Guzzler. That was the one from the White Dwarf campaign called Bugman's Lament. That's one of the very first times that we see Josef Bugman, because that actually, the scenario this talks about, it is that exact scenario where Joseph's brewery gets completely, Bugman's brewery gets completely destroyed by the Big Boss Git Guzzler. But Josef himself is a little bit more of a support lord in that he wouldn't be an outright, I guess, runesmith. A runesmith, you know, has got a lot of support capabilities, obviously. He's not the most stout damage dealer, but Josef would be a little bit more of a damage dealer. He would be a range lord, which would be our very first actual legendary lord that would be range for the dwarfs, because he is a ranger. You can actually, in the tabletop, you can upgrade one of the rangers, if he's in your army, to Bugman's Rangers. That's how you get your legendary lord. I'm sorry, that's how you get your Regiment of Renown, Bugman's Rangers. They don't have anything as cool as they do in Total War Warhammer, to be totally honest. I think Total War Warhammer does a really good justice to them and how they have that ability to just completely reduce range resistance and just completely give something really fast. I mean, Bugman's Rangers, I think, are one of the most terrifying aspects of a dwarf roster if you take anything of any kind of size. But he has the ability to upgrade those Bugman Rangers, but this really cool ability he has is called Liquid Fortification. And the way it works in tabletop is it's got basically 3 results: Bad Brew, Belligerent, and Leathered. And each one of those results has either two of them are perks, and one of them is not so good. So it'd be interesting to see this be put into Total War Warhammer. For instance, Bad Brew. Some ale doesn't travel well, and guzzling it produces detrimental effects of an unpleasant nature. Meaning that the entire unit, or whoever's targeted with it, becomes flammable, you know, like Tomb Kings. So maybe that would be a little hard to use. The way I kind of think of it is almost like the potions, or the way the poisons are done for both the Dark Elf Assassin and the Dark Elf Witch Hag Queen, and as well as the Skaven Assassin. So something like that, where it's like, okay, these are a quick little shot of some sort of buff. Like Belligerent, this unit works themselves into a fit of remarkable cantankerousness, in which case the entire unit becomes stubborn, which helps out their leadership, as always. Then Leathered is the last ability here. Downing ale prodigiously, the unit becomes almost inert to pain, if not sensational altogether. Meaning that they grow in toughness. So you can maybe look at this as like a bonus to melee defense, or melee armor, just armor outright, I think would be a better... No, I think melee defense is a better representation of toughness in Total War Warhammer. So maybe he has these 2 abilities in conjunction with the next one we're about to talk about. But maybe he can use Belligerent and Leathered as actual activatables that he can say, okay, this unit that's about to flee, boom, they're stubborn. Or this unit that's really getting hit on hard, you know, by a bunch of dudes in a club, like, oh, hello, pretty lady, but really getting just hammered really hard. You can use Leathered on them. Boom, their melee defense goes up a little bit. Then we've also got Stout Courage, which means that any unit he joins means that they're immune to fear and terror. Dwarves don't really have that much of an issue with leadership as it is, but it'd be interesting to see some mechanic where maybe he has an aura around him, or an activatable around him that gives things immune to psychology, or something that helps them. Again, this is going to be a very support-oriented lord. And his 2 magic items we're about to talk about, one is just, you know, just kind of kisses that support roll right on the pucker. So, Old Trustworthy, Bugman bears a large rune-covered axe, obviously an ancient heirloom of great prestige. The old ranger won't reveal its true name, but refers to it as Old Trustworthy. And the way that this works, obviously, is it's just going to give him some armor piercing, and it's going to make him hit harder. So you would definitely see that as an AP characteristic, maybe even an anti-large for him in melee combat. His range, I think, would stick with the Bugman Rangers range, which is, you know, that AP. I believe Bugman's Rangers are great weapons, which are anti-large as well. So maybe it would just kind of fall in line with that as well. But it also gives him some strength, so maybe it would give him an overall buff to his melee attack and or weapon strength as well. That would make a lot of sense to me. But then he's got this last magic item here, Bugman's Tankard. A family treasure, and any who quaff from the tankard are engulfed in remembrances of the glorious past. After a long haul upon its contents, the drinker feels refreshed and restored. Oh, so Jack Daniels. This is talking about Jack Daniels. So Bugman's drinks Jack Daniels. It's open and shut case, Johnson. Boom. I can make Bugman's brewery myself. Fuck it. Or maybe not. So exactly what Bugman's Tankard does here is it's a heal. It's a very small heal. The Imbiber immediately recovers D3 wounds, but cannot surpass his wound characteristic, which is something obviously we don't need to worry about. But there are no units in the dwarf army that can heal. And that is true of tabletop and everything like that. So this would be a really amazing way, at least I think it is. I cannot remember the runes of old. One of them, like, well, yeah, I'm sitting here looking at the runes in the weapons rune section, and I honestly never played dwarfs, and I cannot remember if there's an actual healing rune, but I don't remember there being one. If you guys, of course, that did play dwarfs, please holla at me. But still, rune of perseverance. That's a word save. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Totally got off track. But either way, the point of it is that our rune lords and our rune smiths obviously don't have a heal. So this would be a really cool way to bring a heal into Total War Warhammer. Obviously, Josef, or for the dwarfs at least, Josef Bugman is a hero. He's a legendary hero, not a legendary lord. And this kind of goes off the same motif that we've been repeating with Ludwig Schwarzhelm and the such, that I think that we're due for some really cool legendary heroes. Tretch Craventail is a legendary hero, and they've made him a lord. I don't really agree with that. I wish they had kind of made him just a really kind of cool hero. I think I would have enjoyed that a little bit more, but I do like how they used and created Clan Rictus. So it's like that double-edged sword here. With Josef Bugman, he doesn't have his own faction. He doesn't have his own kind of like, army outside, or throng as it is, aside from Bugman's Rangers. So again, I'd be very excited to see him in a capacity where he can come alongside a Belagar. Oh man, imagine him healing Belagar with a runesmith. God, it's like I just made the most OP speculation ever. Jesus. So that's something I think would be really cool and really different. We'll talk about some of the other lords here in this book in the coming videos here. I really want to go into Grimm Burloksson, who is a legendary engineer lord, and Thorek Ironbrow, who is a legendary master rune lord as well. So I think we've got a lot of really good options to talk about with the dwarfs, and I want to start cracking into the greenskins with y'all. Since I don't really play them that much, I feel like it's only fair to really kind of give you guys the good lore treatment on them. But I hope you guys enjoyed this video here in our little foray into Josef Bugman. If you guys have any other comments, or you want to help me out with that rune question of, do the dwarfs have a rune that heals in tabletop? We know they don't in Total War. Holla at me. Go ahead and put that in the comments below. But as always, guys, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to comment, subscribe, like, thumb me good and hard,